Hello guys, how are you? Hope all are well, however you are. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to my YouTube channel, Programming with Mohammed. We'll start Django basic to advanced tutorial, fundamental to advanced, or we can say from basics to advanced. It will be a complete beginner guide to start learning Django all the way to the advanced, we are going to explore all the basics concept in great details with examples. We'll show you how to do it, practically, step by step. And small bit about myself, that I just graduated from the software development. Currently I'm enrolled with the MSc in Artificial Intelligence, and I'm very passionate about the programming. I love to share my knowledge and skill. I want to do something different, that the tutorials would be more easy to follow, and there will be more informative and a lot of examples and a lot of practical way of showing, and it's a fun way to do, what we'll cover. We'll go for step by step from the Django, from how to install all the way to Pythons and virtual environments, why do you want to use the Django and who's using the Django, and starting a project. So within the project, how we create the models and how to mark models, and we'll see the model API. We will also see the Django views and templates and how we can set the template engine setup, how to set up the static files, all the way to the Django admin setup. We'll do very easy and straightforward, and we'll see the how to the URL setup, from basic to advanced URL setup, how you can do reusable templates, how you can do it. There's a forms, the Django forms is a very important part, how you can implement forms, there are different type of forms, you can use a API, Django API, to implement with the API. The authentications, which is a very, very important topic as well. We will do all the way how to do sign-ups and how to do sign-out logins and stuff, how to reset the password, all this stuff, we'll do. Also, you can set up an email in a console, you can do. Just giving this small overview, there'll be plenty of more, we'll talk about the Django ORM, and we also do the function-based and class-based view, how we can do this, at the same time, we can do while you're doing the project, do the paginations, and we will add the markdowns, and we will do sort of more humanization, how you can beautify your project. The objective of these tutorials, where you can learn the Django from basic to advanced, and at the same time you can progress your career and learn new skills and create the awesome stuff, on your own, and you can show your interview, this is what I have done, and to requirements for this project, you just need a laptops or to listen to the mobile device, and if you want to do practice, obviously online connection, and your available times, and practice more and more, then you'll be more easier for you, if you do more practice, things will be very easy for you, and the required books and reference, I've quite intensively, the Django original documentations and the Stack Overflow, and this is where my blog, I'll put all this stuff in the blog so that you can follow later on, at the same time I will put all my codes and everything to the GitHub, and this is my email address, and you can follow on the Facebook and Twitters, and this is my YouTube channel, so you can find all the stuff, there. This is where my resource page, the GitHub, you can find all the codes and everything, and you'll find all the history as well, how you implement it, in a step by step, and everything, in that GitHub page. And if you have any suggestions, please do let me know on your comment, and my humble request to you, please subscribe to my channels, and that will encourage me to create more contents, I find is very interesting, I don't know who say that, that phrase, that if I hear, I might forget, if I see it, I'll remember it, but at the same time, if I do it, then I can understand, so without wasting our time, then let's do it together. And we will learn much more by doing and practicing, So why do you want to use Django? There's a plenty of web framework out there, why do you want to use the Django? Well, as you know that, the Python is a very, very popular programming language, and it's very easy to learn, very less writing code compared to other programming languages, like in Java, you write quite a lot of code, and the Django is a web framework written in Python, and a web framework is a software that supports the development of dynamic websites, and you can create beautiful applications, and different services as well. A framework, it provides a set of tools and functionalities that solves many common problems and associated with the web development, so if you know the Django properly, you can get web development very quick, like, within the web framework, there's the security features and database access and the sessions and how you can connect with different URLs, routings, internalizations, localizations, and much more, like, there's plenty of stuff, like, these are all the important concepts for the web development, like, how you can handle the security, how you can connect with the different database and, the API, like, different URL routings and stuff, like, so using web frameworks such as Django, it enables us to develop secure and reliable web applications, which is very quickly in a standardized way, like, and once you know the Django, you will see the benefit of using the Django, the web framework, without having to reinvent the wheel. So what is so special about the Django? For a beginner, it's a Python web framework, which means you can benefit from a wide range of open source libraries out there. Like, you don't have to create again for yourself. Like, if you are facing complex problems, maybe someone already solved that problem so that you can import that third-party libraries and you can utilize on your applications, like, and so Django is one of the very, very popular web frameworks written in Pythons, and it's definitely the most complete, offering a wide range of features out of the box, such as the standalone web servers for development and testing. So you don't have to install separate, like, servers and stuff, like, with the Django's built-in installation integration with the web servers and stuff, like, and you can do cachings and middleware systems like ORM and form processing interface, template engines, like, and even testings as well, like, and also it comes as an authentication systems, how you can do administrative interface and with automatically generated page for CRUD operations, like, so there's a plenty of things, like, you can do it, like, the Django, like, so I highly recommend, like, and if you can know to advance, you will fly, like, you will see your career within the next 2, 3, 5 years, like, how far you can go, like, who is using the Django out there, like, there's a lot of big corporations they're using Django. I'm not going to go more details, like, who is using Django and why do you want to use Django. There's a plenty of resource out there, like, on a Google, like, if you just do search, do a bit of research, like, why you want to learn Django, like, so you'll find some more inspiration story, like, people are learning Django's and they progress their careers, like, and they're quite high, like, stage when learning Django, like, so what you'll do the next now we'll see the installation stage, like, whether we have a Python installed or not, we'll check, like, so if you write Python version excuse me, to show you this, I have a 3.9.10 version installed, like, in my laptop. If you don't have an installed Python, like, you can easily install, like, and if you write on Python and there's the versions, if there's no Python installed, it will give you the error, like, so if you want to install Python, which is not that hard, like, so it's very straightforward. So what you can do, you can just Python download, and if you go to officials, the download Python page, from there you can install, like, Python on your device and you can follow on screen step by step. So I have another video, I leave it on the descriptions, like, how you can install the Python. So this is the latest version is, like, Python 3.1.1. You can install a specific version if you want, like, so that's what we'll talk about later on, like, so if you create the virtual environment, like, then you can whichever version you need, you can install in that virtual environment, like, from there you can install the Python, like, I have installed it. So if you're still unsure how to install the Python, like, just write down in the comment section, I'll come back to you, like, and so we have a Python install, like, so so to do the Django, we need to do a couple of things. The basic setup consists of installing Pythons in virtual environments and Django. So we have a Python already installed, like, so the next thing what we'll do, before we go to the virtual environment, like, so I'm just going to tell a couple of things. Using the virtual environment is not a mandatory, but it is highly, highly recommended, like, if you're just getting started, like, it's better to start with the right tool, like, and right informations. So when developing websites or web projects or any applications, like, with the Django, it is very common to have you have to install external libraries to support your development, like, you never know which sort of third-party package you need for a specific environment and specific project and specific applications. So using the virtual environment, like, each project you develop will have its own environment, like, it's not going to clash with your main Pythons and main Python versions, so the dependencies won't clash. So it allows you to more freedom and more, you can easily maintain your project, like, you can easily maintain in your local machines, and you can run different version of Pythons and different packages and different libraries and stuff, like, so it's very highly recommended to install the virtual environment, like, and it's very straightforward and very easy how to do it. So let's do it now. Okay, let me show you how to do it, like, so we have seen we have a Python installed already. So next thing what we'll do, we'll install the virtual environment, like, so to do this, like, so I'm going to create a directory. Within the directory, like, I'm going to create my whole the Django stuff, like, so let's do it directory Django tutorial. Okay, so as you can see, it's in here already. Django tutorials, you see there. So what we'll do, we'll go to that directory, and then we'll create the virtual environment in that directory, inside the directory. So to do this, like, just write pip install Django. So virtual environment env. So it will take a few minutes, like, so I'm going to that directory. That directory already empty. It's saying that I've already satisfied this, like, that I've already requirement already satisfied the virtual environment. I have already installed this area, like, so this is how you can install the virtual environment on your device, like, so next thing what we'll do, so we have the install the virtual environment. You want to create so you install the virtual environment. Now you need to create the environment, like, so to do this, like, so we'll give the name. So for the installations, whatever we have performed was system-wide, like, from now on, everything we will install, including the Django itself, will be installed inside the virtual environment, like, so think of, like, there's a box there, like, for each Django project, we'll create a box. Inside this box, we can install different package and uninstall package without breaking the main component, like, for the main system, like, so this is how I create the one folder, the Django tutorial, like, inside that folder, I'll organize my projects and websites and everything, like, and you can follow the next steps, creating the directories, whatever it feels right for you, like. So inside this folder, so this is the command you can use, Python -m virtual environment, and name of the virtual environment, like, and inside that folder, like, so it's already there. If you just open the folder, you can see this is the virtual environment, like, and so what we'll do next, now you have to activate that virtual environment, like, so to do this, like, you can write it down, the name of the virtual environment. My name of the virtual environment is a Django environment, and then you the right scripts, and then you just write activate. So when you write this command, like, as you can see, before that command there's a parenthesis and Django environment. That means that virtual environment has been activated, like, now within this virtual environment, I can install now Django, like, so once it's installed, once it's activate, now we'll install the Django. So let's try to understand what happened here. We created a special folder. The name is Django environment, like, so this is it contains a copy of the Python inside that folder. So there's your Python version there, like, and after we activate the virtual environment, when you run the Python command, it will use our local copy stored inside this virtual environment, the Django environment, instead of the other one we installed earlier, which was installed in your main laptop, like, So another important thing is that the pip program is already installed as well, and when we use it to install a Python package like Django, it will be installed inside the virtual environment. So if I install now Django, it will be installed inside this virtual environment. It's not going to install the main device. It will install only that environment, like, so this is this recommended way, like, to do this, like, and you can easily deactivate, like, a virtual environment to write, like, again the same command, like, the Django environment, and then / scripts and the deactivate.bat, like, batch file. And so I'll show you how to deactivate this, like, so you just instead of activate, you just write deactivate and then .bat. As you can see, now it's deactivated. There's no more that thing is in front of the C command. But you want to activate again, just up arrow and then write it down this. Virtual activate, like, So this is how we can activate virtual environment and deactivate the virtual environment. So we have already activated installed the virtual environment, and after install the virtual environment, we activated the virtual environment. Next thing, we will install the Django. So it's very straightforward. And now that you have the virtual environment activated, and then you can run the following command, like, to install the Django. So just write pip install the, and it will install the current versions of the Django in that specific environment, like the virtual environment. So it will take another few minutes. So as you can see, it's installing. Nearly there. So now as you can see, the Django has been installed. That's it. We are all set up now. Next step is to start our very first Django project, and so let's build something awesome. Okay. So to do this, we need to write a couple of commands, So to start a new Django project, run that command, So we'll do Django admin. I'm telling Django admin start project, and give the name of the project. So I'll give my name of the project is my first Django project. Okay, Django admin start project. So there's a spelling mistake. START start project. My first Django. Okay, so you see now, as you can see, already is created like in a project. So if you go inside that project, so you need to go inside that my first Django project CD, my first Django project. So if you just do this ls, okay, so that is the Mac and the Unix command, So if you just put directory in those, then you can see I have another folder, another files, so just clear this, and then so we created our project. Next, we will run our project. If you look at this, inside that folder, my first Django project, there's a couple of files there. Before we run the project, I'm just going to give you small hints, what are those files, on my Python basic series, I explained, what is init file, so we'll go step by step, what is exactly. So first thing, before we check, this is when you create our project, that folder has been created, and then there was a manage.py file. So what manage.py file is a shortcut to use Django admin command line utility. I'm commanding that manage.py file, and it's used to run a management commands related to our project, So we'll use it to run the development servers, run tests, and create migrations, and much more, through this manage.py file, So it's a very important file. And if you look at this, the my first Django project, inside that folder, there was a couple of files as well. So first is a --init--.py, is also called magic file, So this file, which telling Python that folder is a Python package. If that file is not present, that folder won't be considered as a package. So if you want to make any folder a package, you have to put this init file, and this is the empty file, then next thing, the setting files. What the setting does, that file contains all the project configuration, so we will refer to this file all the time. So if you want to connect your project and apps, you have to come here and set your all the stuff, you want to install third-party libraries and everything, then there's the URLs, this file is responsible for mapping different roads and paths in your project, if you want to make home page or view page or model page and different page, different URL, when you go to, let's see, as you can see, I'll explain you later on, so you want to create the URL, when you're writing the www.google.com/home, those, so you want to create all the URLs in here, and then another file is a WSGI. This file is you can say interface, which is used for development, you don't have to worry about now, so just leave it now for a while, and we'll explain later on, when you go for step-by-step advanced stage, so the Django comes with a simple web server installed already, pre-installed, so you don't have to install separate a server, to run your project, to run your development. So it's very convenient for us, for developer, during the development, so you don't have to install anything else to run the project locally. So we can test it by executing that command, so what you can do, we can just run that command, Python manage.py, then run server. So if I run that command, you will see server is running. So as you can see, so if I go to that starting development server at that URL, so if I go that URL, you can see, so what I will do, I'll go in here, and then go to 127.0.0.1 colon 8000. If you run center, then you can see that your project Django installed successfully, like, everything setup is perfect, like, so this is very important steps, like, so you can ignore a couple of things, like, all this stuff, migrations and all this stuff, like, and next stage we'll go back, like, how you can create your URLs and how you can setting your files and everything in the next chapter, or you can say next sections, like, and if you want to stop your server, you can just Control C on Windows and it will stop, like, but if you want to run again, just up arrow key and Python manage the UI servers. If you run this, it will run the server again, like, so just going to show you one couple of things, like, so that is running now. So if you see that it's running, so if I close the server, let's say I stop the server now, Control C, so it's stopped now, but if I do refresh the page now, you'll see it's not going to work, like, because it can't find, because server is shut down. So if I run again page, I can able to run again. If I refresh the page, there we go. So next what we'll do, so we created the project, like, Django project. Inside the project there could be number of apps, like, so we'll create one app inside our project. So more specifically, in the Django philosophy, we have a two important concept. Just try to remember, like, one is a project, one is the app. So project basically is a collection of configurations and apps. So one project can be composed of multiple apps or a single apps, like, what I mean. So inside the project you can create multiple apps or one apps. And apps, what is app? So app is a web application that do something, like, that does something, and it's usually consists of a set of models which are connected to the database, and you can see the view means different page and different templates, all this stuff, like, so we'll create the one apps. So it is very important to remember, you cannot run a Django app without a project. So guys, do you know what I'm saying, like, so first you have to create the project, then create the apps. If you start to first create the apps and trying to run the project, you won't gonna do it, like, so it's very important to remember, first you have to create the project, then apps. So simple website, like, a lot of times you create the blogs and stuff, like, so it's called a single app, like, within the one app, like, you can write and all your blogs and stuff, like, so it's called single app, like, so we can do the similar stuff, like, so very basic, like, so what you can do is a way to organize the source code. What we'll do in the beginning, so in the beginning it is not very important what you are going to create, like, we are just going to learn, like, so we just create very simple stuff, like, to understand the basic concept. Once you understand the basic concept, like, the ground rules, like, then you're flying, like, how to set up, how to run project, how to create the apps and everything, like, so what we'll do, we'll create a simple let's say like a web chat, like, you are going to chat something, like, or let's say at a message board, like, or something something simpler, like, you want to create some post on your page, like, user can post something, like, other user can see, like, or admins can delete and admin can authorize users and stuff, like, those very basic stuff, like, so we'll create something, like, so what you can do, go to the command prompt. So okay, we'll close the server now. I was thinking to get another command prompt, like, and then run from that command prompt, like, so just close it, and then we'll tell Django admins create apps, like, so what we'll do, write this command, like, so Django admin, I'm telling Django admin that start a app and give the name of the apps, let's say web chat. Okay, I told Django admins the start app, name of the apps is a web chat. So if you go to our file explorer, as you can see, the web chat, this is our name of the apps, like, inside the web chat we have a number of files, like, so let's discuss about those files, Python files. What are they, like, let's say if I can open the ID, you can use the ID, the VS Code or Spider IDs or other different IDs, like, so I'm just going to open the Spider ID from here. Okay, so another thing, guys, like, from Anaconda you can also create your virtual environment. From the virtual environment you can install the Djangos and all the stuff, which is more easy. You don't have to write all this stuff, like, and if you look in here, environment. You can create the environment, and you can remove the environment, all this stuff, like, and from there you can run the terminals and all this stuff, like, so I will go through another video how you can create the virtual environments and all this stuff from the anaconda, like, so we're just going to run the opening the spider ID, so that I can show you all the files, like, the file structures and everything. Just wait for a while when it's launching the spider. Okay guys, I'm going to open those files, like, so as you can see, the Django tutorial. Inside the Django tutorials, we create the Django environment, the virtual environment, and there we have a first Django project, like, so this is the upper directory. Like, inside the directory we have my Django first project there, and we have created the web chat, like, the apps. So this is the project files. As you can see, the same thing in here, like a file explorer, but here, like, you can easily see, like, the directory, like, the maps and everything. And inside that apps, the web chat apps, like, there's a few files there, like, migrations, units, admins. So, and this is the DB, the database, like, building small database, like, for development purpose, like, so, and this is the manage.py file. This is the file is my first project, like, inside that folder, and then inside that folder, these are the files. This is the apps, like, inside the apps, that folder, that files. So what does migration? This is in the migration. There's another init file. Whenever the init file you'll see, you'll consider that folder is a package, like, So migration is here. Django stores some files to keep track of the changes you create in the models file. So if you want to change anything, it will keep track in that file, in that folder, like, So basically, the models.py file is a database, like, it'll be connected with the database file, like, models will be connected with that file, like, So later on we'll see everything, like, and then there's the admins file, which is a configuration file for the built-in Django apps called Django admins, like, and there's a apps.py file. This is the configuration file of the apps itself, like, for if you want to, whatever you want to add, and you want to do some configuration, like, for the web chat apps, you will do in here, like, and then there's a models file, like, model.py files, and these file we define the entities of our web applications, like, entities means basically what sort of database you want to create and things, like, models. It will be automatically translated to the Django into the database table, like, so in the model files, when you write, like, different entities, like, you will see, like, I'm just going to brief overview, like, what are those files, like, and then the test.py, like, so you want to write the unit test and stuff, like, so you can write in here, and this is the view files, like, in the view, like, you want to create the templates, like, different the request and response, like, of your application, like, so what we'll do, so now we created our first apps, like, web chat app, like, so let's configure our project to use it, like, how you can use it, like, to do this, like, we'll go to our project setting file. Okay, so we'll just drag and drop in here, bring this file. So what we'll do in there, as you can see in the project setting files, these are the installed already apps, like, already built-in apps. So we have to add our web chat app in here. So to do this, like, just write down web chat, that's it. So, and save the file, and this is what we'll do in setting file. As you can see, like, Django already come with the 6 built-in apps installed, like, admins, authorizations, sessions, messages, and statistics, all this stuff, like, they offer common functionalities that most web application need, like, so these are the very important, like, whenever you create a web application, these are stuff you need, like, admin authentications and stuff, like, later on we'll explore, like, more, and the way we'll progress from the advanced level, we'll see everything, like, but for now, like, let them be just as it is, like, in our web app, like, so we connected our web chat up in the setting file. So next we'll go to the inside the web chat app, the view file. So we want to give some message on our screen, like, so to do this, like, what we'll do, we'll import some package, like, so if you're not familiar with how to import and how to do all this stuff, like, I have the Python basic and Python advanced series on there, like, so I'll leave it in the description as well, like, so you can find more on that, like, as well. So you will import HTTP response, like, so we'll write from Django eu dot http. See, this is means there, like, so we're going to import http response, like, so I'm telling, like, from django.http, from that package, like, import that file, like, so, and then we'll create a functions, like, so again, like, if you don't know how to create the function, all this stuff is in my Python basic and advances as well, like, so you can watch there, like, you'll find more in depth, like, everything in step by step was explained, like, so we create you can give the name of the function, everything, like, so just get home page, or you can give the name the home, like, so what we'll put the request. So I'm going to request something. So what you want to request something, so you'll return http response, give the message, like, on the screen. So we'll give them Assalamu alaikum. Now we'll save that. Okay, so first what we did, we connected our web app in the setting file. Setting file is inside the project folder, like, and then we came to the inside the web chat, like, view file. Inside the view file, we created the functions, and we're requesting something, and the response will give that, like, that message will be on the screen. So next thing we'll so what the view does, like, views are Python functions that receives an HTTP request object and returns an HTTP response object. So this is how that is: request an object HTTP, and then it's return HTTP response object, like, so receive a request as a parameters and returns a response as a result. That's the flow you have to keep in mind. So first it's requesting, and then it's returning a response, like, it's not that hard, like, it's very simple. So here we defined a simple view called the home page, and which simply returns a message saying Assalamu alaikum. Now we have to tell Django when to serve this view. So we created the view, so we have to tell now Django how you want to serve, how you want to show that, like, So this is done where the URLs comes, like, So if you go to the URL, it's in the setting folder. So just drag and drop in here and go down. This is where you see already imported, like, the admins and path, like, So we are creating the path, like, so go down there, write a path, and then we are going to give our, what's the name of the path? It's a home page, and then what we'll do, where is coming? So before that, like, we have to import, like, a view, like, so from web chat, import the views. Okay, so now, so we imported the views, that file. So now inside the views, so there's a home page, like, so we're going to the home page, and then views dot, it'll give you the hints, like, it should, like, so it'll be home page, you see, home page, and then we'll give the name, we'll give the name, doesn't matter, like, so we'll give them home page. So, and save the file, and so I'm pretty sure this is how the URL patterns, like, so if we run our server again, okay, up arrow, that's Python manager.py run server. If you run the server now, so if you go back to our, this is our page, and if you do the home page, so where you see it's giving me the message. So assalamu alaikum, everyone. So what we have done, like, if you can grasp those concepts, like, you are way far ahead, like, I mean, let's consider, like, from starting, like, you have installed the Pythons, you have installed the virtual environment, you have installed the Django inside the virtual environment, and you activate the virtual environment, and then you create the project. After you create the first Django project, you create the apps, like, and once you create the apps, like, you are setting your apps with the project, like, and then you create the view, then you connected that view to the URL, like, and now we came all the way to here, like, so you did quite a lot of things, like, this is what you see, like, so I appreciate, like, if you can done all of this, like, congratulations to you, like, this is a very important steps, like, so this you can consider was the first part of our tutorial, like, and in this tutorial, like, we have learned quite a lot of important things, like, and if you can grasp those basics, fundamental concept, like, your next stage will be very easy, like, so we have learned how to install the latest Python versions and how to set up development environment, which is like a virtual environment. We also had an introductions, like how we can set up virtual environment, and started our very first Django project, and we created our apps inside our project, so I hope and I believe you enjoyed the first part. And second, we will create more advanced, which is going to more kind of how you can the models and how you create the templates, and there'll be more kind of advanced like a URL, so please subscribe to my channels. And if you want to know anything, just write on your comment sections, I appreciate that. And if you have any suggestion, please do let me know. Thank you. Hello guys, how are you? Welcome back. So the first sections, we have covered quite a lot of stuff, in the previous sections you have seen how to install the Pythons and how to set up the development environment, how to create the virtual environment. Inside the virtual environment, how we can install the Django, all the stuff, so in these sections, we are going to keep writing code in the same project, so remember, we create the project first, and then inside the project we create our web chat app, and we did connect all this stuff, in the setting files and then views and URLs, all the stuff we have done, so what we'll do in these sections, we'll create our model. The model is basically a database, it's a different tables, so when we will create the models, inside the model files, you can see this web chat app. Inside the app there's a model file. So if you open the model files, there you can create a different class, and each class will be considered a table inside the database. We are creating the web chat and application, so inside the web chat applications, so there will be how can I explain, there'll be some different use case, I'm not going to go all the details, how you can create all the class and how you can do all this use case and stuff, but it's a good thing, you can, but that will take a lot of times, to explain all this stuff, so what I will do, we're just going to create some classes, and that classes will be transferred to a tables by Django. So I've already wrote few of the code, so I'm just going to explain each code step by step, so to do this, we are going to first we have to import the user, so the basically user is which user is going to starting the chat, which chat topics and all this stuff, who created, what time is creating, all this stuff, so you need to import, the user. So users already, the authenticated user already, you can see they are already installed already, this is the installed apps, as you can see the authentication, that, so we can, you can import that things, so what I can do, just copy from there, from Django contrib auth. So you're going to open models, import more user. We're going to import the user. Come on, I'm just not on the user. Right, I'm going to create the classes, so the first class, what you can do, we can give the name of the class is the chatbot. A chatbot is basically, we will create a table name of the chatbot, the table names, so inside the chatbot, I'm creating the models, and then I'm giving the name of the chatbot, and character field. These are the by default, when you are working with the MySQL or SQL database, some of the things you have to follow this rules and regulation. So I'm just going to character field the maximum length. This is how we provide. Let's give them the 30 or 35 character, and the name will be unique. Each of the chatbot name, we need to be true, and the details, another field, so this is the name of the tables, and this will be the instance, or be each column, name columns and details columns. And so in details columns of you will give the name, and then the name under the name you will give the details, so we give the maximum 150, so this is the one table. So another tables we create, let's give them the chat topics, right? So in the chat topics, what we'll do, I'm just going to just here class chat topics, and then I'm just going to calling the models, and I'm creating the tables here, and then giving the each of the column, the name of the subject of the topics, and who last updated, and the board names under the whole board name, the chat topics, and who started, so same again, the character field will be the maximum length 250 characters, and you can give as many as you want, it's not a mandatory, you have. So the daytime field, auto now add equal to 2, these are the by default you have to write like this, and then what is this in there, giving the arrow marks here, unfilled chatbot, right? So to these are the right, so probably save it. Yeah, so here the foreign key is basically is connected to the two tables together, More specifically, like, I can tell that what is the foreign key. One way to create a relationship between two tables, the two models, is using the foreign key field. So it will create a link between the two models and the proper relationship or the database, like, so it's accept, like, a relationship, like, so I'm going to foreign key calling that chatbot, like, in here, and then here the related name parameters, like, it will be used to create a reverse relationship where the chatbot instance will have access a list of topics that belongs to, like, but Django automatically creates the reverse relationship. Remember this, Django creates automatically this reverse relationship. So the related name field is optional, but it's up to you, like, whether you want to give these or not, like, but if you don't set a name for it, Django will generate is, like, by class name, and then it will set a name, like, so basically these are the I'm creating the tables, like, for our database, like, so the next another tables we're going to create is about the post. If when someone is going to post something, like, so that everything will be the saving that table, like, so the text field will be like a maximum, you can write that, you can give bigger than that, like, so there will be the should be capital chat topic, like, when you're writing the class name, there will be the capital letter, like, first, pretty much everything there. And there, as you can see, like, I put the plus sign. That means, like, this instruction Django, I'm saying to Django that, like, that we don't need this reverse relationship, so ignore it, like, so this is how so we have created our three class, and there'll be three tables. So to convert this, like, to a tables, like, you have to telling the Django now. So how you can do this, like, the very simple and straightforward, just to write it down here, Python manage .py, that file, inside the the manage.py file, I'm telling the make migration. So if I do this, it will be s there, like, make migrations. So there we go. Excuse me. Now, chatbot, chat topics, there should be one more tables. What is that? There should be chatbot and chat topic. What about the post? Why didn't you create the post? Should create the post table as well. Let me check. This is you see the migration inside the migration. So we'll bring it over here. And as you can see, there was a chatbot, chat topics. It didn't create the post. So what's going on? So I'm going to delete this file. Okay, delete this file, and then I'm going to save first. Okay, save all of them and then rerun again. So probably I didn't save, like, after creating the post class, like, so if I run that again, there you can see that, yeah, so now it created the three models, like, and if you open up this file, as you can see, this is how you see they created the fields, like, ID field, names and details, and the chat topic class is created, like, another, and these are the columns, like, ID columns, subject and last, update and broad update and all this stuff, like, so, and then we will create the so you can ask him, what about the primary key? We just select the only the foreign key, like, so if you don't specify the primary key for a model, the Django will automatically generate it for you, like, so it's one is good for us, like, we're good for now. So the next section we will see how it works, like, so now we created the migrations. Now we will if you are not familiar, like, with the SQL, don't worry, we don't be working directly with SQL, like, in these tutorials, all the works will be done using the Django ORM, like, which is the abstraction layer that communicates with the database, like, this is the database, like, our database SQLite 3, like, so for the development purpose, like, that database is purposely it does it's fulfill our purpose, like, so what's next we'll do, like, the next step is now to apply the migration we generated to the database, like, so we created the files and everything, like, now what we'll do, we'll migrate, like, so to do this, like, we have to tell the Django, so Python manage.py migrate. So just to migrate should give you some all the messages, like, so it's saying of operation to perform apply to all migration, like, the admins, all content types, sessions, and website. These are the all these apps, like, the Django, like, to migrate this, like, so basically before I've done I did myself the test so you already have done the migration so it's already done so no migration to apply so it's already done if you would see the applying all of this the admins and auth and content types and session everything, it will show the okay message and finally it will show the that file 0001 underscore initial.py is okay but I have done earlier for my testing purpose so it's not going to show in here so because this is the first time we are migrating to database, the migrate command also applied the existing migration files from the Django contribs apps listed on the install apps so that's it our database is ready to use so we'll test all this stuff later on so one thing is very important to remember we are working with the db.sqlite 3. The SQLite is not a production quality database. It's just used for development purpose majority of the products like Androids and iOS device, all major web browser Windows 10 they use for the small application SQLite is perfect but it's not but it's not suitable for all the cases you cannot compare the SQLite with the MySQLs or PostgreSQL or Oracle these are the high volumes website and they can write a high intensive application very large database high concurrency so many requirements and stuff simultaneously happening so SQLite only applicable for those scenario so we're just going to use SQLite during this development purpose for our project, small project, because it's convenient and we don't need to install anything else so that's the this does our purpose so when you deploy our project to production then we can switch any whichever database you prefer either MySQL or PostgreSQL for simple website this work fine, but for more complex more let's say give example let's say eBay or Amazon's or stuff these are more highly sophisticated database so you can use SQLite in this function. So we are going to I'm thinking whether we're going to test whether our database was created or not we could do it so far we have created our database all this stuff, so you want to check whether it was created correctly so I want to we'll create some object so we're just going to open the Python shell Python interpreter so just write it on Python ls.py and just write shell, so it will open up the Python interface we can write our code and stuff in here. So this is our interactive console mode so to do to check something so basically this is the similar the interactive console just by typing Python but this one the difference is we're adding our project to the system path and loading the Django in here that means we can import our models and any other resource within the project and play with it so we're going to import first our model so from webchat, this is our apps not models. From that models import chatbot, so we're going to import these and to create the new the chatbot object we can do the following things. So just going to chatbot equal to chatbot. So as you can see, we have a name and details are two fields so just going to name equal to what's the name, say let's say Python basic, and I'm going to put some description here so the field name is details, so instead of so names, as you can see the names and details, so we go to details field we're going to put oh no, Python basic. Okay, so little bigger small bit, and then if you just so this is we created our object so to persist to write that object into database we have to call the save method. So to do this what you can do, just write the name of the object, which is chatbot dot save. That is how it's simple hit enter. So is already will be inside the database, like that things will be inside the database, like but I wish I could show you, like but we'll test it, like so it's saved, like the save method is used for both to create and update the object, like here Django created a new object because the chatbot instance had no ID. So we didn't create the ID, but Django will create automatically the ID for that object is a 1. So if you just want to find out, like chatbot dot ID, it will give me the 1, you see. So basically already saved in the database, and if you want to find the ID, what's the ID of the chatbot, that is showing the 1. So that means it's working, like so we can access the rest of the fields as Python attributes. So you have two fields, one is the names and one is the details, like so if you want to write the name, it is a Python basic, you see how simple. That means our table has been created, and whatever we wrote, like earlier in the object, like is in the field, like so if you want to get the details, so this is, we know Python basic, like so that means, guys, we are flying, like I mean we can see, like how things are working, like so I hope all are on the same track, like so if you want to update, like something, like in the details, like we can write again you can just go to the upper key, like so just chatbot chatbot details, so far we have I'll just write, I have already watched Python basic tutorial. I'm going to update this field, like so hit enter, and then we have to chatbot details dot save, like just chatbot dot save. That will save, like in the all database. So you want to see again, like let's say what's details. So we have already watched Python basic tutorials. You see how this is how you can test, like at the same time you're developing, and whether your table has been created, all the fields are working correctly, like this is how you can test, like this is wonderful. This is wonderful. You know what I mean? So every Django model comes with a specific attributes. We call it the model manager. We can access it by the Python attribute, like an object. It is used merely to execute like a queries in the database. Like for example, so you could use it to directly create a new board object, like so this is how we created them. We can create another object, like so. But like you want to test it again, like okay, go for. So let's say we're going to again all the way. So the chatbot, like and then so what you can do, we can get other way around dot the object dot create, and then we give the name Python advanced, let's say, or some, let's say we give them some Python advanced topics as well. So you just hit the enter. Oh, so what's called this line 1 chatbot has no attributes object. So it should have to be with line S. It should be with S objects. Now it has been created, like so if you want to see the ID, so just dot ID, this will be the second number 2 ID, because first we created earlier the Python basic, like now if you want to see the name, it will be the Python advanced. If you want to see the details, the some Python. This is how you can test, like this is how you can create, and you can put your your different information inside the database, like but this is for testing purpose, like we will do through our web application, like so just before we go for more in-depth, like so just going to, this is a very good, like so for development purpose, like when you are doing this, like before we going to jump to the more in-depth, like so you can know exactly, yes, my table is working, yeah, my table has been created, like do you know what I mean? So there's a plenty of things you can do, like so right now, like we have created these, like so if you want to see how many old objects have been created, like so you can do another way. So let's say, so right now we have two web chat board, like one is a Python basic, one is a Python advanced, like and if you want to see all the object, like how many existing boards are available in the database, like so you can just write it down, chat board and or objects, not all That's is going to give me the query set has been chatbot and chatbot object 1, chatbot object 2, like this is showing like this is, that means our it's showing all the objects. This is how we can find all the object like from the chatbot model, like but if you add another the method inside our model, like and that will show you more nicely. So to do this, like for timing, we are going to exit our interactive model, like so just going to exit right on this. So we're going to again our console, and we can add one method, like inside the models.py. So you want to go, I want to add in here or the bottom. So just going to add in here. So this is called the magic method as well, like so what you can do inside that. So def keyword underscore str. This is the string representations of the class, like so guys, if you're not familiar, like what is this, like what is it, why would you want to self-use, just please watch the advanced series, like on my channel, like and it will be flying. So just return self dot the names, or you can do the details and everything, like so just give the name for a while, and now the save this. And if you go back, like again the Python interactive shell, like so write it down again, Python manage.py.sh shell, that will open up interactive shell again. And if you write again, once you open up, like we're just going to let's see if it comes again, because we have already imported earlier. So let's see if we no, so we have to import, like again the yeah, that's I have imported, like now next thing what we'll do, we're just going to next we're going to write again the checkboard dot object all. Now we can, this is how we can see, but my whole purpose was to show you, like the name. So this is the chatbot, the Python basic chatbot, the Python advanced is already showing, like this is much better, like and if you want to see all of them, like you can treat like a query set as like a list, like let's say you wanted to iterate over it and print the description of the each board. So what we can do, if you want to write it down all of these call for, like in here, so just write it down, chatbot list equal to chat dot objects dot all. I'm going to iterate for chatbot in chat list, should give me all of them, and it'll be going to print out chatbot description details. Sorry, no, print chatbot something, what's going on. Okay, so indentation is very important, like so what you can do, so then print what details, it should show, like yeah. Now guys, as you can see, like so this is how we can see the details, like so you just created the for loop, like for chatbot in chatbot list. This is our chatbot list. I'm going to store all the objects in here, and then within the for loop, like I'm just going to print out all the details, like so this is awesome, like so this is how we can test yourself, like but I'm not going to more details, like for testing here, like if you have more than, if you don't have, like more object, like and if you try to find out, like it will give you the exception, like that the things is not available and things, like so what we have done, like in this model section, like we can create the object, we did the save, we create the object, or create and save an object in the database, like and we can see the list of object, like with the with this command, where is this, here chatbot object all, like and then we can go through the follow up, like to see, we can see by individually by name, ID, all this stuff, like so next thing what we'll do, we'll show on the web application, like for the web interface, like instead of in here, we'll do all of this in here. We'll see on here, like all the details and everything, like so to do this, like how you can do, we'll do the views and templates and static this section, like so we're going to exit from here. So just write exit parenthesis. Now we're going back to our project, like so at the moment we already have the view named, as you can see. That's what we have created, like earlier, the homepage page, like so now we want to create the view inside the website, like so this is our view file, and inside the view file we're going to find out all the chatbot names and details and everything, like so to do this, like so what we can do, we'll write it down. We have to import the models, the website models, that model file in here. So to do this, like just get the from models import. So we can do import chatbot. Okay, with this unused. Okay, next thing we imported, like so we are going to, I'm just going to minimize for a while this thing, like I'm not going to delete this, like so you can later on you can come back and test yourself as well, like so comment out. So you can write again def keyword. This time we'll just get the name of the page home, and inside the home we put request. We are going to create the chatbot object, like so we're going to chat, same thing what you have done, like in the interpreter, like in console, like chatbot equal to dot objects dot all chatbot names. I'm going to the list. So for chatbot in chatbot, I'm going to make will be confused, so just going to put this board, like so for board is the chatbot, chatbot names. I'm going to append object will be the board dot name. Okay, I'm going to add those, and this is how I'm going to view all the names of the board, like chatbot names, like so response HTML. This is basically very simple HTML. Just write it down, like so. That means like break, like line, like break to join board names, like will be the chatbot names. Okay, and then I'm going to return HTTP response, and will be the response HTML. So this is what will response, like I'm going to request and then response HTML. Well, I'm going to get all the object from my database, and then I'm going to throw the for loop, like I'm getting all the names of the board, chatbot, and then I'm going to response in my HTML page, like let's see in the URL, like how the things has been created, like so you see, first we created at first like a home page, but this time we create the home, like so what we'll do, we'll just copy this and paste here, just change the name home, views dot, his name is home, right. So if you save all of them, what is saying, invalid syntax, we have to put one comma here, and now we are all set now. And if you start our server again, so it's taking times, hopefully everything will go right now. Whoa. Okay, right, you see there's no home page, like so we're going to uncomment for a while this, like just put the hash sign on, and then save it, and then again, now it's working now. So if you go back to our page, and if you, instead of a home page, we're just going to change it to home. Wow, that's a great, like, so this is, you see, we are getting from our database Python basic and Python advanced. So this is wonderful, guys. Like, if you can do all of these, like, so far, I mean, you are way ahead. Like, I mean, that's great. Like, that's a good news, great news. Congratulations. Like, I mean, but slowly we'll make it so beautiful. But you have to start from the basic. Like, let's stop right here, okay, for a while. We're not going very far rendering HTML like these. I mean, this is very simple. For this simple view, all we need is a list of chat board. Then the rendering part is a job for the Django template engine, like, so we're going to create all of these, like, so to do this, like, create a folder in here. We have to create a folders. All the HTML tablet will be inside in my first Django project. So if I new folder, and the name of the folder is template, MLATES templates. Okay, now we have created the templates. As you can see, there's no file in here. So inside the template, we'll create our HTML file. My baby is crying, like, sorry guys for all the this. Now within template folders, we'll create the HTML file. The file name will be the home.html. So just select this folder and to the new file and create a new file. That file will be file name, let's say home.html. Okay, just save. Now we've created our HTML file, and then we'll write some simple code, like, but if I write down all of them, like, it'll take quite a long time. Like, I'm just going to, I have previously write it down, so I'm just going to copy and paste in here. Okay guys, so we created the HTML file. The name of the file is a home.html. So I'm going to put some code there, like, which will show the name of the board, like, the website board. So it's very simple, like, so I'm just going to fix it here. So basically, these are the some of the HTMLs, like, all the tags, like, you're familiar, like, so we're going to put the title, like, website board, like, and that's the headline, like, H1 will be the highlighted, like, the big text will be big, like, and here I'm rendering, like, the getting all the name of the chat board, like, website board through the for loop, like, and these are the tag, like, the Django special tag, like, you have to remember, you have to follow this. This is their way of their writing, like, the templates engine, like, what's is going to do, like, the above example, we're just mixing the raw HTML with some special tags, like, so you can see this curly brace ~sign for board in a chatbot. This chatbot is coming from here. If you go to the view, like, that chatbot, like, is coming from here, like, getting all the list. You see, we're getting all the chatbot in here. That chatbot. So, and from here, I'm going to again with the for loop, like, the from desk, because when I'm getting this is the object, like, name of the class, like a chatbot. If you go to the models, you can see this is the chatbot. So here I'm just getting the object, like, chatbot.objects, and getting all of them, like, and storing in here, and then I'm going to for loop, like, for board in a chatbot names append. I'm going to create the empty list, and I'm adding all the board names in here, and then response HTML with a break. This is BR means a break line, like, and chatbot names in join, and I'm returning the response, like, I'm requesting and then responding, like, this HTML form, this HTML, and this chatbot is in here, like, so I'm going to for board in chatbot board.name, getting all the names, and n4, like, this is the special tag, like, so it's not so complicated, like, so if I save this file, so now I've created the home HTML file, but I have to tell the Django where to find this template, like, so to connect this page or that template, so this is the template folder. Inside the template folder, I have a home.html file, so I have to tell the Django where to find, like, and to connect this page, like, you have to go to the setting file, and setting file is inside my project folder. This is the website folder. So in the setting file, inside the setting, you see the setting, that setting file. So go to all the way templates here, and in here, just you see the directory here. Just open it up and write it down, the path of the templates, like, right, exactly. So I'm going to OS operating system path dot join, I'm going to with the base directory, base directory, which is called template. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct, like templates. All right, P-L-A-T-S, templates, right? So this is all we have to do, like so it's what it's saying, like saying undefined OS. We have to import the OS in here, the import OS, that's all, and then save the file. Now we can go to the view page and we can update, like the our HTML file, like before that we just quit like this, like but we can change all the to show nicely how we can do. Just I'm just going to leave it, like and uncomment this and write a new one, like for, so you can do just write so def keyword, and leave it same boom, and remember you have to request first. So objects dot all, so I have to store all of them, so the chat view, where the chat board. Okay, and what's next? We're going to return the response, return rendering all this page, like so you're going to request home dot html, and then we're going to get this is a special tag you have to put the chat board here. We are almost ready. So see, so make sure, like when you're writing code, like it's very important to put the right things in the right times in the right place. So we're saving it, and if you now run our server again, we'll be able to see our, I think the server is already running, like so you see it's already running. So go back to our page, and if you refresh the page, you'll be able to see this is the title. You see the website board, and this is where our I'm just going to open the HTML page at the same time, and as you can see, and this is what we have. This put the title, and this is the H1 website board, and we're getting rendering, like chat board, all the then board names, like the Python basic and Python advanced. So as you can see, like the how we have done, like we have in here we there's so many things, like we created the tables, and we tested, like our table has been created, and we did migrations and migrate, like all this stuff, like and then at the same time we created our templates, like and instead of the templates we created the HTML home HTML page, like this we can see in here. And then we have also connected the templates in our setting file. This is where we connected, like the operating systems, the path join, base directory, the templates folder, like we have connected there, and we also import, like the operating system, like the package. So I'm leaving all of them, like so you can play with this, like this is how we started from here. You see it from here. The first time when we started, like we just give the request and we get the return HTML response, like assalamu alaikum. And the second we did again HTML request and response, like this is how we did before the HTML, creating the HTML page, like now we create the HTML page, and this is how we just requested, like our all the objects in the chatbot names, like I'm going to rendering, like requesting the home.html page, and what I'm getting the chatbot, like all the chatbot, like this is because this is the chatbot object, like and it's getting all the objects and storing in here, and I'm returning to the HTML in here. I'm calling that variables in here, and that's what it's showing in here. Okay, so I mean, pretty much seems everything is working, like and if you can if you can do all of this, like that's great, like but still, if you're finding hard, like leave in a comment section, like how far you went through and what's sort of difficulty you're facing, like and I'll come back to you, like my level best, like to as soon as possible. So and next, this is we can beautify, like all this, like because this is the name of the board and what's the details and stuff, like we can put all the stuff, like in our home.html page, like so next we'll do those things, like now we can create the tables. The one side of the tables will be the board names, chatbot names, and the other side will be the details of the chatbot, like what's exactly is happening, like so to do this, like we will just put some more code in here to do this, like, so what we'll do, we're going to create the tables, like, and the more code, like, so the best thing would be, like, just take it off and put new stuff, like, pretty much everything same, like, just I've created the table here. This is table with the border of the tables, like, and the table row, table headlines, like, board name, post topics, and last post, like, whatever stuff, like, and then I'm going to rendering, like, this is the special tag we have seen earlier, like, for board in the chat board, like, and then I'm getting the board names, and here I'm going to the board details, like, so these are the names and details are inside the database table column, like, and so, and I'm going to end starting the follow-up here and ending here, like, and this is all the HTML tag, so you're familiar with this, like, so if I go back, and you can see, like, it's already working. So if I just refresh the page, let's see how it does. So this is as you can see, like, it looks good, like, so I'm getting so the board names, posts and topics and last posts, like, but it should show the board names in here, like, but we'll check it, like, what's going on, like, let's see. Okay, guys, so I think I've made a mistake in here. You see, I put with the S in here. It should be only chat board, like, without S, like, so if I save the file now and go back again and refresh the page, I hope you'll be able to see you see this. So this is the board name, Python basics and Python advanced, and small details, like, and then I'm not good. I didn't the post anything yet, and topics and the last post and all this stuff, like, so we are going slowly, step by step, like, so this is how, like, slowly, and if you can start from the beginning, start from the basic, like, then you will feel more confidence that you know how to do all the stuff, like, and this how, and once you finish this course, like, this tutorial, like, you'll be very confident on the Python web development, like, you can completely from the ground zero to all the way to for deployment, like, it's a project you can do it, like, so this is how so far we have done. And we'll it won't be like this, like, this won't be like this completely logins and users and stuff, authentication, all this stuff. We'll do this, like, so just hang on. So what's next we'll do, we'll set up the static file setup, how you can use your CSS and JavaScripts and fonts and image, like, to beautify our application. So this is what you will do next, like, how we can do it, like, so this is the stage of our tutorials or project, like, website board, like, so what we'll do now, we're going to set up more stuff, like, for our project, like, static file setup, like, if you want to add like a CSS stuff, like, or JavaScript file or different style font or image, like, any other resource, like, we may use to compose the user interface, like, to make our project more beautiful, like, so what we'll do before we go for that stage, like, Django doesn't serve those files, like, except during the development process. So to make our things easier, like, Django provides some features to help us make the static files, like, and those features are available in Django contribute static files. If you go to the settings, like, this is where, like, static files, like, this already installed the apps, like, so that's things help us, like, to make things, like, like a CSS and JavaScript and all fonts and stuff, like, so it's so many front-end component libraries available, like, so there's no reason for us to keep rendering basic HTML, like, so the way we did, like, there's only basic HTML, like, but we can make things more beautiful, like, I mean, with the help of the CSS and bootstraps and all. So what we'll do, like, so we can easily add latest bootstrap to our project, like, and a bootstrap, I'm not sure whether you are familiar with the bootstrap, like, which kind of more CSS, like, stuff. So is it a framework as well, like, so bootstrap is an open source toolkit for developing the HTML and CSS and JavaScript, like, so in the root directory, like, we'll create the name as a static in the folder, like, and inside the static, like, we'll create another folder which is named CSS, like, so this is our root directory, like, my project, like, so we already created a template, so I'm going to create another folder. So new folder, that would be a static, like, so it's in there. So inside the static, we'll create another folder that will be called CSS. The same thing if you want to make JavaScript files or other things, like, this is how you can create, like, so if you go to the static folder and there's the CSS there. So next thing, we will download the bootstrap, like, so to do this, like, if you go to here and just get like a cat bootstrap, let's see what's coming up. The latest versions we can download, like, currently the versions, like, 5.1.3, like, so what we'll do, you can see this is another way you can install, like, I'm going to create a bootstrap tutorial, like, for to be more comfortable, like, so I'm more in depth, like, about the bootstrap, like, so later on. So I'm going to download. So this is what we need, like, compile CSS and JS, like, this is compiled minified CSS bundle and compiled and minified JavaScript plugins, like, so the one we need, like, another way you can just get those links into your project, like, this is how it will work as well, but that might sometimes get slower, like, might need both of them, JavaScript and CSS, like, so we're going to download. Once it's downloaded, like, we'll unzip the folder, and from there we'll get this our file and add to our project, like, so once it's finished, okay, so now it's finished download. we're going to its locations where it's downloaded. I'm going to unzip the file. Let's start all. So if you open it, then you need our CSS file. So we need to get the CSS bootstrap mean.css. Or is it? Yeah, this is the one. I'll copy that file, and then we're going to add it to in here. So this is where we added our CSS file, as you can see. All right. So now we have to tell the Django that we have added our static files and the CSS, like, and we have to connect those files with the Django. So you have to go to the setting, and this is where you see install apps and the middleware sections, and then there was a templates, like, this is what we have added, like, the templates in here. Then we'll find this static. Yeah, this is where you see the static URL, like, so you have to add it in here, like, the static files directories, like, so the best thing would be just write it down there, right? Static files underscore directories. And now we'll do os path join base directory, and then we're going to write static. The same thing the way we did the templates directory, remember? So now we have to load the static files, the bootstrap CSS files, in our templates. That means, like, I'm going to save all of them. So we have to things, like, we have to add in our template in here, right? So to do this, like, you need to do a couple of things. Just right on top of the file, this is the tag, like, you have to follow their convention. So person, and then inside the person sign this load static. You have to write it on this, right? And then save these, and then inside the head, like, inside this head, like, we have to add to the link, like, this is the basic, like, the HTML. When you create the HTML page, like, you want to add, like, JSON, CSS, JavaScript and stuff, like, you have to put the link in here, like, so that the tag is, like, we all know that link rel. This is the style sheet, like, overall style sheet, and href. This is their Django tag, like, so static, and then write CSS inside the CSS, that things, like, so what we'll do, so you have to copy like this as well, press C, and then write it down there. It's there. So just writing is something we want to make a spelling mistake, the best thing, we can just right button and press the rename, and then just without changing anything, just copy, like, and press it here, like, the first we load the static files app templates tag by using that, like, the load static in the beginning of the template. The template tag, like, the curly brace person load static person cursor is used to compose the URL where the source lives. And another thing we have done, we had set here the static URL as well, like, template tag that way, and we have connected here in our configuration the setting.py file. So what's next we'll do, so if we save first, and then if you go back to our site and refresh the page, probably something you will see different, like, even though we didn't change anything yet in our home.html. Let's see what it does. So another thing, if none of this makes sense for you at the moment, like, don't worry, just remember to use that tag, like, what is it, that load static, like, whenever you need to refer to the CSS, like, JavaScript or image file, like, later on when we will start working with the deployment, we will discuss more on it, like, so for now we are all set up now. So you see there's a difference. You see, it was before different, now it's completely different. So we just added, like, the CSS style sheet, like, and then it makes quite a big difference, like, what's next we'll do. So now we can add more stuff on our home.html page, like, we can take advantage of the bootstrap.css. So to do this, what we're going to change, let's see. So a couple of things we can change, make more nicer our project, like, the bootstrap, like, use more sort of class and div and stuff, like, so if you're not familiar with this, like, I would recommend, like, watch the tutorials on bootstrap, and I'm going to create regarding the bootstrap as well, like, so what we'll do, so once we're inside the body, we're going to create a div class, okay, or inside the container, suppose the container, and then we will do the line. There's some special tag, like, you have to follow that, like, so you can even get those things, like, from the bootstrap website. We'll create another class, which will be a list class. Breadcrumb, item active, all right, so we're going to put closing tag will be list. All right, I'm going to change it, put it here. All right, we don't need any more this tag. I'm going to closing the tag. Right, so we're going to create the table class, changing the table, and next what we'll do, we'll create the thread class. So we'll put the thread class. Let's again thread inverse, and then table row this, so we'll push it in here, and then you have to close thread the body. These are all pretty much same, but we have to close our div and table class, like, so we did our getting the board names. We have to make a class in here as well instead of those things, like, so we'll create a class here, text, muted denote a block, and then we're going to change those things, like, we don't need anymore. Also raw HTML, like, so, and the next we're going to create class in here again, so tr class, line middle, and align left align or right align or middle align, so you can do it, like, and the same thing. Last but not least, which is the after table, you have to close our div. Now we are pretty much set for all of these, like, so these are the div where we closed in here. All right, if you have a different ID, like, let's say VS Code or some other ID, that can give you some sort of hints, like, where exactly where it started, where it's closed, like, all the tag, like, which is more handy, like, but, like, I don't think so the spider ID can do. I think it does, like, I think it does, yeah. So probably if you go to the tool somewhere, preference, let's see if I can find them, and starting and ending tag, like, to give you some sort of hints, like, taking its time. General, next advanced setting, what is the appearance, does it do anything? Kind of in the editor. Let's go to the editor, show tab bar, show indented guides. This was started already. Code folding, show line number, show blank space, highlight guide, wrap lines, source code. Advanced setting, nothing there. Should something in here. I don't think so. It's something there, but if I have anything like I would leave it on the comment section, like on the description. No, guys. Okay, so leave it. So if you save, let's go back to our project site. Let's see if we can. It's changing. Oh yeah, so it's quite nice. Like more. Looks much better. Like So this guy is like this is awesome. Like we have done quite a lot. Like So what we'll do next? Probably we can beautify more on this site. Like So let's see. So far we are adding new web chat board using our interactive console. Like but we need a better way to do it. Like the next sections, like on the next when you go for the advanced, we are going to implement an admin interface for the for our project. Like so administrator can manage it. Like now, guys, we'll do the Django admin part. Like so admin part is very awesome. Like so I hope you will like it. Like it's very straightforward. Like you don't have to watch it on not so much code. Like it's very nice. Like nice, very nice. So let's start now. So when you start a new project, like Django already comes pre-configured the Django admin. So if you go to the setting file, and as you can see, if you go up all the way, install apps, you can see the Django contrib admin. That's mean admins, all the admins related, all the stuff is already pre-defined and everything. Like so they are pre-configured. Like so a good use case of Django admin is, for example, if you want to create your website where there's a admins part is there, like admins authorize the users, and admin maybe yourself can be admin. Like you create a blog, like you want to write a different blog, and you want to publish, and you want to create, delete, all this stuff. Like in that case, like you need some sort of admin section. Like but normal website, let's say the visitor attraction or something, like it's just there, like for static site, like people are coming here and see the information and things. Like you don't have to create the admin part. Like but another example would be like if you want to buy and sell something, like like an e-commerce website, like you can definitely you need like admin part. Like admin can do all the sort of like the add the products and delete the products and all the stuff. Like so what we'll do, we'll configure now the Django admin to maintain our the website application. Like so what we'll do, we'll go to our here. So we're going to turn off the server. So the Control-C in the Windows. So we just turn off now. So what we'll do, we'll write it down, the command to create our the admin part and create the super user. Like super user basically who's the admin. Like so Python manage.py create super user. That is very straightforward. I'm telling the Django to the manage file, the create super user. Just hit enter, and now it's giving me all the options. Like I have to fill that. Like so username. Like I can create username just right admin, and then it will ask me the email address. Like just give the basic email address. Like for experiment purpose. Like for testing purpose. So let's say admin at testing.com, right? And the password is like say 1 2 3 4 5. This is all, everyone loves it. Like again 1 2 3 4 5. All right. So password is, it must contain at least 8 characters. Look at this, man. Come on. It's giving me, this is another very good, like, did you see that, like, it's telling me that, like, my password is too short. It contains, it has to be at least 8 characters. The password is too common, and password is entirely numeric, like, so it's saying, like, so it's giving me the hints, like, I have to create a strong password, and it has to be a combination, like, letters and numbers and stuff, like, so, but, like, I'm just avoiding this, like, for a while, like, for testing purpose, like, so just press yes. So super user created successfully. This is how wonderful, like, this is how you can, within a minute, like, you can create, like, the super users and the admin part, like, so the next what we'll do now, if you go back to our, if you run our server again, so Python py run server, then we'll go back to our site and we'll check our admin page, like, how it looks like. Now seems everything okay, no issues. So instead of home, like, we're going to the admin section now. Up there, home, go to admin, and you might see the same time what's going on in here. So you see this, it's going to the admin page, like, and I can bring it over here so that at the same time you can see what's happening on the server side, like, Now, my boy just came from the school, like, I just playing with his car. Small bit of background sound is also applies for that. Now you see, like, how quick, like, it was or like it out of the box, like, you got all this stuff, like, Django administrations and things, like, so you just use name and password. So get the name, admin, and password, or for a bit 1 2 3 4 5, and then login. Do you see this? This is awesome. This is awesome. See, the things are working here. Look how in the server section, like, so we're just going to log in. Wow, look at this. I mean, this is just about this thing for a while. This is awesome. I mean, can you imagine, like, within few lines of code, Django is giving you the admin's part completely out of the box. Awesome, awesome. So you see, it comes with a lot of features as well, like, pre-configured. You can use, you can add the user, you can change, you can manage your group, like, and this is admin's busy side, change password, logout. Awesome, awesome. Now, this is if you want to add your web chat board, it's very straightforward. Just open the admin.py file, go back to our here, and if you go to the web chat folder, this is our admin file. And if you want to add new web chat board, just write down those few lines of code, like, and you will see the magic. Okay, so we're going to on top there, and then we have to already say the admins is imported, like, so we're going to import the board, our web chat board. So from models, import what do you want to import? This is the board, like, view the model. Yeah, so the model is the chat board. This is the word chat board. So I want to chat board, right? That is done and dusted, and then we'll write it down. Admin dot site dot registered. It should give me the hints, like, I don't have to type, like, come on, register. Yeah, now it's giving me. Okay, I don't want like this. I want register, then chatbot. This is how so easy. Now, if you go back to our website, you can add now different web chat board. So go back to our site. If you refresh the page, let's see what comes up. Okay. Now, it still probably is working in here. It's reloading, you see. So we have to be some patience, like, guys, right? Now, everything is working. So now, if you refresh the page, probably it might ask me again, like, the username and password. And now, Look at this, guys. Look at this. You see, I have a chat board. Mine. I can add a new chat board. I can change, like, So we'll play with this. Okay. So this is. Okay. Guys, like, how easy to create like a web development, like, with the Django web framework with Python. So it's ready to use, like, just click on the add. Just you can click on my existing the board, like, you can see it will graph from the database, like, what are the boards are available, like, I have already navigated Python basics and Python advanced, like, no, come on, guys, a bit slow, sorry for that, like, you see the 200, like, that means it's okay, like, it's passed, like, so this is the background is working, like, the server. So awesome. Look at this, like, the already out of the box, all this stuff. I didn't do anything, like, the CSS or HTML or anything, like, so this is the Python advanced, Python basic. I have a board, like, and I can add a chat board here, so let's do it. So add chat board, and I love it, you know what I mean? So let's say write some learn the Django and I love Django. It's awesome. Now you can save it. You can save and add letters, save and continue using. There's so many options you have, like, So if you go back to, you see this, man, awesome. If you press it here, you'll see the details. You can go to that board and you can delete it. You can change it, like, there's a history button there. Man, this is awesome. Right, so what's next? What we'll do, so we can add our chat board, we can delete, we can save later, and no, we go back to our main board, like, so just this is our admin page, like, here, and this is I'm going to the normal page in here. So you see it's working here, like, at the same time you can see that the server is working, but my laptop is a bit slow, like, what's going on. It's giving me the 404, and so I have to go to the home page, like, guys, home. Okay, now if I run the page, then it will give me our landing page. Look at this. So I have a landing page. I've added new the chat board, like, here. So later on we can add different posts and topics and things, and different users can do this, like, So guys, in this section, what we have learned, well, a lot of things, like, if you check that, like, we added like an admin part, we have changed our HTML, we added, like, we downloaded, like, bootstrap, and we added, like, the CSS bootstrap in here, and we connected this with our setting static files. Where is that? You see in here, we connected here, and then we didn't do anything with the view, like, we added our admin stuff, like, what is admin file? Yeah, we just started on this piece of code, and we just imported, like, our chat board. Chat board is, if you go to model, this is the chat board, like, we just imported that, and then awesome stuff's coming up, like, so in our site, like, so if you look back yourself, like, quite a lot of stuff, like, we have learned so far, like, so you have added the static folders, inside the static the CSS folders, and added, like, the bootstrap there. Then and we did a bit of setting files, some stuff, like, then more or less, like, we worked on the admin files, we did the view files, like, quite a lot of things, like, so if you look at this, the admin section is awesome, like, so if you go to the home page, so guys, all the stuff will be in my GitHub account, like, so you can copy the code, or you can fork the code, like, or you can play yourself, like, so you can add the user, you can change, you can delete, like, so let's say if the user will be only one user, there's the admin there, and this is the actions the admin added, like, so this is the awesome part, like, so this is the admin part. There's email address, and man, look at this. But like, I mean, there's so much thing, like, the out of the box, like, it came for you, like, you don't have to do anything, writing the CSS code or HTML code, like, did you see that? Like, this is awesome. So I hope you enjoy that part, like, so next we'll come up with the new ideas and things, like, and we're gonna add more stuff with our project, like, so after that, so see you next section, like, and one thing, like, please do subscribe my channels, like, that will encourage me to create more awesome contents for you guys, like, and if I am doing anything wrong, or if you have any ideas, like, please do let me know on my comment, on your video comment section, like, so I'll come back to you, like, as soon as possible with my best ability, like, thank you. Hello everyone, how are you? Hope you are well. So far we have learned quite a lot of stuff, like, as you can see, this is the state of our project, like, this is the home page, like, and this is where the admin part, like, we have seen the previously, like, we have created software, like, you can create that chatbot, you can see the groups and users, like, all this stuff, like, and we create the new board and everything, like, and you can play yourself, like, with pressing the different button, like, you will see more details on that, like, So what we'll do now, we'll deep down more fundamental concept, like, about the URL patterns, like, how the URLs work, like, step by steps, and how we can create the forms, like, how you will post some message to the database, like, creating the form, like, so in the process, like, we're going to explore many other concepts, like creating the reusable templates, like, we have done the templates here, like, but we will see, like, how you can create one template and we can reuse them again and again, like, and we also see the third-party library install, like, how you can install the third-party libraries, like, So without wasting our time, let's start now, like, about the URL, like, so what is the basically URL, like, URL is, as you can see, like, is I'm setting the path, like, I'm going to the admin page. If you want to go to the home page, like, and this is where, like, if you want to go, like, without writing the home, like, in URL, like, the way I've done, like, but if I just write home, it will take me the same page as well, like, so the default, like, if you write the path like this, like, that means this is the default. Now we will go more details on how you can create the URLs, like, so proceeding with the development of our website application, like, we have to implement a new page to list all the topics, like, as you can see, if you go to the model, we have created the chat topics, like, there will be subject and who last updated, like, what with the name of the board, chatbot names, and who started, like, board, like, so we'll create a new page on that. We are going to the URL page, okay, and then we will create the URL that will take to the new topic page, like, so the chat topic page, like, so we'll go to step by step. So the home, and then we'll go to the new chat topics, like, so what we'll do, we'll go right path, and we'll give the name, let's say chat topic. We'll give the name, we have to create the view in the view page, the HTML. So name, let's say give chat topics. So if you go to the view, like, the way we get the home, like, so the same way we'll create chat topics, like, so we'll get the comma. You can put, like, more regex stuff, like, here. So what we'll do, we'll put some regex stuff there. So I'll explain later what all this does, like, let's see if it's first it will work, like, so question mark, primary key, page, then the primary key, and then we'll do the decimal, which is the ID, like, and let's see, I'm not sure, like, whether it will work or not, like, but we'll try, like, there's nothing, there's no hassle to test, like, so let's take a moment to analyze, like, URL patterns, like, and the path, like, or URL, like, whatever you call the URL. the dispatcher, the URL configurations are fundamental parts of the Django application. In the beginning, it takes time. It's very confusing. But honestly, I remember, it is a hard time when I start first developing the Django, so it takes time, to grasp, the URL path and concept, So in fact, right now, the Django developers are working on to create more simple way, to how the routing things will work, So if you build a big project, it can have many URLs, distributing within the apps, you have this multiple page, so you have to create all the path of the page, but the Django needs a url.py to use as a starting point. And this special urls.py is called the root URL configuration. Is defined in the setting.py. So if you go to the setting.py, you will see our root already. My first Django project.url. This is the root URL configuration. From there it will comes in here. So it already comes configured. So you don't have to need to change anything over there. Setting over here. So it's already pre-configured. When Django receive a request, you want to get a page, it's just doing a request, it starts searching for a match in the project, the URL configuration, it starts with the first entry of URL patterns. It will come first in here, so root configuration. From here, it will send the here, and it will start searching, the match, and whenever writing the in a URL, home, it will go in here, search. This is find, bang it, it will go that page. If you go to admins, go there, so this is how. So if it doesn't find, then it will show you the 404 exception, the page not found, so when it finds, it passes the request to the view function. So whenever it finds the home page, it will go to the home.html, the view folder. There's a view, so it will go in here, the request, home page, and home view will send to here, that page. This is how, you can see first it's coming in here URLs, and you're searching for the patterns, which page you're looking for. Then it will send the view.home, view.home, this is where home, and then the name is the page of the home, So the order in the URL patterns is matters, because Django will stop searching as soon as it find a match. Now, if Django doesn't find a match in the URL configurations, it raises a 404 exception, which is the error code for the page not found, So if you go, I'm just going to save it, there is a convention, to write the URL, the convention is def URL, and just to give you an example, what exactly it does, so it's first it's going to regex part, then it's going to the views, going to views, then keyword arguments, which is not mandatory, but this is the convention, and then name, so this is how, the convention, for writing the URLs, here the regex part, the regex, I have created an advanced Python tutorial, the details about the regex, how you can create the conditions about the different regex, so you can watch on that part, to get a more understanding, about the regex part, so regex is a regular expression for matching URL patterns in string, so this is the regex, so is each of the string has their own meanings, just to remember, whenever the URL finds a specific match, it's sent to the view functions, the view page, and view will find whatever the page, the HTML page, it will respond, so, and here you can see the keyword arguments, this is kind of it's called keyword arguments that pass to the target view, if you want to specifically show the certain view, it is normally used to do some simple customizations or reusable views, we don't use it very often, but the name here, and the last parameter is the name. This is the unique identifier for a given URL, so it's a very recommended, to use the name so that you can easily control the very large project, if you give the name of your URL, so it's a unique way identify for a given URL. This is a very important features. Always remember to name your URLs, so even if someone read your code and they will understand, okay, that URL call, new topics, that URL call the admins, I didn't put the name here, but it's admin, so here I put the name of the URL is my home. So with these, you can change a specific URL in the whole project by just changing the regex. If ever you want to change any other URL, just changing the regex part, it can change whole thing. So it is important to never hard code URLs in the view or templates, always refer to the URLs by its name, you know. So in practice, you don't need to be an expert in regular expression, but I've seen a lot of times, a lot of developer, they put the cheat sheet. So they put the cheat sheet in front of them, in case they need, to use, because the regex part is very, I mean, if you want to read all of them, it makes you sometimes, I don't want to use the negative word, but it takes time to understand, and you can't remember all of them, there's a lot of conditions and stuff, so you only need to learn how to match simple pattern, this is the main important thing, but you don't have to memorize, you don't have to learn everything by heart, but just if you are going to be a developer, you'll get into, it comes automatically, the more you do, okay, I want to do this, okay, blah, 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 blah. And if you want to go, I get stuck, always Google search, how to do this, you'll find, straight away. So you will find plenty of even if you go to the Django documentation, the URL patterns, then you'll find a lot of useful URL patterns, how to do this, And I'm going to add all these useful things in my GitHub account, so that you can always find over there as well. If you want to create basic URLs, basic URLs are very simple to create. It's just a matter of matching string, for a simple website, basic URLs will do, for example, let's say you wanted to create an about page, it could be defined like this, and create an about, or one of the function, there, and the name equal to about, it's very simplistic for, so nothing hard on that at all. So this is how you can create very simple URL. Let's see, what's that? Anyways, in this goes into something. Hang on. Okay, this is where I didn't put the comma here, so silly mistake. Anyway, so you can create from the about to multiple more pages, so I'll just give you more example. Let's say I'm just going to copy this line. So what you can do, you can see the very simple way you can create multiple pages, from there. So if you create the first about page, you can create, about your company, and then just keep changing, and if you want to get the who is the author of this web application, so you can put the author, and you can, this is how, in a very simple way you can make a basic URL, and then you can put, the just for simplicity, the example I'm just creating. So you can create the view, all of the viewed about company, or these are all functions, in here, that you have to create, and at the same time you have to create, if you need to be more data generated, so you have to create the classes, for each of them, so, and then you have to put the view about privacy. You can give the different name, but whichever prefer you, you can. This is how, you can create very simple way. You can create your basic URL, and these are some example of simple URL routing. For the old example, in the view function, I have to follow the structure, same structure. So suppose I have to create, the about. What is this? I create the first about, and then I have to then create about company, then I have to create about author, step by step, I cannot create first about company first, and then create the about here, and then if I go back, about, this is how I have to follow step by step, I cannot go from here, then first, if I cannot, and then def about company, then about, I cannot do this, I have to be step by step, so the view function will follow the structure at the same time, the way you did the URL here, first home, then about company, then all this stuff, the same way the view has to follow the same, the step by step, my whole point I'm telling you, you have to follow the step by step, the guidelines. If you want to go more in depth, the advanced URL patterns, this comes from the regex, so the regex to match certain types of data and create dynamic URL. This is where it comes, let's say you want to get a specific user topics, specific topics, then comes the regex, it has to look for the database, to get the specific username, get the specific ID, specific data, then you need to advance URL, and if you practice a few times, and if you study a bit of different topics on that, you will be more comfortable on that, so the way I've created in here, let's say I'm creating another one. So Initially, like, we will be working with the chatbot ID, like, we didn't create the primary key, like, so if you don't create the primary key, the Django will create automatically the ID will generate in the model. We have shown you, like, the earlier. So to create the dynamic page for the topics, like, let's do it again. Let's say, where's that, like, so where's the topics I've created, like, so here you see I've created here, like, the one. So that the regex part, like, is the /d class will match an integer of an arbitrary size. The integer will be used to retrieve the chat both topic, like, from the database. That part will retrieve from the database, like, the chat topic from the chat board, like, and now observe that we wrote the regex part, like, it's question mark p, and then less than sign, primary key, kind of the sign, like, this is telling Django to capture the value into a keyword argument named primary key. So I'll show you when I'm writing the code, like, it will make sense to you, like, it will make sense to you. So here is, let's say, if you go to, like, view functions, and if you write, this is what pk comes, like, and then you have to do something here, like, so what I'm saying is that when you put in a URL pk, that pk comes in from here, that you are going to put this. So because you use here question mark p pk /d plus regex, the keyword argument in the chat topics must be named pk, so it has to be pk. But if I put, like, id, I have to put in the view the id. This is how you have to follow, like, so. But if you wanted to use any name, you could do it instead of these. If you just do, say, topics, I'm just going to do this, nothing else, like, so in that case, like, I have to go into the view functions and writing the chat id. I have to put, like, because it's looking for in the URL, like, I have added, like, the search for the decimal value, like, so these are the things, like, it comes when you do more practice, like, when you do a bit of exercise and things, like, it will be handy, like, initially it takes a bit confusing things, like, but trust me, it will be clear. So you can do that way, or you can go the way we've done earlier, like, you can do just ideas. So the name wouldn't matter, like, but it is good practice to use name parameters, because when we start composing bigger URL, capturing multiple IDs and variables, it will be easier to read, like, so this is how the name comes, like, so the name is very handy, like, PK stands for primary key, or if you do ID, which will be obviously the in the database, like, the unique ID, like, is a shortcut, like, for PK is a primary key, like, for the most case, like, using the PK properties is the same as the ID. That because if you don't define the primary key for a model, when you create the model here, I didn't use the primary key, I used the foreign key, like, for different purpose. To as I explained earlier, like, why did I use the foreign key here, like, to connect to the different tables, like, excuse me. I didn't use, like, any primary key in here, like, but so because of that, like, Django will get automatically an ID, like, and I showed you, by testing, like, the Python console, like, to get the ID and stuff, like, so the Django will automatically create an autofill, like, name ID, which will be used as a primary key, like, but if you define a different primary key for a model, for example, let's say if you want to put your the email as in your primary key to access to you, it could be used either object.email or object.pk, like, this is how you can find graphs, like, what exactly the primary key and things, like, you can play yourself, like, from my earlier when I was talking about, like, how to get the ID, how to get the details, and how to get the primary key and things, like, so you can check over there. It's time to write some code, like, let's implement the topic. Okay, so we are going to create a topics with the chat topics, like, now we have created the URLs. Probably we'll try first with this way, like, if it doesn't work, like, we'll go to the next stage, like, now if you go to the view page, we have to create that request page, like, and then after that we'll create the HTML, like, so I didn't delete them, like, because it'd be useful for you, like, you can go back and see, like, how we have started from the beginning, like, so we already imported, like, our chatbot, and we also imported, like, more renders and message response and everything, like, so if you go back to, well, right on the bottom, like, there, so instead of the ID, I'm gonna pk primary key, because in the URL, like, we put the pk, so going to pk primary key and then writing some code. So chatbot, I'm going to go to my chatbot dot and getting all the objects, like, just dot get build to pk. Here the pk will be considered as ID, like, getting all of them, and the next, once you get them, what is saying this here? Because the chatbot is assigned but never used. Okay, I'm going to use it again. Wait for a while. Then return render first request chat topics dot html. Are you all in the same page? I have to use the comma here. I didn't create this chat topics page. Okay, I'm going to create it now. Okay, so now I'm going to create another HTML. Let's go to the template folders and create another file. HTML. We're just going to write some raw HTML, like, and wrote earlier, so I'm going to copy and paste, but it will, if I write down all the code again, it will take quite a long time, like, you get bored, like, so let's right, we have to change a couple of things, like, for the URL patterns, like, remember we did this way, like, the path, like, board topic, and all the way, like, to get the specific board topic from the database, like, so I was going to do it, like, this, but it doesn't work with the regex, like, so so I put the reference here, like, Django topics about the URL, like, so where you'll get all the details, like, why it's not working, because the like, the path functions, like, the regex, like, they used to use the URL, like, URL functions, like, but that depreciated, like, so that you can use the repath, like, re_path, like, that is going to work with this, like, so what we did, like, we're just going to do the regex, like, so we put the both topics / and then we're going to the pk, like, as a primary key, like, which will be our ID, like, first one, and then we create the views, like, the board topic, and then we give the name of the board topic, like, but that's the same thing, like, and by the way, like, I have already updated my the spider, as, like, it was now version 5.1.5, like, so if you see in the view, like, this is the view, like, the board topic, like, I changed the name of the HTML as well file, chatbot topics.html, like, instead of a chat topics, like, it's like the chatbot topics, like, so here we're getting, like, remember we have a chatbot, like, the model names. If you go to the model name with the chatbot, like, so we're getting all the chatbot in here, like, getting objects, like, get and the primary key to primary key, like, and installing all the chatbot in here, and then we're getting from there into responding from there. So what we've done, like, this is the basic HTML, like, file. So we have just getting the chatbot names, like, which will give us, like, name the chatbot, and yeah. So if we just save these, like, all of them, if you, and then I'm just going to keep in here, like, you see that this is our server, like, whenever you save something, like, it's update automatically, like, so if you go back here, like, our page, just going to make it smaller. So this is how it looks like, the chatbot, the name of the Python basic, like, so here's the our URL. I'm going to go back to here. Okay, so stay in here. So if you go to the URL, like, you see this is how you see the board topic / and then I put the primary key 1. So if let's say if I do number 2, that will bring me the Python advanced, like, there was a topic was I should give the Python advanced, yeah, Python advanced. So if I go to, like, number 3, we have created 3 boards, like, so that will give me the Django, right? So because this is what's, yeah, learn Django, you see. So this is how, like, you can create dynamic, like, your URL, like, but and this is our admin page still as it is, like, but what I'm saying is that the way we create the HTML, like, we have to, like, this is the raw HTML, like, but we're going to put like one a reusable HTML, so that we don't have to write again and again, slightly will change and we'll get everything, I'm not going to do all the tests now, because we're just developing, but it's a good way to, if at the same time you do tests, you will make sure everything is working perfectly, but that will take ages, that will take quite a long time to do all this stuff, so what we'll do next, let me think, what we can do. Okay, let's create a reusable template, so we don't have to write again and again. So what is the reusable code? Until now we have been copying and pasting HTML, repeating several parts of the HTML documents, which is not very sustainable in the long run, and which is not a good practice as well, so which is considered as a kind of sort of bad practice. So in this section we are going to refactor our HTML template and creating a master page, and from there, we will only adding some unique part for each template, so what we'll do, so going to the template, and create the base, another new file, which is our base HTML. So from there, we'll just create another page. Let's go base.html, right? And in there, I'm just wrote it earlier, so I'm just going to post it here. So we are just going to use our base HTML, right? So this is pretty much everything same, so we're just going to leave it as it is, title, body, div tags, and all the stuff, so this is going to be our master page, this base HTML. Every template we create is going to extend this page. Okay, so observe now how we introduce, that the block, the special tag, for so it is used to reserve a space in the template, which is a child template, which extend the master page and can insert code in the HTML within that space, so you see that's the block, so when we'll put the when we're going to use this base template to the other HTMLs and chatbot topics, and you will realize how we're going to use it, so in the case of block title, we are also setting a default value, which is web chat boards. It will be used if you don't set a value for the block title, in the child template. So now let's refactor our two templates, home HTML and chatbot topics, so what we'll do, we're going to refactor the home HTML. So instead of all of these, what you're going to do, first thing what we'll do, we don't need all of these, those doc types and the HTML head and tabs and body. We don't need all of this, and so rather what we'll do, we don't need all of this, so all the way we'll take it off, but then we will just going to use, I'm going to extend the base HTML, that page, I don't know all of these. What else we can change from there? I don't need the body and HTML anymore. Just rather I have to close the top tag, which is the end block, so you see we started here on top, that's block content. So I'm going to close the end block, this here. I hope it will work, so I'm going to leave it you see that the thing's open, and I'm going to save now. See, and then come on and see what's happening here. Now if I go back to our page, see if it's working or not, so if you go to sort of these, I'm going to go to the home page. I wish to see, now guys, as you can see, where it's showing everything same as it is, you see that we just refactor, or we are just getting from the base HTML, we are copying the base HTML, and we're just refactor some things, we're not using anymore all the top way, the HTML tags and on top, we're just going to extend that. So the same thing we'll do in chatbot topic as well, now for the chatbot topics, what we'll do, we're just going to refactor the page. This is where we're just extending the base HTML, and then the title, we're getting the board names, chatbot names, and then block.super. What does it mean here, so this is the block title. We'll get the default value, what's the chatbot, and names, we'll get the use the Python basic or Python advanced or learning Django and things, notice that we can reuse the default value of the block by calling block.super. The super we see if we go to base, we just give this is the web chat board, this is the block title and block here, and this is where we can get the block to super. So here we are playing with the website title, like which we will define the base recipient as a web chat board. So for Python board, so it'll be like it will be when you go to the chatbot topics, like it will be a web chatbot, will be the Python basic, web chatbot, the Python advanced, and this is how it will be from here. The chatbot names, and then whatever the we'll get the super, the whatever the chatbot, the base name, and then we'll get the name of the actual board, and so let's check it now, how it looks like. So this is our another thing, you see, in here, we just put the our home URL as well, the href, which is defined, if you chat post, web chat board, just web chat board, we just put the link, so if you press in here, it will go take the home page, so if you go back to the page, this is our home page, and if you want to go specific specific board, so if you go, let's see, go to topic 1, what is it? So the chatbot is the Python basic, you see, if you press in here, it will take to our main home page, this is what is done in here, so href curly base person URL home, this will take, now it's for beginning, it seems a bit confusing, with all the URLs and stuff, and now we get the base HTML, we're just getting those things, we're not writing again and again for every single page, all this stuff, so basically it was block breadcrumbs, in block content, in block, so whenever you start, as you can see, we're saying block title and block breadcrumb, end block. These are the some sort of by convention you have to follow, for the bootstrap stuff, the breadcrumbs and stuff, so we're starting, but from here, for time being, we're just leaving empty, so we'll do something later on. So we just block breadcrumbs and the end block. So every time we're starting something, block titles, then we're going to end block. This is how, it's not that hard, so what we'll do, so we have our base HTML, so we can easily add a top bar with a menu on that as well, so that every page will be the same with the menu and with the bar as well, so to do this, we have our web chat board, and then it's an end block there, and then we're getting the CSS, there. So if you do in here the bootstrap class, if you add here, that's gonna, so what we'll do, just going to bring it here, just write this line in here, okay, never expand, this is what the color will be, and then the container here, and then the breadcrumbs. What we'll do instead of these, so we're going to add a few more things in here, so just div class container, and then we're going to do another class here, which will be the, we'll show you the home page here, just give me a second, I'm just going to fix it right here. The same thing, we'll put the reference here, and then we're going to close that div, right, and then we're going to close the nav as well. Right, so next again we're going to another div to the container, div class container. What time is this now? It's now 12:30 the night time, and guess where I'm from. Now we'll go to this, and what else we'll do, we're going to push it back here. And now next, what we'll do, we're going to close the div and nav now, okay. We're going to end block, block content, so the body, look at this, it should be like this, mistake. So we did a d plus container welcome for block content, and then block content and block date body. Perfect. Okay. Pretty much we are set, like, so if you go back to run our page, like, let's see how it looks like. This is much better now. It's in the top, like, web chat board. This is the whole board, like, and then if you press it here, it will take the home page, like, basically it's a home page. And if you go back to I hope you guys are with me, like, so this is how, like, I mean, we have to slowly build it, like, so if you go to the page, like, the specific board, like, you see on the top, like, there's a, you can change the color, like, if you watch it color, like website board, like, the Python basic, and then if you press there, it will take to the home page, like, let's say if you go play it again, you go to page number 2, and from there, if you press here, it will take the home page again, like, you see that, I mean, slowly we're building, like, our application, like, so so you see, this is how we can extend, remember, if you are working on a project, like, and if you want to modify your application and things like this, is how we can, like, slowly build up, and then changing different things in different times, like, whatever requirements, like, for project, like, so, but you cannot they're fast, like, you can't build like this, like, something like this. You have to slowly build up, like, so this is how all the learning process, like, I mean once you are well ahead confidence, like, you can once you build this, like, this thing will be in your repository, like, if you are pushing all the code and everything, like GitHub, like, so you can again go back and see how you have done, like, how you can do it, and you can copy the same work, like, for your project as well, like, this is how, yes, I have done this way, like, so I can utilize, or I can do more advanced, or I can create something different, like, the same concept, like, this is how, like, you will build up your programming experience and things, like, so what we'll do next, so if you are, like, if you want to know more about the bootstrap and stuff, like, so you can see in the tutorials, like, but I'm planning to create, like, but it's so much busy, like, the other things going on with the jobs and stuff, like, it's not easy to create the tutorial at the same time doing other things, like, if you put the logo and things, like, it's really much nicer, like, so if you want to change the different style font, you can do it, like, you can add all the stuff, like, so this is so far we have done, like, with the URL, like, how you can create the dynamic URL, and how you can create the base HTML, and you can utilize the same HTML with the other HTML, like, and what we have done, we have introduced, like, the repath function here as well, like, so you want to regex utilize, like, you have to do the repath, like, and you see, if you change in here, like, chatbot topic, you have to write in the URL, like, chatbot topic, like, this is how. And so I'm leaving all this stuff, like, I'm not going to deleting anything, like, so that you can come back, like, you can if you forget anything, like, you can check yourself, like, I'm going to push all this on the GitHub as well, like, so you can easily follow from there as well. So next, what we'll do, next one I do, like, how to create the forms, like, how you can post something, writing something, and then sending it to the database as well, like, so we'll do those things, like, and if you have any comments, like, regarding all of these, like, just write it down in the comment sections, and I'll come back to you, like, and please do subscribe my channel, like, I appreciate, like, if you can do it, which can encourage me to create more comments, like, okay. So now, guys, how are you? So far, we have created base HTML, chatbot topics, home HTML, like, those are kind of, and there's 2 views, like, one is about topics and one is the homes, like, so what we'll do now, we'll create the form, like, if you want to post something, like, as a new topic or something, like, you have to create some sort of form so that you can write and post it, like, so forms are used to deal with user input, like, whenever you are writing something, you as a user, you have to write something on your applications, and you have to use a form. It's a very common task in any web applications or website, like, the standard way to do is through the HTML form. If you're familiar with the HTML form, like, how you can create the forms and post it, like, where the user input, put some data and submit to the servers, then the server does something with it, like, the rendering and all the stuff, like, do all sort of validations and things, like, but whenever you're doing form processing, is a more or less kind of complex task, because it involves interacting with many layers of applications, like, it's going through step by step with the different layers.
there are also many issues to take care of it. Like, for example, when the user writing submitting the data to the server, it goes to as a string format. So we have to convert again to as proper data. Either if you write an integer form or float form or date, it goes to the server as a string. But then when you are going to visualize applications, it has to be transferred as in proper form, so that the user can understand what exactly. If you send the date, as a string format, if you later on, if someone view, they don't make any sense, So before doing anything with it, we have to validate the data regarding the whatever the business logic of the application. And we also have to sanitize the data properly to avoid any security issue. A lot of days, these days, the SQL injections and X has attack. There's a more advanced level, people who are doing kind of hacking and things. They're doing all sorts of things. But good news is that Django Forms API makes the whole process a lot easier. Which makes it's like a magic. But automating a good chunk of this work, that's huge. It's quite a lot of tasks, it does, the Django Forms API, the final result is a much more secure code than most programmers would be able to implement by themselves. Imagine, they are already pre-implemented already. So no matter how simple the HTML form is, always use the form API. My humble request to you, always use the Django Forms API, which gonna give you more secure and confidence, But before we're implementing the forms Django API, what we're going to do, we're just going to not going to jump straight to the API, but I think it would be a very good idea for us as for new learner to spend some time trying to understand the underlying details of the processing, what's happening exactly in the form, otherwise it will end up looking like a magic. I just write a bunch of lines, and it's going to be a magic, but if something goes wrong, you have no clue what's going on, what to do, if you as a developer, if you have in a company, if you have some issues, you have no clue where to solve that problem. So, which is not a good practice, because when things go wrong, you have no idea where to look for the problem. Excuse me. So with a deeper understanding of some programming concept, we can feel more control of our situation. If anything goes wrong, we can know exactly where to go, jump. When you are in a control, it is important because it gives us some sort of confidence to write a better code with more confidence, and the most important, we know exactly what is going on, So it's much easier to implement a code of predictable behavior. It's a lot easier to debug and to find errors because you know where exactly to jump in your code. So let's start by implementing the form. Okay, excuse me. Right. That we have created the models. There is chat posts and chat topics and a post. So we're going to create a new topic as a form, so but there is when you're creating the new topic, it has to be involve the post as well, because you're creating the new topic and you're posting, something. So it's kind of involved both sides, And there's another important aspect that we haven't discussed it so far, which is the authentications, excuse me. We just created our application, the admin part, we just created our username and password, but if the new user, you have to make an authentication, so you're only supposed to show the screen for authenticated user. Do you know what I mean? So this way we can tell who created topic, that started the topics, and who posted, So we'll go there stage, we'll go there, so step by step. So let's give us some details and focus on understanding how to save the user input in the database, okay. So first thing what we'll do, we are going to get the new URL. So going to the URL page, we're going to get a new URLs, which will be, say, let's say, create excuse me, new topic inside our board. So to do this, what we'll do, write pretty much same, just going to get a copy this one and paste it, and then all topics we're going to do, instead of these, we're going to write new topics, /, and then we will change the new board topic, and we can give the name as well, new board topic. Okay, right, pretty much. You're with me, guys? Yeah. So as you can see, there's a pretty much same, everything, the regex. So when you're going to regex, we have to use the repath functions. So when you write that in the URL, just both topics and /, and the new, that will take to that page, so once it's done that, we're going to create the function in the view page, view those py the functions, for that we give the name new board topic. Okay, so to do this, new board topic, which will be our request and pk, what's in pk, the primary key. So, and then chat board, we have to get a new, going to import another third-party functions, so Django shortcuts, import render. We're going to import again, let's see, that if it's not available, so it will give us the not found error, page, 404. So we'll do, if that is things not available, so it will give us a syntax. What's going on? Excuse me. But this should be there, and then we have to return render request. We'll create new HTML. So give the name of the HTML, new board topic. So we'll create this, I'm just going to put the name for a while, and then that board is our that board. Right. So we created our new board topic, the view functions, and next we'll create the HTML. So from there we'll see, remember we create the base HTML, so the first thing we have to get a page here inside our templates, the new file. That will be what we give the new board topic, is it? New board topic.html. Okay, so we are always going to use the base HTML, so what we'll do, probably we can copy some of the stuff, because we don't have to use again and again same thing, Okay guys, last time we were at this stage, getting the new board topic, the HTML page. Sometime what happened, I had to leave my desk to do something else, and when I come back, I have to find out where exactly I was, so in case if I miss in between this, so my apology, and try my best, to remember, where exactly I was. So this is where I think we are just going to get a new board topic HTML, so we'll do just going to write it in here. This is where we're extending the base HTML, this one, and from there, just going to go ahead and start a new chat topic, the blog titles, and you can do this way as well, between this you can do, and then we are just going to create one link going back to the home page, and the board topic. This is where it's coming from. This one, if you go to view the board topic, that page. So and we are going to get a chatbot.pk, which is when you go to the URL, this is where you're going to get the board topic primary key, the if it's the ID, the number of boards, or whatever ID will be in URL, you will get this one, So remember in here, when you're writing, I'll bring it over here, the page, so it'll be handy for you to understand. So remember when you're writing here, board topic, board topic 1, it's going to give you, what was that? Okay, yeah, board
I'm not going to go to home, like, I'm not going to go to the home. It's about topic 1. So if we do like this, it's going to show you, the chatbot with a Python basic, like, 1. So another thing, guys, I want to show you, like, this, if you want to see, like, this is what's, I'm just going to close it and then showing to from beginning. So if you want to set the developer tools, like, go to the more tools and go to the developer tools, and from there, like, you can see all the stuff, like, whether it was how the communication is going on, like, so to the network, like, going to the servers and things, like, so I'll show you. Yeah, when I requested, like, so you see, if I do this, it's going to, you see, it's going to that specific page, like, it's going to start us 200, which means okay, like, another thing, you can see the sources, like, where exactly it should show all the code, like, so this is where exactly the code, like, if there's any, if you see whenever you hover over it, like, you'll see it's going to be flashing in here, like, highlighting in there. So you can see in the console section as well, like, what's happening, like, the most important, like, we normally go to the network section, like, to check networks and elements. Everything is important, but more important, kind of more sort of a network part, like, we check, like, what's going on. So if you go to now new, that means it will go to, you see, that means it's 200 is okay, that means it's working. So the page is not yet here. Did I save everything? No, I didn't save, like, so you see, the reason I didn't save is not showing. So the chatbot is basically, is going to, if you go to the view functions, like, the new board topic. So I'm going to the chatbot, you are getting all the objects. This is our chatbot model. If you go to the model, you see the chatbot, like, so we're getting all the chatbots and primary key equal to primary key, whichever equivalent, like, 1 equal to 1, that will get. And so we're storing all the chatbot in here, and then we're sending to that, to the new board topic chatbots. So basically it's coming in here, chatbot.pk. So, and if you save these, and then if you go back to our page, and if you run now, then you will see the action that you see the title is going to start a new chat topic, and this is where you see the new topic coming in. So if I press this here, it will go to that page, the Python basic chatbot, like, and obviously we didn't start it here, like, the new topic, so you have to create the page again and posting the chat. So, and if you press here, it will take you to our home page, like, so this is what's happening here. This is where it's happening. So if you press home button, like, and if you take if you're the Python, let's say, I'll show you one thing. So if I go to board topic here, if I go to so if I press new, if you go to the Python basic, the new, right? And you can see at the same time it's working, like, and so if I do here to 3, like, so it will go to the learn Django. So the moment I will press in here, it will take me to the learn Django board, and inside the learn Django page we are posting the new topic, like, but which is not ready yet, like, so we'll do this, like, so guys, you can see, like, from here at the same time, instead of going to the server, whether it is what's going on in here, like, but at the same time you can check in here, and it's going to communicate with the server as well, like, that means 200 services means okay. All this stuff, there's plenty of things you can do in here, like, with the debugging, all this stuff in here, very important console, like, and some other stuff here, like, you can do more advanced level when you go there, like, we'll show you step by step everything. For now, we just have the breadcrumbs showing the navigations, like, going from the homes and new board topics and stuff, like board topics, everything. Observe, like we include this URL back to the board topic, like, from the new topic to the board topic to the home, like, so this is how I've showed you, like, in here, like, with examples, how we can go back to board topics and then go to the home page and everything, like, so we can do right in the home, like, instead of a web chat board, we can home, like, we can do, excuse me. And now we still haven't implemented a way to reach this new page, like, and posting something, like, but if we change the URL to number 1 and 2 is going to the new board, like, if it's 1, it's going to Python basic, if it's 2 in here, like, it's going to Python advanced, and 3 is learn Django, like, now we'll do create a small form, like, so inside in here, so let's go back to the
ID, and inside in here we'll write a few more codes, like, for the simple form, starting with the simple form, like, so the form which I've put out here. Let's start code in here. Look, these are not very hard to grasp, like, so these are basically using the form method as a post, like we're posting something, like, normally there are some barbs, like, either get, post, delete, or update, like, but normally most of the time we're using the get and post, like, for the small kind of application. And these are the HTML form, just only for using the CSS and using the bootstrap for, like, it just look like if I run the application, the save first, and then I'll explain you, like, what's going on here. It's not bad looking, like, just writing the subject of the Django new topics and the message, like, and post it, like, but we didn't implement it yet, like, but this is how it looks like, So if you go back to the coding, like, this is where I'm creating the CSRF token, which is the validation part, like, so this is where the form started, like a form tag, like, we define the method, like, post. These structures the browser on how you want to communicate with the server. Every HTTP specs defines several request methods, like, they have some, as I said, like earlier, like, the get, post, update, delete, but the get is the perhaps the most common request type, like, it used to retrieve data from the server. Every time you click on link, like, so that means if I click on that link, so it's going to get, like, so as you can see, it's getting a get request, like, so if you go to the server, you see it's getting the get. It's all the get stuff, like, so if you go back to so the post is used when you want to change the data to the server. You're sending the data to the servers, and data you're changing something to the server, like, so generally speaking, every time we send data to the server, that will result in a change in the state of source, like, it's going to update something, you want to change something, or delete something, like, you should always send it, like, by a post request, like, normally the Django web framework, like, it protects all post requests using CRF token, like, I'm going to talk about the CRF token more advanced when I go to, like, more kind of web development and stuff, like, so what is the CSRF token does, like, it's a cross-site request forgery token, like, normally token is used, like, for cookies and stuff, like, is sessions and stuff, like, so it is a security measure to avoid external sites or application to submit data to your application, like, so this is more very high level, advanced, like, but you have to get tokens and things, and if the token is matched, like, then it will give you authentications, you can log in. This is a more high level, like, anyway, so every time the application receives a post request, it will first look for the CRF token, like, the CRF token. If the request has no token, or the token is invalid, it will discard the post data. So this is like, so it's very important, like, concept. The token has to be matched with the request, like, so if it doesn't match, forget about it, like, so this is where I'm going to put the CRF token here. Input type is a text, like, I'm writing something, like, and the form controls, which is, like, the ID subjects and name subjects. Same here is a text area, like, class form control ID message name message. This is where, like, it's coming from. So if you go back to new browser form, like, you see the message and subject, like, so this is where it's coming from. And finally, we're going to submit the data, like, we're going to from dot what else import. We're doing our chat topic. If you see the model chat topics, like, we have to import like this, and then we have to import the post as well, like, you could have done like this as well, like, just US to post and chatbot and all this stuff, but I prefer like this, like, so, and we have to import the user as well, like, so just going to import the user up from authentications purpose, like, so from the Django retrieve auth and on the models, basically we're getting the user, like, import user, right? Even though we didn't implement it yet, like, so, and we have to do one more things. Just going to get a okay. So what you can do, like, to create a basic, like, an about topic, so you can write it down here.
if let's dot post, what we'll do, so if this method is a post, what we'll do, the name of the subject equal to request dot post, post subject, and message this dot post will be message, right? And then we're going to the user. Even though we have only one user, the admin is for time being. Just first, we didn't implement it yet, so excuse me, we'll implement this. Anyway, that will be the currently logged in user, will be the kind of sort of admin, So, what you want to do, the chat topic. The topics you will do chat. Excuse me. Objects. We're going to create, what you're going to create. We're going to create subject equal to subject message, and what you're going to do now. Board. And user chat board. We have to go to chat board like this, so okay. And the user. And next, what we'll do, we'll return redirect to the, we're going to redirect the chatbot topics, board topic, right? Direct board topic and primary key equal to chatbot. Chatbot.pk. Right, I hope it's going to work. Redirect, and then finally we have our return board, okay. Local variable messages but not ever used. Okay, I'm going to fix them. So if you save the data, and if you go back to our here, this is how. Okay, we have to create a post here, so post dot objects dot create. So first we do the chat topic we're creating, and then we're going to post now. So the message and the topic into that topic, and then go to the model, this is topic, so instead of a chat topic, and create it by, okay. So this is how we're going to go back, created by the user, okay, and will be topic. Because it has to be the same with the model, chat topic. It should be chat topic, and let's say by, okay, but never used. What is saying there?
Let's save these, all of them. So remember, like, whenever you refresh the page, it takes time to get let's get ready, like, so if I go to page 3, so the Django, so it's working. So if I just write it down, subject, we are learning Django advance. I hope we're all on the same track. So if we post it, what it does, let's say, it's showing some sort of 500 status. That means something not right? Okay, do you see this line? So we'll fix it. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. I mean, if you don't see those things, like, you have to be familiar with all this stuff. Like, get used to it. Like, let's see where the server says, like, it's giving me 500 chat topics. Got an unaccepted keyword arguments chat board. Okay, there's something going on here. Argument here, like, the chat board, something wrong on the code, like, chat board. Okay, it should be, what's my chat topic with the model, like, okay, board name. Okay, board name, it should be board name, subject. Okay, go back to our actual page, and if you post, okay, as you can clearly see, it's not working, something going wrong. So if you go to the server, it will say something. Definitely the error will show here, like, type or chat topics, got an unaccepted keyword argument chat board. So if I do write test, if I post it now, okay, as you can see, chat topics got an unaccepted keyword arguments starter. This is where we need to fix that starter. Well, guys, I think we fixed that, like, so I'll just write it again. Test one. So what I've find out, like, in here, by looking at the server message, like, you see, it's need the type error, like, the starter, like, this is, you can see, starter. So I put the starter here instead of a board starter. If you look at the models, I give the column's name, which is the board star, but in the view I put the starter, like, so it's giving me error in here. So this is very important, like, you understand what's exactly going on, where exactly mistake happened. So this is the type error, like, so I got a mistake. So I changed the board starter, and then it's fixed now. So same, you see the subject, board name, board starter. If you look at the models, like, the way I get subject, board name, board starter, like, and then what's this topic, like, and created by. So this is how here, like, everything has to be the same, like, what you create in the model, So right. So if you go back to our here, like, so if you just post it, like, then you'll be able to see that's it will post to the database, like, hit the post. It should go back to redirect to the learn Django, that page, like, once it's showing is pending, like, some reason. So yeah, that's gone. Well done. So this is now is working, like, so it's gone back to that page. This is what we're aiming for, like, so it's, but we haven't implemented the topics listing yet, like, so when you post something, it should view what we have posted, like, from a database. It grab all the information database and it will view in here, like, so we'll do it, like, so there's nothing to see here. So we're going to edit our templates, like, the page. So we're going to chatbot topics, like, we're going to update that page as well, like, no. So excuse me, I put cold. What time is it now? It's 12:30 midnight. I need sleep. Get better. Right. What we'll do, this is where we will add our listing, like, whatever we'll pull, like, or we'll show it in here, like, now you see, you can see the topics, like, remember we were posting, like, and it was delay, but this all went to the database, like, so this is, let's say if I get the Django, learn Django, and let's see what's come up, like, um, this is that we posted only one, like, I started, like, admin, and there was no replies and things, like, but we'll slowly get there, like, get make more bigger applications. So in the Python advanced, we can post anything, I think. So maybe one I posted, like, yeah, we're learning the basic. You see, like, this is how. So what was the issue, like, we didn't show in the first place because it should be chatbot all topics. Like, I put, like, chatbot, like, sometimes this is very important, like, to understand what you're doing exactly, like, where exactly. Let's see if we go to the new, we post something again. It's not hard. I like bringing advanced topics. Okay, so if you post that, it should take to back to code. Some reasons, like, it should work more faster, like, you see. So it's going to back to that page, and then we are seeing, like, but advanced topic is not that hard, like, this is I started, like, advanced and last updated that time, as you can see, for February 11 to 1 a.m., like, in the morning. So nearly midnight over, like, so now, guys, you can see, like, things are folding nicely, like, it just it looks better, like, yeah. So the topics we create, like, is, you can see in here, like, so the two new concepts we just learned, like, we are using for the first time, two topics for the model, like, if you go back to the model, like, the topics, this is where the subject of the topics, who last updated, like, and the name of the topics, like, and who started, like, board starter, like, chatbot starter. So, and then post, like, message the topics and who updated, who created, like, all this stuff, like, so this is very important concept, like, so the topics property is created automatically by Django using a reverse relationship, like, in the previous steps we created a topic instance. The new board topics, like, we are creating here, like, this is how we are creating the instance, like, for each topic, like, chat topics, like, the objects can create, like, subject, board names, and board starter, who is a user, and then the who is posting, like, created by topics, that chat topics, and a message, that message, like, so in the line with that, like, now our board instance, the chat board instance is error that it has an topic instance associated with it, like, so now it is connected, like, chatbot and topics is connected to the foreign key. All is a method, like, when writing code using the Django template language in the HTML template, we don't have to use the parentheses, like, you don't have to use the parentheses when you're writing the method in the HTML code, like, so just the chatbot or topics at all, like, so the second thing is that we are making the use of foreign key for topic dot board starter dot username, like, who started, like, so just create a, and we just getting the, if you go back to model, like, this is, you see the board starter is kind of the user, like, foreign key, like, if you want to get, like, the emails or address or anything, the same, like, topic dot board starter dot email, so there's address and all the stuff you can graph from here as well, like, and since we are already modifying the chatbot topics HTML template, like, so we are going to create a button that takes us to the new topic screen again. So you can see here, like, we can create a button here, like, which you take to the new topic screen, like, so to do this, like, what we'll do, create a new button, like, let's say, how can do this, let me think, excuse me. So we can put the button in here or there, whichever convenient, like, let's see. So to do this, like, so new chatbot inside there, use somewhere in here, like, or on top. Let me think where I'm gonna put, probably in here or there probably. Okay. Now we are going to add in here somewhere, like, what I could have done in here. So what we'll do, we're just going to add him either here or there. Let's see, here. So we're going to add a new board topic, like, going back there, and this will be the bottom, like, and the name of the bottom of the new topics. So if you save these, if you go back to, I'm really feeling up code, like, constant sneezing. Okay, so if we just refresh the page, and this is where it came in here. So if you press it here, it will take you to the form, like, and you can post in that form. and start a new post and everything like that. And then so go back to our home page, and then guys, slowly we're building our application, so I hope you guys are with me. And if you're still unsure, where, if you are get stuck anywhere, just write it down in the comment section, I'll try my best to come back to you, So I mean, this is the reason we're doing all these lengthy things, to show you how step by step we can build up, the forms things and things, but we don't have to go through all of this, we could have done very quickly, the form part, with a magical way. But just be patient, so if you know from basic ground level, so if there anything goes wrong, you know exactly where to go, where to jump, right? So next we will try to see how we can use creating the form with the Django form API, which you don't have to write that much code, it's a very small amount of code, and things will work very fast. Okay, so I'm just going to sleep now, because it's now nearly 1:30 a.m. in the morning, right? I'm not feeling well, so okay guys, I leave it now here, and we'll come back again to do some more advanced stuff, Now guys, so far ours looks like this. This is how it looks like our form, currently. So if you write something and if you post, it will go to our server, to the Django board, chat board. So if you go back to here, and now what we'll do the proper way using the Django APIs, the forms API. The way we did the forms is kind of a long way since we started working with the forms. Finally, it's time to use the forms API. The forms API is available in the module Django.forms module, and Django works with the two types of forms, one forms.form and forms.model form. So to do this, to using the Django forms API, first of all, we'll create a new file inside our apps, webchat apps. We'll create a new files. You can give name of the file is forms API, or forms .py, right? Forms API.py you can give, so, and we will we'll import from Django the forms. So from Django import forms. Right, next we will import, you want to post something, you have to deal with the model, so we're going to import, the class, the chat topic class, So to do this, we go from dot models, we'll create the class, new chat topic form. So inside these, we're going to call that forms dot, should give us a hint, anyway, so if you call the model form, right? So, and what we'll do, just get a field, a subject field, and the text area field, so message forms dot character field. This is what we're going to store in the database, character fields, WID widget forms, class text area, text area, you can keep the maximum length 5,000 character, right? What's going on? Undefined form. What do you mean undefined form? Here. Okay, see, I didn't put the S in there, and then we'll get another class inside these. It will be meta class, subject and message, just going to add there. Model equal to chat topic. This chat topic is this one, model. Inside the model, that's chat topic. So in there, and then what are the fields, fields, basically there is a subject. For a while you can add more fields if you want, so subject and message. So that's it, for our forms. So this is our small, very fast form, using the Django API. the subject and message are referring to, if you go to the model, the subject is the chat topic and the message is the post, like, this is what it's referring in here, right? Now, if you observe that we are defining an extra field called message, that refers, this, as I said, like, this refers to the message in the post we want to save, like, the both we are going to save, like, the subject and message as well, like, from subject going from the chat topic and message coming from the post class, But for this, like, we have to our refactor, like, our view. This is a new both topic, like, because the way we did first, like, kind of more sort of hard coded, like, so we are going to use them our API, like, to do this, like, so what we'll do, I'm going to refactor these, like, and we don't need some of the code, like, to do this, like, so what we'll do, we'll leave it on that the name of the functions, everything same, and just we're changing a couple of things. So we're going to get this user in here. We're checking first of the user, like, and then what we'll do, we'll leave the, if his request is method is a post, then we are creating the forms. So first thing, before that, like, you have to import, like, our form, like, this new chat topic forms we have to import in here, all right? So to do this, what I'm going to do, we're going to import onstored. Is a new chat topic form, yes. So new chat topic. Right, this is what we need to import, like, to work on that. And next, what we'll do, so we just imported, like, so next we're going to the new with the hints. It's taking so long, like, to give me the hints, like, chat topic. In chat topic forms, and we're requesting post. Okay. Now, next we will validate, like, if that form is valid, then we'll do something like, we don't need this anymore, hard-coded this. So if it's valid, what you do, we're going to create that new chat topic, new chat topic in the form, save it, false, commit false, and then chat topic equal to chat board, this chat board, like, chatbot, who is starting the boards. If you go back to the models, so the board starters we're starting, so we're going to put chat topic board starter, who is using, so it will be user. We were the user, like, you get the user in here, and that user will be here, like, it's starting, and then that one will save that, like, save. Okay, so this is our so I'm going to save the topic. Next, so we don't need these anymore, chat topic, but we might need post, like, so next we'll do the post. So it should be back here. So we're going to get the post object and creating, like, the message. Inside the message, we'll do form cleaned data dot get message. Okay, and the next one we'll do, topic is our topic. This topic is in here, you see, this topic and message is there, and from the post, this message and this topic, like, and created by, this is the, if you go to the model, so created by, like, this is what we're going to get in here, created by user. Okay, and if it's all done, like, once you post the message, like, so you're going to return the board topic, like, the board topic where you're creating for the new topic, like, you go back there. But if it's not there, what we'll do, if it's not there, so we're going to at the else condition. So begin the new form. New form equal to new chat. New chat topic form. Okay. What is it? It's saying in text should be a comma here. It's giving me undefined name chat topic. C-H-D. You see this? Sometimes spelling mistake is wasting my time. And if it's all done, then you're going to else into new forms. And if it's all going well, then going to return render request new board topic HTML. We are going to that going to the net form and going to chatbot and the forms. Okay, this is what sometimes small mistake is. No, so we have done our so far. We have done our view part, like, hope it will work. Let's see. And then we have to change our new board topic HTML form as well, like, because remember we created the form by hardcoded, like, all this. So we don't need, like, the way we did here, like, so what we'll do, we're going to take it off all of these from here and just one piece of code, like, that will, because the Django will look after this, like, I'm going to, before we jump in here, like, I'm just going to give you a quick overview, like, on what we have done, like, so this is how we use the form in a view, like, so I just remove a couple of things, as you see, like, and so the core processing part of the form is, like, here. If request is the method, like, the post, then it's going to create the new forms, and this is where it's going to if it's valid form, like, then it's going to save the forms and then return the board topic, like, there, and else it's going to that part, like, so first we check, like, if the request is post or a get, like, so if the request came from a post, like, it means the user is submitting some data to the server. So we instantiate a form instance passing the post. I'm getting the new form instance and passing the post data to the form, like, the form's a new chat topic, like, form which is requesting a post. Then we ask the Django to verify the data, check if the form is valid, if we can save it to the database, like, if it's valid, you can save the database. This is what I'm asking, like, if form dot is valid, like, a functions, like, so if the form was valid, like, we process through the save data section, and you come over here, the database using the form dot save, like, the chat topic dot save, like, it's saving, like, so the after that the view does nothing and returns in the last statement, like, so it's going to in here, like, so you're going to send it back to there, like, that means we have to update our new board topic HTML, like, this is where we are going to put some arrow coding and stuff, like, so to do this, like, we can just one piece of code here, just write form dot as underscore p. There's a 3 way you can do this, like, the form has a 3 rendering options: the form dot as underscore table, form dot as underscore ul, and form dot as underscore p, like, it's a quick way to render all the fields from the form field, like, so I hope, like, you see, like, the amount of, we just put a one piece of code, like, and then it's gonna work, I hope so. Let's go back to our main page and see how it looks like, so this is where we are, like, so if you press the new topic, where it's going, if you press the new topic, the site cannot be reached, still pending. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let's see what's the error message in the server part showing. You see the errors, you can see it's showing, like, the attribute errors. Model Django forms has no attribute character field, like, so I have a spelling mistake, like, somewhere. So what we'll do, we'll go back to our coding. I'm going to the forms. You see, this is where we made a mistake, like, so we have to change it. It should be FIEL. Okay, so now if you look at now it's reloading again, so hopefully it will be once the loading part is done. I'll go back to our page here. Now if you refresh the page, so you can see the sudden new chat topic,
So this work. Let's check our server, what's going on. Yeah, so it's going to get 200. You see the 200 here, like, so this is how it looks like, but we're going to make more nice, like, this is once you change in our code like a HTML form, like, then we have to do something with that, like, so this is it's working, like, somehow it looks like this, but it doesn't look great, like, compared to the first one, the hard-coded one, you know what I mean? So we're going to add some more extra messages and stuff, like, for user, like, for user friendly. So this clearly, like, for previous form was looking much better, but we're going to fix in a moment, like, so it can look broken right now, but trust me, there's a lot of things behind it right now, and it's extremely powerful. For example, if our form had a 50 fields, there's only 2 fields, like, we could render all the fields just by typing that piece of code, just typing. Why is that our this piece of one piece of line, like, so you can do all sort of things, like, no matter how many fields in there, like, so and more, using the forms API, Django will validate our data, and it will add error message to the each field, like, we don't have to write by hard coded, but Django will look after this, like, let's try submitting an empty form. So if I submit empty form, you see this, please fill out this field, but this is basically the HTML5 giving us instruction, like, that's when you are trying to submit, like, something. That's not the Django, like, it's your our browser doing pre-validation, like, if you want to disable these, like, you could do that, like, if in here, if you go back to our coding, and if you go back to form method.post, you can write, like, valid. So no validation, no validate. So if I do this, like, and if I try to submit the form, it will submit, like, it's not gonna ask me again. So if I refresh the page again, if I try to submit this time, let's see, does it give me any hints that I have to? No, it didn't give me. You see this, like, so I'm going to submit an empty form, which going back to our Learn Django board, and this field is required. This field is required, like, so this is by Django, like, this field is required. Before that, like, when you're trying to submit the empty form, there was, like, by the browser, like, so you can keep it, like, there's no problem with it. It's because our form is very simple right now, and we don't have much data validation to see. Another important thing is to remember that there's no such thing as a client-side validation. You're not anything by the client, like, so there's no JavaScript validations or browser validation. It just usability purpose, like, I'm just going to, for learning purpose, I will just use it. So it's to reduce the number of requests to the server. The data validation should always be done on the server side, like, from the client side, like, I mean, how much you can do, like, but if it's more stronger, it will be, like, from the server side, server point of view, like, so while we have the full control over our data. So if you want to make more beautiful, like, so we can define both in the form class or in a model class, like, so let's go back to first the form class, like, in here, and we can add some more extra field, like, so which makes more beautiful, like, at least it looks more. So what you're gonna do, make it more readable, like, so we're gonna use a form to text area. Then we're going to put, like, maximum length 5,000. We're going to add some more fields. So what you're going to add field that you're going to put some, like, to user, giving warning that this is the maximum length of the text field, like, so if it's over that field, it's going to accept. It's not going to accept, like, just put the message there. We can also set extra attributes to the form field, like, if you want to, when you are going to submit the form, like, you can give some sort of user hints, like, what exactly you want to do, like, so let's see, the last thing what we have done, is it coming here? Going to reloading the project, like, so before reloading, if you try to refresh the page, like, it's not going to work. So once the reloading is done, like, by server, then we'll be able to see something going on, like, what's going on. Well, hang on. Created real types errors in it, got an accepted keyword arguments text hint. Okay, so that means we cannot do. So I have to put some sort of proper. So let me check, like, on the Stack Overflow what exactly I can use. Right. Okay. So we can use help text. Let's see. if it says this is how, whether it is work or not, like I'm not sure, but let's see what's our server is doing. No, so it's working. So go back to here, and then if you want to go to, let's say that page, it's the Learn Django page. This is what's is came in here, like, okay, perfect. So you add some more stuff, like, to make them more user friendly for the user. Right now, okay, attributes, like, so to how many rows, rows, 7 rows, and you can do sort of placeholder message for the user, like, want to add anything else for the user. That's not the hard part, like, anyway. But if you go back, let's see, our server probably is reloading. Come on, yeah, do it now. So it's okay. Now if you refresh our page, this is what it will look like. But we're going to make it more nicer, like, with a bootstrap, like, so we're going to install some Django widget tweaks, like, so we should make it more nicer, like, our forms. This is what just giving the user, like, what you want to write, just 2 hints. So to do this, like, what we'll do, we're going to install some front-end library. In that case, like, we're going to stop our server, and I will do just going to install the, remember, like, this is our virtual environment. This is the Django virtual environment, so we're going to install in that environment, like, pip install Django widget. And then once it's installed, like, we're going to set in our setting file as well. So we have to wait for a while, maybe, to install. After install, like, we're going to do this. So it's already installed. As you can see in the Django widget tweaks 1.4.2, 1.12, 1.2 versions. So now we have to connect to that things to our setting file. With the or is our installed apps, like, this is our installed apps. So in there we have to add that part, like, okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to add our widget tweaks. And we will update our just go to another server again. Let's see, is it crying for that to install that part? We'll see. If it's work, then we'll start updating our new board topic HTML page, like, so okay, seems okay. Now go back to here, excuse me, and then if it's up to, like, you can keep this or take it off, but I'll leave it as is. Let's see, just for time being, we'll take it off these and add those code, right? So for field in the form, deep class, there's the bootstrap field level tags, where field class form controls. If field has help text, small, just going to small, like, field help text, and then send if, like, let's see how it looks like our form now. First I'm going to reload. No, you didn't do anything. Just go back to refresh our page. Load the things that we have installed. We have that part, like, we have to load this the way same we did, like, our extend, like, the base HTML, like, same way we have to do it in here. Okay, so we have to load our WID widget tweaks. Like now, if you save this, now if you run the form again, let's see, refresh the page. What about the server? Are you going to do anything? So yeah, it's going to get 200 now. So it's much nicer. You see, just loading the things like load the text and changing the some bootstraps, which makes more nicer another form. Like perfect. We're getting there. Like we're getting there. So the main thing what we've done here, this is the first we have loaded the widget tweaks on top before I run without loading this and then what we have done first we load the template by loading the widget tweaks template tag, and then we use that part and the render field class form control that render field tag is not part of the Django. It's live inside the package we installed. To use it, we have to pass a form field instance as the first parameter, and then after you can add arbitrary HTML attributes. This is their HTML help text and stuff you can use that, but it will be useful because then we can assign classes based on the certain conditions, and some example of the render field, you can use a render field form subject class form control, or render field form message class so you can render field the form dot subject form dot message this is where you can do there's plenty of web suggestion there so if you can find the Stack Overflow how you can do that, or even the documentations people are doing different way. Now we can use the bootstrap validation tags as well. We can change the new topic, new board topics, some of the stuff so if you say we did the for field in the form, we can in the div class, and then we can in the field level tag, and then we can use here, let's say another tag will be, let's say, if form is valid, it's bound, then we can add another validations. What's if arrows, we can do under field class form control is invalid so these are the kind of bootstrap validations invalid. And then if you go to again the for loop and another tag for arrow in dot arrows, and the div class embedded feedback. Okay, and if you go inside the div class, there will be error. Now I'm going to close our div, and then will be the end for and excuse me. Then we can start our else condition. Else, what you want to do? Else we will do render field. See, it takes quite a long time to write this. If I have previously written this, I can just jump over. Plus is valid. Okay. And we're going to first end if to close and if, and then we're going to close the else condition. Else what you can do, render underscore field plus from control And then we're going to go if filter help text, then we're going to small font text. I'll probably leave everything same as it is. And I'm going to close. Now, if you run, save this and run, you will see some of the bootstrap validations, like, so save these. And excuse me. So if you try to post it, like, I don't think so you're able to post because there's no data there. It'll be invalid form. That this form looks a bit clumsy, like, so we're going to put it somewhere else, like, we can reuse the same tag, like, again and again, like, instead of put everything in here, like, so let's do it. Excuse me. So we're going to take out all the codes from here and put them in separate places, and our forms looks much better, like, so what you can do. So this is if you're trying to post to the empty form, it will give the error message, like, so this is what it will do, like, it looks very large form, like, and we're going to change this, like, all of this to put it somewhere else, to do this, like, so we're going to take out all the code from here and put it somewhere else. We're going to reuse that form template, like, to do this, like, we're going to create a separate folders inside the templates, like, so this is our templates, all the files, base, chatbot, new bot topics, like, chatbot topics. We're going to create a new folder, that will be includes. Inside the includes, we're going to create another HTML file and give them the form.html. Okay, so HTML, and in there we're going to put those code in here so that we can reuse the same tag, like, again and again. So we'll take this all the way to N4 to put them here, and on top of this, like, we're going to put this subline. So you have to connect that form, like, to our setting file as well, like, so we'll take out this line and add in here. Add it's inside the includes .html. Okay. As the name suggests, like, a tag like include, like, which use the HTML templates in other template, like, it's a very useful way to reuse HTML components in your project, like, so you don't have to write them again, like, so you can use them. And next time, if you want to implement new form, like, you can just take this piece of code, like, and you use it in your form, like, and that will render. So if you save that, and if you go back to our refresh the page, so this is the same form, and if you try to post it, like, that will give the error that you have to, this field is required, this field is required, like, and you can see, like, the forms part was a bit lengthy and a bit complicated, confusions, all this, like, but, like, if you can practice a few times, like, and you can look back yourself, like, you learn quite a lot of things, like, so we focused on the URLs, you focused on reusable templates and forms, like, as usual, like, we also implemented several basic stuff, like, and that's how we can develop with confidence, like, from if you're from a beginner, like, this is how we can get more confidence. We have seen so many times the error messages in here, like, so we know exactly where the error message is, so we went there, we fixed that, like, so we are also reaching a point where we need to interact with the logged in user, like currently we are using the admin user, so from now on we're going to create and we're going to learn everything how we can do authentication and how to protect our views and resource, so the user can only log in, they can also post, so we'll do next those things, for authentication users and stuff Okay guys, how are you? Hope all are well. We'll try to finish today sort of Django authentication system, so it's going to be all about Django authentication system, so we're going to implement the whole thing from the beginning to the registrations, login, log out the user, password reset, and password change, so you're going to get a brief introduction how to protect some views. So we have some views, new topics and website boards and all the stuff, so how you can protect views from the non-authorized user and how to access the information of the logged in user, so admin can see something, the normal user can't see those things, so we'll protect all the stuff, so, and previously, if you are anything about confusion, what we have done so far, leave the message on the comment box, I'll try my best to come back to you as soon as possible, we are going to implement the sign up stuff, so you need to set up something so to manage all the informations, we can break it down in a different app. If you see the project root level, this is our root file, if you go to the manage.py file, right, this is our root file. We're going to write a new command in here, so what you can do, just up the server, and we're going to write, I'm telling the Django admin that startup accounts, the way we did earlier, the Django admin startup project, Django admin startup the apps, this is now we're telling the Django to start the accounts, I said start app, I made a mistake there, so it should be start app, not startup. They'll be completely separate. Once it's installed, I'll show you the folder, project folder. So if you got the root directory, you see now the accounts has the same admins and apps and models and tests and all this stuff. So it's a completely different apps, so this is our project folder, this is our apps, project, website app, and this is our accounts app. So inside the accounts app, we'll do some different things. Okay, so next thing, we need to connect as account to our settings file, so if you go to setting.py file, the way we did this, so we have to write the accounts, in here. So this, so you can go to our setting file. So we'll work now to setting the accounts up. So let's write some code, prepare to get your hands dirty, okay guys? So we're going to start by implementing the sign up page where the user can log in with the username and password, so Django doesn't have a built-in sign up view, the way we have an admin's page, you see. So in that case, Django doesn't have built-in sign up view, but we can reuse our user creations, form, the way we implemented earlier, and that form. On this form and the form HTML, we can use those stuff, so let's do it now. So let's start by creating a sign up view. First thing, create a new row in our url.py files. So this is where we'll go to the sign up page, the way we're going to a homes and both topics and new both topics, and so you have to get the new URL for the safe side, we use a repath, if it doesn't work repath, we're going to use the path only. So excuse me, there's a caret sign, so give the sign up page, and sign. Now, as you can see here, it's views. That views is from the web chat, it's coming from the web chat apps. But if you look at the accounts app, there is also views there, but if you call views both of them, there will be conflict. So in that case, we'll call it as in, we'll also use accounts views. Okay, dot sign up. This is what we will create the functions, a class like inside the view. We'll create it like okay, right, and then we can give the name is sign up, right. So this is our URL is done. Next thing what we do, guys, we have to remember I was saying the URL has to be step by step. So we'll take that after home and save them accounts view. Okay, obviously we have to create this so we'll import that views as in accounts view so to do this we're going to import in here. Okay, from accounts import as, right. Now the error is gone. So from now on we will this view is belongs to webchat this webchat. This view as we're calling now is accounts view. It's coming from the accounts app. Okay, we're giving in this call alias because otherwise it would clash with the webchat views. We can improve the URLs UI by design later on but for now let's focus on authentication feature there's a plenty of way we can improve so what's our main intention here we have to learn how to do it so the more you will do it, the more ideas will generate, more way you can improve your application this is how there's so many versions come out from initial version because you have a different way you need to improve and things so now we can edit our views because we have to get new sign up functions as well so we'll create a sign up in here. Let's see. So before that we'll import our views as well. Okay, we did our render stuff so what you will do, we'll just get small function sign up. That's what we're going to request. Simple, just return the sign up page for a while we're testing. Let's see. We will create the HTML sign up one file perfect. Save all of them. So if we go back to the templates and create a new file called sign up HTML. So new file SIG and sign up. Yeah. This is where we sign up HTML and we're going to get that from the base HTML, all this stuff so to do this we have to extend that. Okay, so just copy this. We're going to extend the base HTML and just going to simply put some tag the Django special tag. Then we're going to enter block. Save them all, and if you run the server again, let's go back to server, run this. Let's just run server. So once the run server, we'll go to the sign up URL and let's see what happened. We have to wait for a while before it start the server. Something going on. What is it? Attribute error model accounts.views has no attributes sign up. Okay, let me find out. Okay guys, so what I've done here, you see that in the views I write it down, that function here, that view belongs to webchat. I meant to write inside the accounts view, right, in that views. So this is what I've done. So now if I, let's see what server is doing now. It's reloading now. Okay, and once it's reloading, so this means I need to go to accounts.views. Right, so now it's working. Go back to page here, and then if you go to here, sign up again, sign up. Okay, now so our URL is working, our views, the sign up function is working. So now we're going to just go more deep down, you see in the sign up page, we have some bar on top, if you want you can keep it, but
before sign up, we don't want to show that stuff. Once you're signed in, then you can see what's exactly for the logged in user. So to do to take it off this, we're going to change some stuff in our base.html page. Okay, so to do this, we are going to separate it from the actual we're separating the from the block part to the main part. So you see the body tag here, and so we're going to start a new tag here, which will be called, let's say, and the whole things we're going to push it small bit and block in here and body here. We marked from here to here the block body. The block body tag is wrapping the whole these part of HTML documents, from here to here. It's wrapping to one section. We can use it to have an empty document, we are created sign up HTML. That page can take advantage, instead of getting the top, the never, the block, we can just write it down. So you see the block content, you can see the block body. And if you save it now, and if you go back to our application page, if you refresh the page, let's see. I hope we're going to take it off that things because yeah, so it's that part is gone. So this is the reason, the way we the simple way. You see, we're going to the base HTML, we separate it this is how you can specific part you can use with the different names. So that part we call a block body and block. So we're just calling the block body and sign up HTML block body. So it's going to only that part, it looks a bit empty everything now, but we're going to fill up everything all tight. Okay, soon it's going to be looking great. For now, let's focus on the server side implementation, how you can log in and log out and changing passwords and all this stuff. Okay, so it's time to create the sign up form, because you need to user input, the username and password. So Django has a built-in form named user creation form. So we can use that, just call by the things So, excuse me. So if you go to the that view, that is the accounts view, section. So you can, first of all, we're going to import that user creation form. So from Django retrieve auth forms, import user creation, right? And then we're just going to create execution from here. Okay, form equal to user should be FORM, form, not form. Okay, user. So we create the one we are creating the installation, the getting new form, and then we're going to create sign up HTML, and then we're going to call that form. And that form here. Okay, if you just save these and go back to sign up to HTML, and we're going to update that page as well. Okay, so we extend the base HTML, we're getting the block body part, we're going to use some bootstrap here. Let's see. So we're going to get the D plus container, right? And then it will be our sign up page, and then we'll get a form here. Okay, so the post again, form method will be post. You can do validations if you don't write it down. No validation. It won't do any validation from the HTML point of view, so it's up to you, but no validate. And then to get a CRF token, this is very important,
And then we're taking to our form. Okay, so let's copy and we'll create a button. Button type. Submit. These are our HTML, like, you know. Class. This will be bootstrap part. Button. Primary. Give the message. Here's the button. Right. And next we're going to close the form. And next we're going to close the div as well. If you see, like, you know, if you use like VS Code or Atom ID, like, you know, the HTML, you can use the extension that can make beautify the code, like, you know. So, but for ID, for the Spider ID, I'm writing all the code like HTML part. Like, I was looking for any extension, like, you know, I couldn't find. But if you guys know any extension, like, you know, for I can use in the Spider ID for beautify the HTML, like, you know, please do let me know on that comment section, please. And if you see what it looks like now, it don't looks great, like, you know, there are a lot of things we need to fix. It has to be reload first, like, you know, before I'm going to see the final page. But even if you see the final page, it won't be great looking. But we have to wait, let's see. Come on. Oh, something wrong, really. Okay, in the syntax somewhere. Okay, I want to request sign up with HTML from account views.py. So for man account something. Let's see what's going on. Do you see I made a mistake here? Like, even there is giving me the arrow sign, it should be form only, okay? And it should be only form. Now our server is going to reload again. So let's make sure, like, is there any errors, like, you know, before we jump to the next section, like, you know. I have some bad tendency, like, you know, going to rush, like, you know, something too fast. So, which is very bad habit, like, you know, so don't copy my bad habit. Okay, so let's see. Look, as I say, like, you know, it doesn't look so great, like, you know, so you need to make it more proper, like, you know, professional looking, like, you know. So to do this, like, you know, what you can do is looking not bad, like, you know, but we need to make more kind of professional, like, you know. Let's do it now. So remember we created, like, you know, the form HTML in here. Where's our form? Yeah, so we can get some sort of some stuff for the sign up HTML, like, you know. So we can do that form is in that template section, okay? So we go to the template. Inside the template is includes. So what we'll do, we include form code HTML. I see. Do you see this? The tag is there, like, you know. I need to close the tag like this. See this? Okay. Now, if we go back to that page, this is small, minor, silly mistake will make a big difference, like, you know. So now you see. Now at least slightly better, like, you know, but still we need to improve that page, like, you know. We need to change those things, like, you know. Excuse me. So almost there, like, you know, I can say, like, you know, currently our form.html, that partial template is displaying some raw HTML like stuff. It's a security feature, like, you know, by default, Django treats all strings as unsafe. I mean, remember, Django treats all strings as unsafe because people use, like, you know, to get unlawful access to your site, like, you know, with a different way, string manipulation, like, you know. So in that case, Django treats all strings unsafe, escaping all the special characters that may cause trouble. But in this case, we can trust it. Okay, let's do it, like, you know. So what we can do, we can do in our, if you look at the form HTML, like, you know. So where is our help text? Field.help text. We can field.help.text, small class from text muted. We can put field.help text here. Save, okay. Save it. So basically in the previous template we added the option save to the field.help text. Right, much better. Okay, much better.
we did our URL, we did our views functions like sign up, we did our HTML form so far. What you can do, we can do some business logic now. Who can sign in, who can log in, all this stuff like now. So if you go to the accounts views file, like so here we will write our business logic, who can log in and who can log out like now. So you put the, we'll write first of all, we bring the condition if request method post, then we will create the form like user creation. I'm going to save everything, okay, and I'm going to push it to my Git repository so you can see what exactly, and that's step like what we have done, like and then we'll go further. So if you go back to the Git section, this is the Git status. So this is what we have updated like on those pages, like so if you just git add and adding, so it's a bit commit like so start commit, and it will give me the ID. So they're waiting for editor to close the file. So I'll write it down. You can write it down in here, like but if you set up like your Notepad++, so that you can write in here what you have done, like what you have changed, like so new app called also added file in it, and new what's we did located down there, sign of HTML. And fine. And okay, just save it and close it. Now we're going to push it now to, so git push. So my password, because my GitHub is set up with the SSH key, like so this is what is looking for password, like just get a more secure way to do. Now we'll do our business logic in here, like so that we can see the difference what we have done earlier and now what we'll do. So okay, if request dot method equal to post, then you're going to create the form with the request dot post, and then again we are going to condition that if the form is valid, like if form dot is, remember we did all of this earlier, form is valid, then what you'll do, user equal to dot save, and then there's login. We have to import login like module, and then 0. So it's giving me the error like so we're going to import that stuff like done right where, and redirect to home page, home URL. And before that, like we're going to import that things like so that we're gonna close that error section like so from Django dot retrieve dot and dot import as not login. Okay, now the things will go now in the syntax IoT not login not login. Okay, so it's going. If it doesn't work, so what you can do, go to the else condition. Else condition, what you're going to do, get a new form, right? Oh, you're still crying for that. User creation. Okay. Undefined name redirect. Okay, we have to import that part as well. So you can On the same line you can do, but I prefer like on the separate line. Okay. Good. It is okay. The reasons I put the import login as auth login to remove the cache, like so when you do the basic form processing with a small detail, the login function renamed as auth login to avoid clashing with the built-in login view. We have a built-in function login view, and this is login view, so that's why you put the auth login. You can give it different names, like and the things you can use in here, and they can go auth login user, so you can put auth login user. See, this is how we can change it like that. If the form is valid, this is where we're creating the user instance here, like if the form is valid, then we're creating the user instance. We're going to saving it, like and the created user is then passed an argument to the auth login user functions, manually authenticating the user. After that, what we'll do, the view redirects to the home page, keeping the flow of the application. Once everything is okay, it will go to the home page. Let's do it now. Submit some invalid data, either in empty forms, non-matching fields, or existing username. Like let's do it once. Refresh the page. Let's see if it's working or not. Maybe the server is still working on it. Okay, model. You see this like now, so it should be Django, right? Funny. Now it's reloading now. Watching for file change with the state loader. Okay. Do it faster by it's now 12:15 midnight. Alright. Let's do it now. Okay, username admin, password 12345. 12345. Create an account. This user or the username already exists. Password is too short, it must contain all this stuff. Remember we created admin earlier with our favorite password 12345. So it means it's the server side is working with the database, users already exist. It's not going to create the same user, so we're going to do user 1, password 12345. We'll leave it our favorite password 12345, and then create an account. If it's successful, it will go to the home page, yeah. So it means the password is usually must contain at least 8 characters. Password is too common. The password until entirely demarcated. You see how strongly it's supporting, so we can't use our favorite password. So what we'll do, we'll create testing 12345, right? Testing 12345. Okay, guys, let's see. I remember our password, testing user 12345, and this is what's happening here. At the same time, you can see what's going on the network, on the server. Do it quick by. Let's see where the server said what's happening in here. Okay, so it's going to home, so it's getting successful. Okay, that means it's, yeah, so that means our user has been created. That's great. Okay, that's great. So it accepted our password, okay guys, which is our user testing 12345. So next time if you want to log into the same user 1 and password, this time you can do it. Right, so this coming to our home page, the user is logged in, user creation was successful. So referencing the authenticated user and the template, so what you can do, how can we know if it worked? Well, we can edit our base.html template to add the name of the user on the top bar. That means that we can realize that yes, it worked, and it can showing that the name of the user in there. So to do this, we need to refactor our base HTML page. Okay. So remember we did it here in the block body. In there, we're going to add some stuff okay, let me do it now. So we are going to add some bootstraps and some buttons, right? And first we will add inside the container. So we're going to add in here. Okay, all right. And then inside that div container,
we're going to use a collapsible nav bar. Okay, so we have to use all of inside the nav, like, so I have to push it right now. Here we're going to see our username in here, like, and the rest we leave it as it is. Save the page. If you refresh the page, what's going on? Is the server working or not? Okay, so it should, yeah. Now you see our user one chatbot. Okay, this is our user one chatbot, right? So that means as at least we can see the user is logged in and they create the account and they logged in their page. Like, we can keep this in this side or here. It doesn't matter for a while. You can make it more nicer, like, it's up to you guys, like, because honestly, like, front and top, like, stuff I found a bit more people need sort of artistic mind, like, they can make more beautiful the front page, like, but I personally, I'm not artistic mind at all, like, so far we just put, like, the username and password, like, but if you want to add the emails, like, which is very important, like, so in that case you can add this email part as well, like, and our the form.py file. Where is that? This is in the web chat page, like, isn't it? Form.py here, like, new chat topic form, not that one. We are dealing with the accounts form. Okay? So if you go to the account apps, we're going to create a new file in accounts page, like, so we have admins, apps, model, test, and views, like, if you have to do anything test, like, you can do it in here, like, but for time being we're just more focused on how to build the application, like, but at the same time show the testing, which is great, like, so we'll create a new file inside the account. Okay, forms.py now. So what we'll do here, we're going to do first thing what we'll import some stuff, okay, from Django. Import forms. Next, from Django, not import auth forms. Import verification form. Next, we will import the user. Dot control auth dot import user. Okay, we are all set now. So we can do create a class sign up form, new sign up form, or sign up form. We're passing that instance. Application command, application form, and email. Windows field. How much max length? 54. It's equal to true. Widget equal to form dot Django stuff, like that. Email import. Okay, we are giving me embracing this, something going wrong, crying for that. Okay, now you're happy. Next, we'll create our meta class model equal to user. And our username. This is also will show us, like, in the form. Email and password field. Now, instead of using the user creation form in our views.py, if you look at the views.py user creation form, that one, like, it's let's import the new form, sign up form, and use it instead, like, so this is what we have done. Sign up form, like, so if you go to the accounts, would be instead of using that form, like, we're going to use that accounts form, like, so we're going to use forms import sign up. Oh, sign up form. I'm going to put that. So just going to change some stuff like so not that much big difference. Okay, guys, going to sign up form. Okay. So pretty much we are set. There's a one option, save, one other option. So if you press in that button, that means it will save every single file, whichever the file I'm working. But if you press that button, that will save in the current file. Okay. So let's see, our server is ready. Still reloading. Once it's reloaded, we'll check our sign up page. Let's see. Sign up. So the status, it's working. No, much better now. Okay, look at this. So username, email, and password, confirm password. So password 1, password 2. That means confirm password, get account. So the small change make a big difference. Let me go through what we've done in here. In the form.py. So you see, let's think about what happened for a moment. We have a new form field in here, username, email, password 1, password 2. And it automatically reflect the HTML template. It goes. It's good, right? Well, depends on what if in the future a new developer wanted to reuse the sign-up form for something else and add some extra fields to it. Then those new fields will also show up in the sign-up HTML. Simple as this, which may not be the desired behavior. This could pass unnoticed, and we don't want any surprise. So let's create a new template. In future, we can put the username, or you can put the first name, last name, email, everything. You can improve, So I leave it with you, if you want to play, you can play it, But if you want to make it more beautiful as a front end, you can put some pictures and stuff, To do this, you can download a free, nice background page, So, what you can do, let's me think, what you can grab a picture. Okay, guys, it's nearly 1 o'clock. Midnight, so we'll leave it at this stage, and then after that we'll improve some more in this page, the sign up form. We'll use the login, logout, and password reset, password change, all this stuff. It's quite very lengthy stuff, so I'm kind of very sleepy now, so I'm going to work in the morning. Let's see, today already Sunday, so we'll do it, and you will feel good, once you have done all this stuff, so so far everything is working our way, nothing major, so okay, we'll start again. Okay, guys, where we left last time, we came this stage, and now what we're going to do, we're just going to make a more beautiful our page, so what you can do, you can put the background image and stuff, so to get the free background image, you can go to that site, you can go to that link, and download one of the image, which work, and you're going to put that image inside the static folder, we'll create another folder called image, a folder image, and we'll put our image in here, okay, in that folder, okay, whichever you prefer, you can get that one. Let's see, so our image is in there, so finally it's in there. Now we're going to copy that file and we're going to put it inside that folder. Okay, so name of the heapsquare.png. Now that part is done, so we can close that. So remember that topal.com designer subtemplates, okay, so close that page, I don't need any more. Then after that, what we'll do, we'll create a inside the static, the CSS folder, we'll create on the CSS file, we'll give the name of the file .css, right, account.css, and we're going to put some CSS style in there. We're going to do boarding and the background, background image URL. We have to do image. The name of the image is our hip square. Okay, so that should be in here, right? And then what will, so this will be on the body. Let's see how it looks like now. Before that, the server is running. Okay, so we have added the CSS. So I'm going to save this file, but that's account.css, like, that file, we have to add it inside our sign up page, like, with the sign up.html, like, so we have to add that file inside this is our sign up template. And so you have to change something, like, to make it more sort of so we extend the base of HTML, and we have to, this is our static folder. Where is our static folder? This is our static folder, so we have to add our static folder as well, right? Load static. Okay, so you load that folder as well. Inside the folder, we have to add the CSS folder as well, like, so what we'll do, we're going to open style sheet, and then we're going to close that end block. Inside there, we're going to add our link, like, the CSS link, okay, style sheet, which will be the href, right? Inside the static folder, there's a CSS folder. Inside the CSS folder, there's a account.css file, right? So this is, we're going to make it a bit of gap there, so you know exactly what's happening there, right? So in the body, and what you're going, let's see what this looks like currently. Now let's refresh the page. Okay, the picture is still not showing. We'll get there. Okay, don't worry. Image img hip square.png. Did I add that image file in here? Not yet. Okay, so we're going to add the image account.css. This is our body tag. We did background image URL image.hip square.png.
Papa, order.
What happened?
Order.
Right. So far we are trying to make more nicer our sign up or login page. So to do this, like, so far we have done we try to get a background image, like, for some reasons it's not showing, like, probably I did something wrong somewhere, like, so it's just not a more major factor, like, at the moment. So we have created, like, the static, inside static folder, there's the account.css file, and we have added two pictures there, like, hip square, and then, but some reason it's not showing the background image, like, this is a minor issue, like, I need to fix that, like, somewhere is there. So what we're going to do, we're going to tweak some more stuff, like, to make it more good looking in here, like, so to do this, like, we're going to use some bootstrap, like, the card view, like, we're going to use that, like, so what we're going to do, we're going to put some more CSS stuff before that, like, what we'll do, we'll load the static folder and we'll link that file here, like, account.css. Next thing what you're going to do, we're going to make the whole thing sort of in the middle, kind of card view, like, instead of, like, the whole page, like, so what you're going to do, inside the block body, we have created the div container. Inside the container, we're going to create another headlines, give the haste to title, plus the name text center, and this is a good habit, like, to close the tag in case if you forget, like, so we're going to put the link, our home URL, like, retrive, So get our tag, the URL, we are home. Works okay. So let's do it now and see how it looks like. Oh, sign up. Okay, so this is what came up here, website board, and there's a link here. Like, if you press there, it will take the home page. Like, so what you're gonna do now? So the logo, okay. So what you're gonna do with the logo, like, it will be sort of like, if you do hover on the logo, like, it will give some sort of different colors and stuff, like, So if you go to the accounts pay CSS file, so you do .logo color, yeah, whatever color you prefer, like, logo, or hover logo, yeah, active. There's some CSS stuff, like, so we're going to text separation, none. So if you save this, and you'll see, like, when you go to the cursor, like, go there, it will be active, like, and text decoration, I put the none, and let's see how it looks like. So you see it's changing, this is how it looks like. This is where we came so far. We created the signup.html. So we created this logo, like, this logo and a tag, like, we did this with the CSS. So we make the more sort of card view, like, okay. So in here, what we'll do, we'll create the div. Inside the div, we'll create the class. Inside the class, we will put the row. Justify content center. Okay, we're going to make a center everything, sort of the whole screen, right? And then we'll create another div class. In that class, we're going to do 8 row, column, medium, 10 row, column small, 12, right? So the div, another div class, card. So, and then inside the card, and the div, the body, obvious, to a card body, and this is what we'll, and I'm going to push it whole things. Okay, all right. So we make a class in here again. Class card title. It will sign up, and then we're getting format post non-valid. We're going to token there, and we're going to include form.html here, right? And the next thing, we're getting the bottom here and finish the form here, and the div belongs to the card body, the div. So you have to create another few div, 1, 2, 3 more div here, okay? So before that, we are going to give another message to the user. Plus, footer, text, muted, text center, and what should we do with the message? Ready? Have an account and sign in the login. Okay, so to create that page, like, and so just system give the message login or sign in, like whichever you prefer. And then we close the div here. And then we have a, so how many div we have to create? Another so 1 2 3 4, and so we have a one close there. This is next to here. So we have to create 4 more div. Just close the 4 more. So 1 2 3 4. Okay. So 2 3 4. So we have so far 1 2 3 4 5. That div belongs to that div. That belongs to that div. Okay. So 1 2 3 4. That belongs to 1 2 3, and that's 4. Okay. So we're gonna push this one here, and I'm going to push form. Let's move it back here. So exactly we know that divs in here. That divs. Okay, looks clumsy, but you can make it more beautify with the HTML beautify, or CSS beautify. Now if we go back, and see our application, how it looks like, right? So it looks much better now. It's kind of card view, and it came to the middle, and so we're playing that things has to go in here as well, we'll see, so let's see. So the reason it's they're not going in the center because I made a mistake in here. So C and TER has to be this is American and British spelling difference. So, and the same thing in here, and card for a text media text be C and TER center. So if you do this now, and if you go back, if you refresh the page, so that thing is in the center, and that thing we're looking for in the center here, right? It'll be much better, if you could have got the account image, but for some reason I need to fix this. Let's see. Somehow we'll fix later on. Don't worry. So we have create an account, login, sign up form. Next thing we'll do the logout section. Okay. So to keep a natural flow in the implementation, let's add the logout view. First, edit our URL.py. This is where our URL server is. We have to create a new URL, to add a new route. So guys, I'm going to clear something in here, so let's clear all of these because we don't need. We find everything on GitHub, what we have done from earlier, I'm just going to clear, and same thing. I'm going to clean this as well. I'm going to clear this as well. Right. So make things clear. Looks good, now. So the first thing is our home. Second is our sign up. Then we will do the logout section. Okay. So repath _sign logout. So the logout page, and we have to create the logout logic and the HTML page as well. So we have to import some stuff here as well. Okay. Here we did account views. This is where we getting from the accounts apps that views as an account views as not views. Okay, and then we're going to call not views dot logout. We'll create this class. Okay. As view, and then I get the name logout. I'm going to get the comma. This is where we created our logout. So we imported the views from the Django contrib auth module, and we renamed it to the auth views to avoid the clashing with that view.
that views. Okay. Notice that this view is a little bit different. It's called logout views dot as view. It's a Django class based view. Okay. So far we have only implemented views as Python functions. Remember, this is where we create all the functions here, like not the class based, like all different functions in the view. But that this is the Django's the views like class based view. And so far we have only implemented like views as a Python function. The class based view provide a more flexible way to extend and reuse views. These are the Django's views, and we will discuss more of that subject later on. So we need to when people the logout section, when the people press the logout, it has to go somewhere else, so it will take to the home screen. The user will redirect to the home screen. To do this, we need to change in our setting file and add one thing here. So if we see statics, we have all static and default auto failed. Okay, so we're going to use we are going to put the one new line here: logout redirected URL to home. Okay. So next thing what we'll do, so here we are passing the name of the URL, so this is the name of the URL pattern. We want to redirect the user after the logout, and after this is already done, just access that URL. So if you do logout, we'll take our home page. So it's going to home, you see. It will redirect to the home page. Right, so it's working. So it's taking to our home page. Now, to do this, in here. So remember we were here, so you have to create some drop-down menu and stuff, so that you can see the sign in, log out, and all this stuff, So to do this, what you need to do, we'll create some jQuery stuff, Here we're going to do say a menu for authenticated user. Okay, now we will need to do some tweaks in our base.html page. In that page, and we have to add a drop-down menu with the logout link on that page. So the bootstrap has the drop-down component, needs a jQuery to work as well, so we'll download the jQuery and we'll add to our project as well. Okay, so if we go to that link and download, so in here we will get the compressed version of jQuery, so I'm going to get the latest version, so download that things. So from here I'm going to download that versions. So right button, click the right button, and then go to the save link as to see how long it takes time. So we can just for time being we just going to in a desktop, just look on a desktop. Okay, so save that file in the desktop. So we're going to close that page, and we're going to create a new folder in here, which will be the called JS. No, I'm going to get a new folder, not file. Get a new folder, the JS. Okay, and I'm going to copy that file in here. So this is our file here. So we're going to copy that file, to paste in here. So this is in here. Okay. So next, what we'll do, with the sort of menu, for downlink, we need another thing. The bootstrap needs a third-party library which is called proper. So what you're going to do, just go to that link here, and you're going to download the latest version. Let's see. This is sort of more front-end libraries and stuff, we're going to get our main.js file. Okay, I went to that site, I
we didn't see any link, like, I can get the proper.min.js, like, so I was looking in the Stack Overflow, like, this is a lot of what we'll do. So I leave this with that link that I get that. Okay, and so go back to there. It's going to save us. So we're going to save that file in here, and then we'll copy that file to our JS folder. Okay, now it's downloaded. So we'll copy the file. So there is it. Copy that file, and I'm going to add this here. And we're also going to put the bootstrap.min.css as well inside the JS folder. Pretty much we are set. So this is how it looks like. Inside the JS folder will be bootstrap as well, jQuery as well, and proper.min.js. And image still not working. That's not that much important. So later on look into this. And this where that the bootstrap copy as well there, like this one CSS file. And so what we'll do in our base.html file, we're going to add some stuff. Okay, now we are going to add those three files. The JS is the short form, the JavaScript file in here under there before end of the body tag, like, okay. So we're going to add those script source and our tag. In the static folder, in the JS folder, the JS. So first we have press the white button and rename, press the rename and copy that part. Okay, and then just paste it here. In case if you made a spelling mistake, so the best way to do this, like same thing what we'll do, we'll copy the whole thing and then press 2 times and get this, the rename, and copy this, and instead of in here, I'll just this, paste it here. The last one, the rename, copy, okay, and remove this. Okay. So this is where we added, like, all the script here, and we need to put the end block. Okay, guys, we're going to use a drop-down list in our paging. And here, if you go to the home page, when the user will log in, and if they want to log out, they will see sort of drop-down list here. To do this, like, we can use the bootstrap drop-down menu, like, so we'll see the name in here, username, and the drop-down list. So to do this, we can use the bootstrap drop-down menu. So if you just go to the right down in the URL bar to the bootstrap, and from there we'll see a lot of example there, and one of the examples we're going to use. So you see the drop-down bootstrap, like, instead of writing all of these, we can just copy from there, from the bootstrap, which makes our work more speedier, like, The reason I'm speaking a bit quiet because my kids are still upstairs. So if you go to page down, you'll see there's a lot of examples there. And see, this is how, like, examples, if you copy that piece of code of an user in your code, like, this is how it looks like, So we're going to use drop-down variation, drop-left variation, menu items, menu alignment, menu header. Okay, let's see. Menu items, menu dividers. I think we're going to get this piece of code here, and then collect our code, and in here we're going to paste all the code in here. Okay. change something in here as well. So list class, we have list class nav items. There's a drop down now. Drop down, okay. And we have nav link drop down toggle, okay. Toggle, and we have our href home, and we can get the user ID as well, okay. Right, we go to user menu. User menu. That ID we can use later on for the CSS purpose, like, and then we'll do that toggle. Here's a drop down. And user.click name, and then we got this from the bootstrap. So what you're going to use, drop down menu, drop down menu right, okay. And what's going to change it here? Click on the right. I'm going to use area livability. Level by user menu. Then what you're going to do, the menu href, you can put our account and stuff, like, let's see how it looks like before we jump to the farther. So if you go back to, this is our home page, and it's showing in here really small. Okay, so it's everything okay. Okay, it's not dropping down something, okay. In that case, let's change it, like, account, right. Want to use the href here. Logout. Href. Logout. Okay, guys, you can see the image is working now. The reason it didn't work earlier, I realized that, like, I made a mistake in here, which is in here, that I did not put, like, the bootstrap main.js, instead of bootstrap main.css it was, like, so that is the reason, like, it did not work, like, so now as you can see, it came in with the background image, and then we have, like, kind of card style, like, view, and next we are going to see the drop down menu, all this stuff, like, okay, we have already created the URL, like, for the logout, like, excuse me, so we have done that part, and we also added in the setting the redirect, like, once the user logout, like, it will take to our home page, like, this is the logout redirect URL, like, we're putting the setting file as well, like, and to display in our home page, like, we're working on how to do the drop down menu, all this stuff, like, for that, like, we need to the jQuery and proper .js, proper .main.js, like, we need all of this. So I've already added those stuff, like, property.js and jQuery as well. Like, I'm a bit confused about that version, like, 3.6. This is the latest version, like, So let's see how it is, how far we can go with this, like, So inside the JS, I don't need this anymore because it's in the CSS folder. So okay, and this is the one is working, like, if you want, you can, I'll show you the other one, that image, like, how it looks like. So we'll keep one of these, and we have added our all of those file on the bottom of our HTML documents, like, all of them, like, and so what we'll do, we'll work on our drop-down menu, like, so this is how it looks, currently looks like our base HTML, like, we have username. You can see, like, if you go to the home page, like, you'll see that's the username in here, like, so I'm trying to put that one in over here, like, it should be in here instead of in here. And now we are going to put the drop down from the bootstrap, like, and you can copy from the bootstrap and then add it to your that file. So to go back to our the page, what we'll do, we'll just see if we can push it. Now we're going to use our drop down menu. So so remember I showed you earlier, like, to go from that side in a bootstrap drop down menu, and from there you can copy that stuff, like, so there I'm going to keep them here. Okay, now I'm going to take this part, I'm going to copy in here, those part in here for our drop-down list, like, and inside that list, that will be, those are the stuff, like, your account, change password, and we didn't create those things yet, like, so let's see how it looks like. Does it really working or not, like, so it came the arrow sign. This part is some reason it's not working. Okay, so we have to fix it, like, somewhere something going wrong, and we have to fix that. Okay, it's sort of working, but the drop down is showing regardless of what the user is being logged in or not, like, let's say if I log up from here, from admin section, so I've logged out, I'm going to the home page, and it's still showing even though I'm not logged in, like, so in that case, what you can do, you can put some logic in there. So see if I just refresh that page, home page. So in that case, like, you will just use a logic, like, if the user is authenticated, like, in here, if the user is authenticated, like, then we're going to do the rest of the stuff. So put the logic here. If user is authenticated, then you are going to those username, and we are going to get those things, and or else we can do, else we're going to get those things. We are going to get those. Okay, so if it is not logged in, like, it will show you the login page and sign up page, like, let's see if we can see any improve here. Right, so if the user is not logged in, it meant to show login. or sign up, like, so I want to push that things over here. Okay, that thing is so far is working. If the user is logged in, then it will won't show you. What time is it? 12:30 in the morning. Okay, midnight. Okay, we are telling the Django to show the drop-down menu if the user is logged in, and if not, show the only login and sign up buttons. This is what we have done, like, so I want to this thing in over here. So in that case, we'll fix it. Okay, so first what we'll do, we will create the one login URL, right? So after the sign up, we're going to put the auth views dot login view dot as view, right? And inside that we're going to put the template name login.html, right? Name equal to login. Okay. And after that, I'm going to put the comma sign here and save the file. You can pass some extra parameters so to override the defaults. In this case, we are instructing the login view to look for the template login.html. So we're going to the setting.py file, and we have to add those configurations in that file. So we already added those logout fast. So we're going to add that part, like, once the user is logged in, where to direct to the user, like, in the case login with direct URL to the home again. Okay, select that part. Now you can add that login URL to our base.html. So if you go to, so you can put the login here, right? URL login. Save that. So we have a login and sign up. So the same thing we're going to create the way we did the sign up HTML. We're going to create the login HTML, like, So we create inside the template new file login.html. Okay. Right. And the same thing, like, the way we did base HTML, the low static, like, all this stuff, like, and so we're just gonna grab those, like, from the sign up and put them in here and save them. And the same thing, we can grab those stuff as well. Well, I'm just thinking where we can change anything. Okay, so what we do, we're going to grab everything. Okay, and we grabbed it up here, like, as you can see, we need to go to the login instead of a sign up. Login, right? And one more thing you can do, you can make it a more smaller login page. As you can see, the sign up page is quite large, like on that kind of board, like, it was from here to here all the way. So we're going to just make it smaller. Let's make it smaller is here, like, you can make it a column 4 by 6 by 8. Okay, and then we're going to log in, and Once it's the login there, then we're going to get the form and submit. And we're going to delete those because we want to say login. Okay, login. And in the footer section, what you can do, so the form is here, div this div there. So this is the I'm going to bring it over here. Right, so this is the footer. You can change the message new to webchat reports. Then you can put the sign up page instead of a login page. Okay, sign up. And then another thing we can do, let's see how it looks like so far. If you go to the login page, so this is how it looks like, compared to sign up page, is a huge, small, username and password and the login. New to the web chat board. If you're ever new, then sign up. Let's say we press the sign up. It should take you to the redirect to the sign up page. So this thing is not working. Okay, excuse me. So let's see if you can log in. And just trying, let's say, with it MJSC password 1234556. So if it's login, we'll be able to go to the home page. Now, perfect. So that means we can log in, and this is the user, and this are the thing is still not working for some reason. It should be drop down list, so we'll fix it, don't worry. So probably for you guys it maybe work, for me still not work. Check everything so far. Maybe some more minor issue somewhere, if you notice, just write down in the comment section, please. Now, so we have to create, it should show me the logout button here, so that I can go back to logout, So now, if I just go to the login page, and we're going to add some other stuff, in that page, so this is our login page, so this, so far we have come here. The reason is looks a bit messy, if I would start working on BS code or other ID, it show me exactly where it's starting and where it's closing, so. But ID for spider ID, I'm working with the HTML, it looks not great, excuse me. Now I'm going to create another div in here, which will give us a, if user forget the password, so they can go to that link and set up the password and things. So let's jump that section. Div class text ty 2 and small href. We're going to create later on. Okay, so the text muted, that will be password, right. I'm going to create this small tag, and then we have our div, to close that div. It's always good thing, like, starting div at the same time with the closing tag div, so which makes sense, like, so now if you save that page and if you refresh that page again, then we'll give a small message in here, and then we'll create the forget password, views, and HTML, all this stuff, like, so this is where it's trying, like, but that link is not ready yet, like, So one thing you notice that we are repeating HTML templates, so we can refactor it, like, let's refactor it. Create a new template named base accounts HTML, like, So in that case, we're going to template and create new file, which will be called base HTML, right? And there we are going to grab our usual stuff, like, those things, our static and base.html, and we're going to get a style sheet as well. We're going to small bit. This is our base accounts HTML, like, Now we can use our sign up and login HTML in that case, like, So if we go to login HTML, and instead of a base one, we can use the base accounts HTML open. And we can give the title message one, which you can do. Let's say give the title that right, and block, and then we're going to take off those things, because in the base account we have a load static and all this stuff, like, we have this, so we don't need this anymore. Okay, and we don't need this as well, because we have those things in here as well. Check block body, all this stuff, like, so we don't need this either. And we can create a block content, and we're going to put the in block. Let's see our login page, how it looks like. How is it working? Same thing we can do our sign up page as well. Okay, we'll refactor our sign up page. So this is our title now, login to web chat modes. We still don't have the password reset UI, like, when you forget a password, then password reset UI, like, so let's leave it for a while, like, and then we're going to the sign up HTML, like, and we're going to take off all the stuff, and then we're going to use base .html, and I don't need those blocks static, and until this, like, we don't need this. Take up this. What you're gonna do, we'll just create the block content. I'm feeling pain in my shoulder now. Is there any extra div here? We need to figure out. Okay, I think we have extra div in here. Here we have to put the login. Create the tag first, okay? URL and login. Right. So if you go to now our sign up page, yeah, I could have gone from here, all right. Now this is how our sign up page, and if you go to the login page, so go to the login page, sign up page, So sign up page is not working. So if you look at this login.html, and here is the sign up. So you have to put it URL here. Okay. URL. If I give sign up. Now, if you press now, then it will be able to press sign up now. We'll try it again. This is our login page. You see, new to the website port. We have a sign up HTML page, so it should take to sign up HTML page. Yeah, sign up HTML. Change from webchat to the title. Create one title here. Blog title will be sign up to webchat board. Okay. And blog. Perfect. If you refresh the page, it will change from here webchat board to sign up to webchat board. This is sign up to webchat board. Alright. We are getting there, like, slowly but surely we'll get there. So if you go to the login page, right, if you try to log in, does it give me error? Empty. It should give me the error that this field is required, like, that field is required, like, user cannot log in. Yeah, it's giving me, like, that if you submit an username that doesn't exist or invalid password, right now that's what's going to happen, like, so we'll do this stuff, like, now we'll go back to the sign up page, and I'll show you one thing. And if you go to the login page now, if you notice that, like, it's sort of blue or green, like, whichever, I'm not sure what on your side you will see, like, it's giving sort of that is okay, everything, like, it's sort of misleading. So, and there's no message saying anything, like, because the forms have a special type of errors, which is called non-field errors. Is a collection of errors that are not related to specific field, like, so we can refactor our form.html, the partial template, to display those errors as well, like, remember we have created the form.html, like, if you go back, and then if you open that, this that includes the form.html, like, so we can add some stuffs here, like, sort of alert, like, so we are going to add a couple of lines that will make small bit difference here. Right, so here you see the p tag, like, if for loop.last is just a minor thing, because the p tag has a margin dash bottom, and F4 may have several non-field errors. For each non-field error, we render a p tag, with the error. Then we are going to check if it's the last error to render. If so, that's the bootstrap class, like an MB-0, we stand for margin bottom equal to 0. Then the alert doesn't look weird, like, with some extra space. Again, just a very minor detail. You just to keep the consistency of the spacing, like, so if you save these, then it will sort of give the user a message, like, on top, like, let's see. So go back to again that page and come back to the login page again, and then this might give us the message. If it doesn't work, then we have to restart our server and see if it's working or not, like, so if we go back to excuse me, So you're trying to the randoms something like what it does, any message here, let's say. And you notice that it's a bit slow, like yeah, it's giving us the message, please enter a characteristic password. Case sensitive, like so we still have to deal with the password field though. The thing, the Django never return the data of the password field to the client. So instead of trying to do something smart, let's just ignore the is valid and is invalid CSS classes in some cases, like but our form template already looks complicated. We can move some of the code to a template tag. Let's look at the form template, like it's quite lengthy and long, like so we might refactor again, like so what we'll do, inside the you see the website or and in there you can create another folder which will be the nameplate tag, or so template tag, okay, or nameplate tag, or so makes sense, template tag, template tags. And inside this folder we are going to create few files here, okay. So first of all, one underscore init underscore py file, which will consider this is a package, like so, and then we're going to put another file, so that will be our form tags.py, right? py, right. Now we will create our custom tags, like so that we can use. So in that here we're going to import some module from the Django template and register template.library. So let register.filter. This is how you make decorator, like if you are not sure how to do it, like you can watch the advanced Python series, like you'll be able to figure out, like, okay guys, remember I was saying, like I'm trying to see that section, like the username should be in here on the right side, and the drop down menu should work, like there's a small mistake somewhere, like I was trying to figure out, like in the code, like so it's only small, it's very very small. You see, like I write it down in ul class nab auto. That was the version 4 on bootstrap, like so the version 5 it will work ms auto, like so if I save that, then if I refresh the page, then that will go over here. You see, just to refresh the page, so it came here. Just a small code, like just one letter, like do you see this? So that's the difference, like at the same time, if you see, like if I do log out, that's the login and sign up should also be in here, in that side on the right hand side of the page, but actually in here, like so to do this, like just you see there the forming line ml auto, which should be ms auto, that's all, like and excuse me, if I refresh the page, then it'll go in here the way it's going to the username, like so you see. And it took me quite a long time to figure out. I had to
go to the Stack Overflow and bootstrap documentations to figure out what's going on, how can I figure out all the codes or everything looks good, everything okay, but still it's not working. So it took quite a long time for me to figure out why it's happening. So now I'm logging to our applications web chat boards, and once we log in, so now it's gone here. So you see our the drop down is still not working. You see it should go down the way we wrote code here, it should go. And this is only another very insignificant this piece of code, just you see the data toggle, the drop down, it should be data toggle bs as toggle, and that's all, and there's no major difference or anything, now once it's working, you see. So once the page refresh is done, and if you press in here, you see, so my account, but we didn't create our page my account and change password page yet, you can and if you press log out, it will go log out, and the sign in and sign up, login and sign up will be in here. So this, remember I was saying I'm not worried about this, there is very small mistake somewhere, it's not a mistake, I would say, it's the version, so this is the version 5 bootstrap, and the way I wrote earlier, is the version 4, so this is so when you are going to be a developer, this is one of the hardest part, to update something, when you are going to change it'll break everything, so if you, let's say if you are going to update from the version 4 to version 5, and your code will break everywhere, so you need to fix that, so this is how, you have to read the documentations and where exactly pinpoint, where I have to change, so it took quite a long time. So what I've done, I put the reference here underneath. This is where, I got the hints. I was reading different people's solutions and things, and they have the same issues. So I found that, and this is the only thing I changed. As I showed you, I wrote a VS there, and instead of ML, I wrote MS. That's all. Okay, so now we are trying to create the templates tag, so this is where we created, this is where we are been doing our stuff. So go back, go on top, web chat. Instead of web chat, we are creating the our tag, so we create that folder. Instead of folder, we create the init file, which will be considered the package, and then the from tag. So this is where we're left, so we are going to create our tag. So we imported the templates, and we create the register instance template library, and there we're going to as I said earlier, I have a Python advanced series, where I have explained how you can create decorators and how you create all this stuff, so this is one way of creating decorator. So register dot filter, then we're going to functions, field type, so we're going to put the on field, excuse me, return on field dot field dot widget dot underscore class underscore dot underscore name underscore. I'm going to explain later on what I'm doing. Okay, so I'll do now with register dot filter of keyword input class on field and if the pawn field dot form is on, then again if bound field dot errors, what we'll do css underscore class is invalid. Else if field type with bound field not equal to password input,
success class is valid. And then finally we'll do the return. Control the format class. So those are the templates filters. They work like this way. Okay, first we load it in a template as we do with the widgets, the widget tweaks, like our static template stack. If you look at the base template, like load static, like or the way we do like a low static template stack and widget tweaks, like so this is the way like we load those tag, like so note that after creating this file we will have to manually stop the development server first of all, so to get affected with our application with this, like and then we'll start again the servers so that Django can identify those templates tag, like so we'll give the names as a form tags, the way we did like static or base templates and stuff, like so we'll call like a form tags. So we'll explain more on that, like as well, like so what we'll do, I'm just going to cancel the server, stop the server, and then we'll do the run server again so that those code, like the form tags py can be recognized by the Django. So now the server is done. There's no issues at all, like so what we'll do, so if you write in your form as an example, let's say if we open another file, that's a login. If you write like, for example, I'm showing you like load underscore tags. This is how we load that form tags, like so what we'll do now, how we will use in our template, we'll show an example, like so if you go back to the our form HTML, and the way we did load widget tweaks, like so we can do as well load form tags underscore as well as the widget tweaks as well, like so here you see like if form.non-field errors, we create the danger alert, like this stuff, like render underscore field class field input class. That input class, we have this already. So I'm just going to do this in here. Okay, so I'm going to this I have already clicked this. So under field class, we're just going to just put a, instead of all of these, like excuse me, field class, right? This is our input class, would be filter, like so, and then we're going to errors inbuilt feedback during the error tips, and for what about the else conditions in here. So basically that input class will do all of these, like so I'm not going to keep the else condition here, like so I'm just going to don't need this, Okay, so if fill.help text we have in small class text muted there, fill help text we did the save. So I don't need anymore, so we did use the input class. So we might use later on the fill type, like, so fill type, this is where the fill type and input class. I hope it will work. We'll see. There's nothing to worry, like if it doesn't work we can go deep down and figure out, like, where exactly something going wrong, like, so we did if it works, like, you can see we'll reduce a lot of code here, like, so if we go back to our section here, and if we're just going to go to the login page, so this is the form. Okay, well, there's something wrong. Okay, we have to fix that, right? Okay, right, definitely something went wrong. We have to fix that, right? Okay, guys, it did work, like, actually. So what I've done, like, I just shut down the server and restart the server again, like, and I clear the whatever the code I don't need, like, so I take it off from here. But you can see easily in the GitHub, like, for the history, like, whichever I'm going to refactor the coding and stuff, like, where I'm deleting or I'm updating the code and stuff, like, so you can see. So in here, like, let's say if you do some and trying to log in, then it will give you a sort of error mark in here, like, and also giving the red, that's fine. So slowly but surely we'll get there, slowly. Right. Next thing, forget your password. To reset your password section we will do, like, okay. So where we are, we did the form tags, like, creating our own by decorator, like, that's all we have done, and we refactored the form HTML page, like, make it more shorter, and so what we'll do now, we'll create our, like, forget your password, reset passwords, all this stuff, like, changing password, all this stuff, like, okay. So one thing is, like, the password reset process is very you can think sort of complex, like, due to the URL process. Where is our URL webchat? To go to the URL project here, URLs, right? If you go, we need our URL and setting as well. Now, so as we discussed, like, in our tutorials, that you don't have to be an expert on the regex part, like, you just need sort of practice, like, and it'll come automatically, like, and I have on my advanced Python series and our separate video as well about the Python regex, like, more detail, like, so you can get more familiar with the regex, like, the different conditions and how you can create all of them, like, so you can watch on that as well. So another important thing before we start is that for the password reset process, we need to send email. So if you forget your password, then the system will generate it, like, some link and tokens and stuff, like, they will send you your emails, and then you have to copy that emails and things, like, there's kind of a lot of lengthy process, like, but it's a little bit complicated in the beginning because we need an external service, like, so let's say if you forget your password, if you press that, it will go to the different page and you have to put your email address, then that email address, another service, like, we have to open that your emails and get the links and stuff, like, so we're not going for that part, like, so what we'll do, we'll just for development purpose, we will create emails in our system, like, in IDE, like, so for now we won't be configuring like a production quality email service, like, so in fact during the development phase we can use the Django debug tools in here to check if the emails are being sent correctly. Okay, so no worries, like, later on we'll set up the production quality email service. We will do this, like, but for now during the development phase, using the console email backend is more convenient, like, more quicker, like, rather than going all the way different service and all this stuff, like, so if it's all done, like, then we can start our development, like, for production quality email setup, like, so how you can set the console email backend. So the console email, to set up the console email backend, the whole idea is during the development of the project, like, the whole the applications, instead of sending real emails, we just log them that yes,
I am sending emails, I receive the emails, and yes, all the stuff like, there are two options: writing an emails in the text files, or is just simply displaying them in the console. Like, I can open a console in here. You see, open Python console here. I can open in here. Okay. Especially for the development stage, like, it's more convenient because we are already using the console, like, remember the earlier stage, like, we did use our console, like, to check, like, the database part, like, whether it was saving the database and stuff, like, so to set up the console based email, like, we have to add in our setting files one more thing, which will be email backend. We can go call mail backends. Oh, sorry, I have to make it smaller. Dot or mail dot backends console email backend. That's it. So now we can get the email response in our console, like, for development purpose. So save it, and once you're going to save it, let's see what happened in the server, or you might restart the server. Like, let's see what happened. Okay, seems like everything okay. So when we are going to reset our password, like, forget your password, reset your password, like, it needs 4 views. Like, we have to create 4 HTML page to do this, like, the way we have done here. So the first one, you press the preset reset button, like, a page with a form to start the reset process. The forget your password, then you're asking the user, okay, put your email. So this is the one page, and then the success page, like, next stage will be the saying the process is started, instructing the user to check their email either in the spam folders and stuff, like, so. And the next page, the third stage, will be a page to check the token sent by email. So this is the third stage, will be the another page. We're saying to the user, okay, we send the email to your for email, check your email, like, and the last stage will be a page to tell the user whether the reset has been successful or not, like, So remember we did, if you go to, if you go to the views, the way we created all the views function here, like, the home, board topic, new board topic, like, for the password reset process, we don't have to do all of this, because the Django has their built-in all the steps, like, and all the functions already built in, so we don't have to write those stuff, like, small bit tricks and stuff, like, we need to do it, like, so all you have to do, just we have to figure out the path, like, telling the Django how to look for the HTML page and all this stuff, like, and writing all the URL, like, so to do this, we will write our all the URL paths, like, so once you the logo stage, I'm going to grab in here. So guys, be careful, like, because if there's a mistake here, like, it's gonna give you hard times, and you have to figure out where exactly went wrong and things, like, so bit lengthy, like, anyway, so we have to do it, like, so let's do it now. We're going to reset the first. Okay, reset the password. We'll make it a sort of step by step, like, so you can see what's going on by going down the line. Auth views, like, is coming from the authorized module, like, from the Django auth modules, like, we import the views inside the views. The same way, like, you see the views, there's the different functions there, like, so same, that the Django modules, auth modules, has a view as well. And inside the view, we called as auth views, like, so we are bringing that auth views, and inside the auth views there's a lot of functions, like, so we call the functions, we should give the hints, like, whenever we call that these are the function available, which one you prefer. So password reset, reset view. There is a function called password reset view inside the views, so we're calling that functions dot as view, call now our template name. So password reset
We didn't create it yet, like, but we have to create those page, like, so for time being, just giving the name. Okay, next, email template name. Password. Email.html. So there's a 2-page, and another one. Subject. Template name. Password is a subject. We'll just do the text file. Okay. Now, next one we'll do. We'll give the name of the view. The way we have done, like, name sign up. So we'll give the name that this is the password reset. Right. So that's one URL is done. Is the reset password, right? So next stage we'll give the confirmations that has been okay or not, like, so the way we will set this URL. So reset done. Sign. What will be the functions? We're calling that auth views dot password reset on view. Right. So what I'll do, we'll create the HTML page, template name. Template name is not necessary to put it, like, it's optional, like, so you can just write, like, the way with the template name, like, instead of here the template name, like, we can put straight away, like, a password reset or HTML, like, yes. So the template name, what will give them the HTML page name, that password reset on HTML, right? Password reset done. The name you give them, which makes sense what exactly that URL means, like, so we have 2 done. Next, what will be the URL? We'll do the password reset confirm view, like, that you will give the user the confirmation whether it was accepted or not, like, so we path. So we're going to sign reset. This is question mark. Right, the question mark. Right. User ID. ID 564. And I'm going to say 0 to 9. A to Z underscore slash minus. It's all accepted. And then we want to do it again, saying a token 0 to 9, A to Z, right? And then you are saying on 13, 029 Z into 20 versus dollar. I don't need this here, it has to be stopped somewhere. So let's see, this is belongs to, but this should be in here, should be stopped in here. I don't need this one in here. I'm missing the one plus sign here, and then I have to put views. Is it all views? Yeah. Dot password reset view dot as view with the name equal to password is confirm. Right. Hope everything is okay, like, you know, because if there are any spelling mistakes and any of the regex missing, then it will give us a hard time, like, you know, to figure out what exactly I did wrong. The last one. Right. Last one is reset complete views dot password reset view dot as view template name. Give them the HTML page name, which will be, let's say, password reset complete HTML. That's quite a long URL path, like, you know, there are 4 of them. So let's see what our server is doing. It's reloading again. So they're saying, like, you know, the template name, that variable is optional, like, you know, that parameter. But, you know, it would be a good idea to redefine, like, you know, what exactly it is, like, you know, so the link between the view and the template is more obvious than just using the defaults. Look at this. So there's something going wrong, like, you know, so I have to check again, like, you know, what exactly. So the best thing would be, you see that probably that this is the one, like, you know, is giving hard times, like, you know. So raise import this is a core exception import reset in that line, probably what is the position to unbalance is not a valid regular expression, you see. So what is saying this one? Okay, so we have to figure out what exactly went wrong. Missing one / here. I don't need this part. What server is doing now? It's loading. Now, so that's done. We have to write now our text file, like, you know, for the giving the message to the user. Okay, before we're going to write that text message, we create our all the HTML pages, like, you know, in the template folder. So what we'll do, the first password reset HTML password is just email HTML 1 2 3 and 4. How many page? 5 HTML page. So password reset, just copy this and then there, create a file. Right, so I don't have to type it again, like, you know. One done. Where's our URL? Okay. Second is C new file and password reset email HTML. We'll get the text file one. Okay. Will I create a name inside the template? So in the text file. Okay, this is the text file. And next password reset done HTML page. on the last one, which is our password reset confirm HTML. Right, so we've created 5 HTML pages and 1 text document. Like now, going to text, webchat, boards, password. Okay, that's a simple message like that. So the password reset email. So in that case, like we're just giving it some message like to the user. You are here to reset your password. Your password for the mail address that the email will get from the database. For the link below. Just giving some space there so it looks much better. Okay, and then we'll give our tag, Django tag, which is the URL. Name of the URL is password reset confirm. Okay. Reset confirm. User ID 64 binary. User ID open. Next, your username. If some reason, okay, was busy with my kids for a while. Okay, so if some reason not working, then please copy and paste URL in a new, browser. Thanks. So leave these as it is. Save the file. First we have to create a page, password reset HTML, and the page will create it. We're going to extend our base HTML page. As you can see, the base, we are getting good stuff like Okay, so we're getting the based accounts HTML page. After that, we are keep the title of the page. Such reset your password. Okay. Block. These are simple, right? Title of the page. Next, we'll write some code here. Content. Upload that. Block. And block. in between these, we're going to div. We'll close the div first. Right. So inside the div and class and div. These are the bootstrap. We could have a copy from the bootstrap. Those things like sometimes if you type the code which make more putting writing speed will be more. If you write the code instead of a copy and paste it'll make you'll get where things are going wrong, and your typing skill will be more faster as well and exactly all the tags and everything So next we'll create another div, closing that div. And that div we're going to class column before and this 6 8 and then another div, closing the div tag. Plus the card view, div, card body, history. Want to make it bigger page 3 and let's cut title, reset, right, that another message. Tag and send you a link to reset your password. Okay. We'll create a form tag and click the form. Inside the form tag, we post method. Validate. Right. And I think our grabs token. See this RF. And then next we'll bring that form from the include that form. So we're going to include includes HTML form. Excuse me. And then we are clicking the button to submit that form. Button will be a type submit, and plus button primary button block, and set message password, set email. Right, so save the page, go back here, reset page. Okay, slightly not looking great, like, you know. Let's see if I close that, how it looks like. If you look at this, raw justify content center. Okay, this should be ER. British and American spelling. Okay. Wow, this should be in the center now. No. See, this one spelling make a huge difference, like, you know. So reset your password, enter email address, and we will send you a link to reset your password emails. Send password, reset email. Okay. Excuse me. We have created our text. Please reset your password. Alright. We have also created password reset. Password reset email. We have created this part. And next we will create password reset. We have done password reset page, email, text. I'll do the password reset done page. Let's see. So we're going to get those part. We're going to copy the whole thing, like, you know, and refactor. This thing is right. Will be the same card style, like, and everything. And enter. We'll check your email. Email address, your email. For a link to reset your password. If it does not work, let's give them some message like, okay, user, we don't need the form in here because we're not sending anything, we're just giving the message to the user. And in that case, we'll create a tag, like, you know, instead of tag, it will be a login page. Login. Plus the button. Secondary, button of primary. On the login page. Right. Now check that how it looks like. Click down the page. Okay. Yeah. So if you press that, it will take you the login. Check your email for a link to reset your password. If it does not appear in your inbox, wait a few minutes and check your spam folder. So press the return folder, return to login page. Should work. No, page. Right, we just wait a few minutes. Okay. Now things are working according to plan. Last page, so password reset confirmation, like, you know, we'll copy that part. Excuse me. Get from that part, like, let's see. It was same, like, you know, so that the title, we can give some condition here, like, you know, whether it is a valid link. If it's valid link, like, you know, then it will take to reset your password or change your password, like, you know. So what we'll do, put some condition here. Valid link. Change password for username. We're getting the username from the form, right? Change password from getting from that username from the form, and then if it's not, so we'll say that else that you're going to reset your password. I'm going to end if from the end block. Next thing, we'll do the same card view, like the same everything, leave it all stuff, and instead of it, we're giving the card title. Card title will be change password for @ from the user username. Okay, we don't want to get a message here. Okay, we are going to use that if else condition in here. So if if the link is valid, then we're going to change our password, or else we're going to reset our password. So here, if valid link, okay, then we're going to change password. We're going else reset password. Excuse me. Reset password. We'll save for a while. In that case, we have to figure out, to get the link, the one we're going to send to email. Let's see, we are going to get a console. company.com. Let's see what's going on in our server part. So, what reverse image password is it confirm with keyword arguments? I see. So, error during template rendering. Password reset. Error at line number 5. Okay. That number line. Let's see. Password reset. Password reset confirm. This is where something went wrong. Guys, what we'll do, we'll just restart our server and see what happened. Sometimes, so it's running our server. Everything seems okay. Now if I go back, okay, if I do abcd at company.com, okay, so let me check what's going on. There's some sort of pattern maybe not working. I don't know where I've been. Last time we're trying to figure out reset the password, and we're fixing our URLs, paths and stuff, So what we'll do, so before I jump to that section, in the URL section, I struggle quite a lot, to fix that part, because whenever I try to reset the password, it gives a hard time, but I'm not sure, I leave it in here, in case if somebody
work for you guys, like, for whatever the version you were Django using, like, only that part, like, I added instead of all of this, like, I just added that part, like, which I found in a Stack Overflow after searching quite a lot, like, and the documentation as well I was going through. So this is where, so what we'll do now, if you go back to there, like, this is our admin section, like, and you can see all the admin part, like, I'm just going to make it a bit larger. And so if you go back here, small bit, at the same time, if you open up our server as well, so you'll see everything what's going on here, like, now I can add user in here as well, like, add user, like, but what we'll do, this is currently our user, like, the admin, the testing, I just added, like, so we'll just go to the home page, and if you do go to the sign up, and you can write it down for yourself, like, when you're creating the user, like, just so we will create our username, like, let's say testing2 email, give them whatever, abcdefgh at example.com, and the password testing email 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, testing e 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's see. So from here you can see the it's going to the sign up page, and now it's going to, it's created, like, so now with the testing tool, like, we have user. So you see, if you go back here, you can see the user. If I refresh the page, you'll be able to see which user is there in here. You see, remember, I forgot, like, what password I use, like, so this is where it's giving me a hard time, like, so that's why I say, like, always write it down, like, the whichever username and password you use. So if I go to the user, like, the one I have created, like, throughout our main applications, we'll be able to see here, you see the testing tool, like, so this is where, like, testing tool. So yeah, so I went completely different track, like, so what I'm supposed to do, so we created the users and everything, like, with email address, like, now let's say I've logged out from the applications and I forget my password, like, so if you're going to the login page and I want to log in, now I forget my password. Okay, so I'm going to pull up that page as well at the same time. So it's giving me the reset your password, send password, reset email. Okay, so I know my email address, which is abcdefgh at example.com. This is my password. If you see, this is where abcdefgh, my password, like, so I forget my username and password, like, so I forgot my password. Okay, so send password reset email, so it will be in here up here. You see, I didn't create the production based all the stuff, like, you see this. The reason is we're getting in here because we set in the on applications. We'll have to close this, quite a lot of them, so I don't need these. So here in the setting.file, you see this line makes to get our email in here. Okay, so this is where we are now. Okay, so we send, it's giving us that reset your password. So check your email for a link to reset your password. If it does not appear in your inbox, wait a few minutes and check your spam folder. It's just giving a message, like, so here you see that the subject from webchat boards, please reset your password, and all this stuff, like, all this message. And this is what we created the message, like, if you check in here, password reset email, this is what we're getting here, like, so if you check in here, so what do we need to do to reset your email, like, my daughter is crying, I'll be back 2 seconds there. Okay, so basically I have to take, okay, I'll be back 2 seconds there, my daughter is crying. Okay, I'm back now. So what we'll do, we're just going to copy that line for time being to reset our password, like, so copy that line and go back here, paste it here. Okay, no, so it will give us the reset page, like, where we can reset our password. This is change password for testing to the username. So this is where put the new password and confirmation. Okay, and you put the new password. So let's put it like, I change, and then this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then same, I change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so change password, and if you press that, it will give us the confirmations. You see this set password. Okay, what is it saying? Like, only password, try to password field didn't match. Okay, so I change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, if you press that, and it will give us the confirmation the password has been changed. Like, so you see the reset complete the URL. So you see the password change. You have successfully changed your password. You may now proceed to login. So if you go to the return login now, then you can give your username testing to and password I change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put is our password, and then login. So that's all working, you see. Now this is how the reset process, like, so forget password, reset your password, abcdefgh at example.com. So it's giving us the email address and everything, like, so this is where it's giving the email. Okay, so if you just, I'm trying to show you, like, if you use that link, you can't use the same link again. Like, this is I'm trying to, okay, so if you go back to here, I'm just going to close that part as well. So now it will give us the that field, like, so, and if you I change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see, we're changing our password. So it's posting and then reset complete, getting this is done. So let's say if I try to use the same link again, what it does. You see, this is what I'm trying to show you, like, so once if you use that link here, once you use that link, and if you try to use the same link again to reset your password, that message will give you, like, that it looks like you clicked on a invalid password reset link. Please try again. So if you try again, request a new password reset link. If I request it again, it meant to send you they're going to the reset password, and then you put your email and it will send you the same step. So I hope you guys, like, you have a clear understanding, clear picture, like, we have gone through all the steps, like, this is where quite very important steps, like, you can use, as long as you are in development field, like, you can use that steps, like, this is where, you're setting the URLs, but that's, if you want to, for development purpose, then you can use that, like, the way I've shown you, like, and then you are creating all the templates, like, and this is how all the process happening. You're sending the emails, and then you're sending the password, then it's giving the confirmation it had been changed, and all these things, like, so you see. So what we'll do the next, so suppose so you're going to log in now. Okay, so we have changed, we forget our password, we change our password, and all the steps you have seen how we went through, like, we get the emails and we get our tokens with links, like, and then we went to that links and things, like, now we are going to log in now. Okay, and we have also seen, like, if you use that link, you cannot use that same link again, like, then you have to use you have to resend again, like, so we are going to the return to login page, like, so return to login page. This is where our password has been changed, the title. So we're going to log in, and now what we'll do, suppose you know your password, everything, your username and everything, you want to just change your password, like, so you just login. Listening to the new password is I change 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay. Now we are going to log in here. I'm keeping everything on the side by side so that you can see what's going on here, like, you know, the server side, like, you know, a bit slow, like, you know, it's just nothing I can do, like, you know, probably maybe my system is slow, or probably the Django application is slow, you know. I don't think it'll be, like, you know, but patience, like, you know, we'll get there. Come on. Right, so as you can see, like, you know, this is very important steps, like, you know, if you can follow all the steps, like, you know, and whenever you have errors or things, like, you know, you can do a bit of research on the Google's and Stack Overflows and things, like, the exact message. You can copy the error message and do a bit, you know, Google, like, you know, you'll see other people are facing the same issues, like, you know, and they come up with a different solution and things, and you can try, like, you know, this is how we can slowly you can develop, like, you know. But even I can't excuse me, I can't say myself I know everything, like, you know. So I'm just showing you guys, like, you know, how you can build step by step, like, you know, with confidence and with error and trials and stuff, like, you know. So we're going to log in. So the login page, login. You know, guys, what we'll do. Why is it taking so long? It shouldn't take so long. Guys, come on. You see, guys, giving the broken pipe. Blah 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 blah. Now we logged in. You see, sometimes I don't know what. So I just hit it here. Now we logged in here. Now here you can see that the user can change passwords and log out, but we did not did this to, like, my accounts and change password. This is what we'll do now. Okay, so to do this, like, you know, if you want to change password, that need a kind of pre-fields, like, you know, your old password and new password and confirmation new password, like, you know. So this is what we'll do now. Right, usually those, whenever the user want to change password, even though the user know his or her password, to do this, like, you know, usually those forms are composed of 3 fields: the old password, new password, and new password confirmations, like, you know. To do this, like, you know, again we have to go to fix our URL, like, you know. This is our URL. So what we'll do now, I left that part as well, guys, like, you know, that part as well, like, you know, so in case this part doesn't work, like, you know, it's giving me some errors, like, you know. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take off this part. The same thing, like, you know, I did a bit of error and trials and stuff, like, you know, different things. So I come up with this later. That is worked. That's the only simple piece of code here, like, you know, instead of all of that. Anyway, so now what we'll do another important things, like, if user want to change their password, rather than, like, you know, forget password, like, you know. So that part's not that high, you know. So we'll do a bit of do the template, like, you know, the HTML forms, and then we'll fix our URLs, like, you know, and then right. So repath. So basically when user will press change password, like, you know, so you're going to sort of a different URL, like, you know, you are in the home, so you'll be kind of going to see the setting dot password and stuff, like, you know. So what we'll do, we're going to change it in here. So creating the URL, so we're setting your password, like, you know, basically. So we'll do the auth views password view not change view dot is view. So we'll give the template name. Okay, so template name, what you want to do, give them template name password change. But HTML, so we have to create that page, like, you know, and name equal to password change. Perfect. And last, the comma. This is where user will go that page, like, you know, and they will set up their old password, new password, and confirm new password, and then we'll give the message the yes, it has been done, confirmation, or if it's not done, like, you know, we'll give the message. Right.
So we don't need these. Right. Setting password done. Right. And then same thing. We want to use dot password change done view. These are the function from the Django, like we're getting. So password change done view. As view. So give them the template name. What would the template name? Password change done. HTML. And then the name. Password change done. Right. This is where we came so far. Next thing, we'll create some more decorator So remember, these are the setting will work when the users are logged in. So the testing to user is logged in, so he or she wants to change his or her password. So to make it useful, we have to put some decorator on top of the function which is called login required. This decorator prevents non-authorized user to access that page, So if the user is not logged in, Django will redirect them to the login page. Simple as that, So now we have to define what is the login URL of our application in the setting file. So if you go to the setting file, and we have to give some special variable that login URL equal to login, basically, So this is where you see the logout layer, home, login directory to home. So we can give log in URL, which is login. Right? I'm going to cap there. Now, if you do anything on the setting file, it will server will restart again. Right? So now we're going to create our that page password change.html. Okay. So if you go to close that, so you can see everything in templates. We'll create a new file with password change. Right. And we'll put some as usual stuff or So if you go to, let's say all this, copy these and paste it here. Base account, so we don't do accounts, we just need from the base page, base HTML. And what we're going to title, change password. Change. Right. Change password. What you're gonna do? We have to, if it's up to completely how you want to design, but pretty much we'll do the same thing, So what we'll do? Okay, block content, background. These are all the Django's and bootstrap, stuff, background. We'll do list pass and then print active password, close, and let's start. Next what we'll do, end block. We're going to put some div. First thing we're going to close that before it's going. That's a raw. Before that we have to create the block content. Okay. We'll do block content and close the in block content and block. Just copy from there. Right. Next what we'll do, okay, there div, closing that div tag. I don't have to write those things, like, if I use like a atom or VS Code ID, like, but you guys, you can take that advantage, like, but Spider ID don't have that facility, like, but if you guys know, just let me know in our comment section. I'll use that as well. Class column is column 6 by column 8 column 10. Phone tag. No, not really post. Post method. You want to validate or not validate? So validate. What's going to do? These are stuff token. TRSF. TSRF token. Forward. And then next we get our form. Include our form .html. I'm going to the button for the submit, like, close the button. Button class submit. It's equal to button. Access. Okay. Just the message. Excuse me. Password. No. So our form is done. HTML pretty much done. Okay. Save that. And so if you write down setting the password, we'll see that page. We can't press here because I didn't put that link in the section yet, like, so let's see it is working. There's some exception. What's happening? Okay. To register to load these didn't forget to register. What's the digital template exception? Template syntax error. Oh, I see. This syntax error, guys. Okay, so not a big deal. So to be the settings. Okay. Save that. And now if I look at this, it's reloading. And we go to the setting.html. Okay. Now if I do
So there's something saying syntax error. Line number 9, block. Oh, I see. Do you see? Block content. I see. Right. So go back to that page. Password. LOCK. Oh, you see, this is the syntax. Oh. What's it called? I see 13 CSR except for N block. Did you forget to this? I say, what you are trying to do this, man? Okay, let's see. I just wonderful. This is what you're trying to. You see the guys, like, this is how you can fix. You will figure out your errors, like, now this is what came up, like, so you can I put the with settings with S, like, I mean, this is just only vocabulary, like, but the actual error was, where I fixed, like, that mistake was a block there, and I didn't put the token there, and this stuff, like, now the page there, this is how you would put your old password, new password, and confirm new password, bang, change password. Now that page is working fine. And next thing, one more template we need to do, which is password change done. Now if we go back there, let's change done. All right, we'll just copy some stuff here. All right. We're just going to take all of them. All the tricks we'll do. So block title change, password, successful. Okay, and then what you'll do, how you want to look like that page. So we get to, we'll give the message success, and no, what else you want to do? Block content. Okay, I'm posting close the block content. No, okay, there's a small div there, like, that's large success. Another message with a bold. Oh, I'm doing wrong all this. Right. Okay. That the part is done. And if somebody wants to go back to, let's see how it looks like, this is where we are done now. Okay, so so what it looks like. If we go back to the done page, how it looks like. We can't see anything. Why not? What's going on? Let's see if we can add something. We did our success with that line, and this will fit one URL. Change password change. Right. Okay, now it's showing change password successful. Did save earlier? Like, no, man. Why didn't maybe save earlier, guys? I see. I'll take it off this. Nah. Yeah. It's been giving me success down. Like, yeah. You know what? I did not save the page earlier. That is the reason it is. I was like, what's going on there? Right. Okay, save the page, guys. Okay, you see, like, when you're going to develop something, like, small minor mistake could give you some sort of anxiety. Why is going on? Anyway, so what you can do if you want, you can put some sort of message here. You want to go back to different home page, like, or you can go press here if you take the home page, like, as you know that, like, this is the link for the webchat board from the page. But if you give them some sort of hints here, like, going to home page here. So what we'll do in here, tab for the home. Excuse me. Oh. No. Button. Beacon of secondary. Return to home page. Perfect. Now we have to put some logic in here, like, so this is return to home page. Right, if you press there, it will go back there, like, but remember in here, we have to put change password in that page. Where was that page? Where did we create it? Home login, you got password change done. Remember, we have created these. Where exactly in that page, or can I find out in that page? Maybe the probably base page. Let's see. We created, like, the base. Yeah, this is, so we have to change password. We're going to put this URL password change. So boom. Right now, if you press now, now if you go back here, press change password, I will give the form. Right. Okay, so let's try. Old password is our I changed 1 2 3 4 5 6. New password, we did it 1 2 3 4 5 6. We did it 1 2 3 4 5 6. Change password. Let's see what's in the database happening. So it's going to password done. Boom. Pa. Well done. Return to home page. So before that, let's see if we can log out and get the password we changed. Like, can we have to spelling mistake here? So we have to change it here as well. So login. and username testing2. We did it 1 2 3 4 5 6. Look at these, what's happening here. Because now it's going to the database, looking at all these posting, and then checking, getting home. Bang it! Yes, Yahoo! We have done it. Well done, guys. So we change password is working, login is working, and then we'll fix our my account. Okay. So guys, authentication is a very common use case for most Django applications. I mean, if you can implement these, like, for your applications, is a great, like, and you can see all this stuff. So admin part, like, who is logged in and who created the new accounts and all this stuff, like, you can see the user has changed successfully. He's giving the message as well, like, wonderful. So in these sections so far, we have covered quite a lot of things. Like, if you can grasp all the concept and if you can implement all of these, you are, I would say, 50% or 70% you are in a position to the web development stage. Like, you grasp the knowledge, like, so we implemented all the important views, like, that we did the sign up, we did the logins, we did the logout, we did the password reset, we did the change password. Now that we have a way to create users and authenticate them, we'll be able to proceed with the development of the other views of our application. I mean, this is I mean, wow, I would say, like, if you can do all of this, great job, guys. Like, and you feel yourself, if you are doing something, like, which is working, and you can develop it. This is how, like, when you go for interview, you can show yourself, yes, this is what I've done. I mean, if you can implement that applications, or the similar application you can use, like, game board, the chat boards, or the, like, say, the cricket chat boards, or soccer chat boards, whatever. Like, this is our same concept. You can do this, like, but we still have to improve a lot of things regarding the code designs and stuff, like, the templates folder is starting to get messy with so many files. Did you see this? There's so many files there, like, so the website boards, that apps, like, that apps, I mean, I didn't do any testing yet, like, but well, testing, as you can see, that the application is working one way. That's, yes, it is working. So we have to start refactoring the new chatbots and stuff, like, because now we can retrieve the whoever logged in user. So we'll get that. So we'll sort that part soon, like, so I'm pretty sure and I believe you have enjoyed so far, like, and honestly, like, I did struggle, like, to do this, like, as well, like, I had to refresh myself with a lot of things, and I had to find out, like, from a lot of Googles and documentations and stuff, all this stuff, like, so next we'll improve our application more, and we're going to add some more stuff, like, so well done, guys. Hello everyone, how are you? Hope all are well. So far we have done quite a lot of stuff on our applications, and I think my humble request, like, to all of you, please subscribe to my channel, and that encourage me to create more contents. And if you like that series or that tutorial, like, please like it and share it to others, like, and if you have anything to know, like, write it on the comment section as well, please. And so what we'll do now, we're going to create more sort of secure our application, like, not everyone can view without logging, like, our board, like, our web chat boards, like, not everyone can see, like, without logging, or not everyone can post something, like, without logging. Currently, like, I can go to, let's say, if I want to post something, like, here, even if I'm not logged in, I can go to that page as well, like, so, and unauthorized access, like, we have to stop that, like, let's say I'm going to log out. If you see, I logged out from the system, and if I want to go back to the topic, like, as an example, I can still go that page, like, even without logging. So we are going to stop those things, like, only the user who are logged in the system, they can go that page and they can post, and we're going to edit the post and stuff, like, and also we'll look into the ORM section of the Django, like, is the object relational mapper, like, so it's a very powerful concept in object or relational mapper, like which is short from ORM, like which sort of which enables you to interact with your database, like the way you do like MySQL or SQL, so like so in fact the Django ORM is just a Pythonic way to interact and create SQL query, and you can grab or manipulate your database, like, and get results in Python without writing. The way you write the SQL query, like get this stuff, get that stuff, like from database, like but you will do in a Pythonic way with the ORM, like excuse me. Now, how you can protect in our views, like to protect against non-authorized user, we can do a couple of ways, like so if you see if you look the web chat application, where is it, web chat, and where is the views, and here, like we can do some sort of thing, like which will not able to, the unauthorized user cannot access the new board topics, like an old board topic, like so the way we'll write a decorator, like that login, that things, like once you write on top of this, like that's called decorator, like I'm calling. Behind this there is a functions here, like so we're going to import a Django module, which will be form Django contribute auth decorators import. That's it. So once you do these, and if you put that things, like now just check, like what's going to the server. Let's see, our server things is reloading. Okay, so once his reloading part is done, and you go to the home page, obviously we can't go because our server is running. Okay, now if we refresh the page, then you can go to the home page of our application, and now I'm not logged in now, you see, but if I try to go to that page, like the new board topic, like I won't be able to go because it will take me to the login page. You see, log to the web chat board, so it's taking me to the login page. This is simple, GG. See, like, just I imported, like the package, like the module, and then I put the login required, and that's it, like so it's making our application more secure, like the unauthorized user cannot access it. It will ask for the login, like right. Okay, where are we now? Okay, our server is started, excuse me, and log into our chatbot. Okay, so testing to, I think I put the password ICHANG. I changed 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is the password. Last time we changed our password, like, isn't it? Yeah. So, man, oops, I forget it. Like, I forget it. What was the password? Testing to I. Oh, we did it, like we did it 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, I think last time I changed, we did it. Post go to weeks. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so I write it down this time, man. It's just testing to we did it 1 2 3 4 5 6. Remember when we were resetting password and changing password, all the stuff, like we did this. Anyway, so what we are now, we are trying to where's the views? I'm going to close a few of them, like I don't need any more of those for the time being, right? So it'll be easier to
Okay, so now views. So we're going to refactor some of our new board topics, like when someone trying to post something, like so what we want to do now. So we're trying to authenticate the user. So now we can improve the new board topic view, and this time we set the proper user. Instead of just scoring the database and picking the first user, rather we are, if you go to that board, Python basic chat board, you're going to get a straight away, like getting that from the number one, like the user from the user testing. So what we're going to do, we are going to if that user posts something, he will see his post, like this is what we're trying to do, like so the way we did, like earlier, there was no way we could authenticate the user. Now we did this, like so we're going to refactor, like that part, like now, to get a more kind of authenticate the users and stuff, like a more kind of secure way. We can do better in here now. Okay, so I'm going to stop the user in here. So if request.method will be post, we're getting the new chat topic form instance. If the form is valid, then we are going to save it into the board, like chat board, and we started, like the board starter will get it request.user. That request, the guy who is requesting, like the person, request.user, and then we're talking, saving the part. And the next thing we are going to posting. I don't have to do the post now. So we're going to post.objects.creating the message, and cleaning the whole text box, clean data, and then our topic will be the chat topic created by the request.user. Like you see, now it will filter like an exact user, like here it was like we're getting all the user and whatever the first, like database is showing, like now, and then we're returning. Put it in here, and then we're going to return the board topics, like if it's not there, like we're getting the new chat form, and returning the new board topic. Perfect. So this is what we have done. So this is our so it's reloading now. By the time we can test our page, like okay, all's good. So if you just create the new topic now, using by that user testing to the Python basic board, what do you think, guys? Python basic is very important to this and further. Okay, what's that? What's happening there? Okay, let me think and fix that issues. Okay, guys. We need to do a couple of things before when user will post. Like they will be clashed with the two primary keys. Like and because one primary is getting from the topic. So if I go to model, then I'll show you there what I'm talking about. So check the models. So here you see the topic and post, like so here is there'll be two primary keys and will be clash, and then you need to figure out, like that the users and chat topic and post, all this stuff, like so to do this, like we need to fix first of our URL, like that it will go there, like So what we're going to do, first of all, so retrive basically. But so with the board topic, then I'm going to do primary key. Will be our topics. And another thing will be so underscore pk. Where is the model? Is it topic? Okay, this is our going to get topic underscore primary key. Next we are going to get next what we'll do, the view is coming from webchat application. So we have to create the new functions in our views as well. So give the name topic underscore post and the name post. Okay. So save that, the server will restart again. And if we go to the views, the number of posts. So then if you go to the views, and we're going to create new function here. So board topic, new board topics, and topic post. Okay. Did I imported all this stuff? We have all this imported already. So next we'll create a function. Post. To request primary key. Set topic primary key. And topic that. And let's go object. I know some reason it's not giving the hints. Like I should give the hints. Like I need to get all this. This and going to check topics. Did I write it down there? Check topic. Check topic. Check board. Also PK. Primary key equal to I hope it will go ahead. Like the reason here is underscore primary key is used for the database field lookup. Like it's similar to SQL where clause. Like return render request topic posted to get that page, right? And the name is topic. Save this, and next we're going to create a topic post XML. So note that we are indirectly retrieving the current board. Remember that the topic, the chat topic model is related to the board model as well. The topic is related to the board as well, like so
we can access the current board. We will see the next. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to create a new template. Going up, and the templates. Create a new template, which will be the topic post. Post.html, and as usual, we will get our all the extend like base HTML. Okay, and then next we're creating the title of the page. So that topic is coming from here, like here. Excuse me. Right, excuse me. It's now what time? 22:12. Midnight. Very close to midnight, right? And we're going to end block. Right. Next, we're creating some bootstrap stuff like now. So background. And block. Inside this, we prepare some behaviors list. I'm going to take that part instead of writing again all this. Support topic. No. Yeah, new port topic. This is what I need. And so this is where we're coming from. Here is topic dot chatbot dot pk. Because we're going to get a specific board from specific post, like and then we're going to get a topic dot chatbot dot name as well. No, I don't need any more new topic. It will be dot subject, right? Right. Now if you go back to again, start new pick. What do you think, guys? By the post integrity error. Let's see what we can do. Not null constraints fail webchat top integrity error. Not null constraint fail webchat underscore chat topic dot port. Let me figure out what's exactly. There's some. Okay, guys, it's fixed now. Okay, you don't know, you don't believe what I've done, like So you see the URL, like that's like everything okay, like that's we're going to that URL, like there's one primary key here and topic primary key here, and then we're going to create the view post. The one function's name is the topic post, like so if you go to the view, this is where we created our new functions. So here, like this is our chat topic we imported, like here, this one, you see, and then the board name equal to primary key. If you go to the model here, like this is the board name, that one. This one we in that chat topic, inside the chat topic, the name of the board will be like name of the board is the Python basic. This is our chat board, web chat board, and this is where the name of the board Python basic. And inside the Python basic board, this is the topics test. Okay, so this is the
the board name equal to primary key, then primary key equal to topic primary key, okay, which is that primary key equal to topic primary key. So that topic will be whatever the post you're posting, that topic primary key has to be equal. Then we are getting the one HTML template topic post, and then we are going to this board. You're on the board topic, and then the bottom the primary key, and then see this is what's coming board named, right? What I've changed here, I want to show you the things I have changed here, which was in the views. It was board name __ pk. So this is what I've changed it here. I don't need this, and that was the issues. Otherwise everything was same. That was the issues. So if you go back to Python basic again, and yeah, because it's our servers are working on it, because I showed you __ and I just removed it and saved them our page. Now it's working now. So if I go back to refresh our page, it will go to the board, Python basic board, and if you create the new post, did you see this only small minor mistake __ primary key, which give us a really hard time. Now if you select the subject, what do you think, guys? Basic. No. I guess it's very important to be it's Python basic is very much to learn to be a career. Okay, so if I post that, hello guys, how are you? Well, remember we're trying to post a new topic, and it was not going to properly, and it was showing the mistake and stuff so if you let's say if you want to post the Python advanced board, and I'll open up the server as well so you can see what the mistake it was so now if I post that, you'll see it'll give us an error on here. You'll see there that was a not null constraints failed webchat topic board name. So the mistake is where was happened earlier there was meant to be from the model board name equal to the chat board so that was a mistake in here instead of chat board, it should be board name, that board name in here if I save this now and look at the server now, it's reloading, and if you go back to our page and if you will refresh the page, and you're able to see it was posted but that was a mistake which was because of that it's giving us a not null constraints failed which is a kind of integrity error so after quite few investigations I figured out this is where a mistake happened so if I refresh the page now, continue, then you will see so it's gone so testing Python advanced this is what we just posted see 10:56 now PM, and as you can see there 10:57 now. So this is what no, and so another thing we did that we did the topic post we are trying to go that page that's that URL that's you want to go the board topics, and board number is 1 2 3. There's only 3 board there, and then topics, and in the topics you're getting the topic number 1 2 3 whatever so to do this if you go there to your topics, then if you press 1,
I'm not sure whether it will show one, but we'll try. Let's see. It's not found. But if I do like a board number 1, if it's board number 1, that was the Python basic to board number 1, and topics was one of the testing, test, this is one. So in the board 2, it's a Python advanced. If we do board 2, let's say topic number 2, is there anything? No. So let's say topic 3, is there anything in the Python advanced? Board number 2, yeah. So that was saying we're learning Django basic to advanced. That was Python advanced board. Topic number 3 was but we need to refactor our page and stuff, we have to update a lot of things, so we'll get there, so watch, we'll do the next, so as you can see, we are seeing in the kind of only once, we want to see with the list, the all of them, so in that case we have to do sort of for loop on here. Let's see what's in our views, which is going to redirect. So topic post, yeah, is going to fix topic posts. Okay, right. If we go to the topic post, and we'll do a bit of for loop in here, to see all of them, Okay. If I write all of them in here, it'll take quite a long time. So what I will do, I've written all earlier, so I'm going to put this in stuff here, so you'll be able to see all this stuff. Now I'm going to paste the code in here, because it's quite long code, if I'm going to try all these, it's take quite a long time, and so I'm going to explain all the code in here, what exactly is in here happening. So basically we're going to getting a div class in here. A div class is creating a button to replay the post, right. So basically this is where it's happening. This is a button replay in here, and then I'm getting all the post, for posting, I'm running the for loop, I'm getting all the posts for that user. So this is the topic.post. The post coming from here. If we go back to our code, if you go to if you see the post, and these are the related name that posts, at topic that post here, that is coming from here, from the model, topic the post. So we're just creating all the deeps, make it a more sort of designed, and then excuse me, we're getting the image, I'm going to put that member.png where I collected, so this is where you can, if you go to that link, you'll be able to, you can choose yourself whatever image you like, currently not going our personal image, we might do it, putting our own picture, for user. So this is where I just leave so you can go that, and from there you can download, free image, and this is where I downloaded, and ended here, end up in here. If you go to the static, this image, I have a couple of them, so I just using the member one, and so this is where it's coming from, so, and post created by username. This is created by is coming from the model as well, you go back here. This is where it's created by, who is creating, so we're getting the user, and so username is coming from here. You see who is creating, posted user, that the user is a testing tool. This is the user testing tool, that user is created, and then. And we're getting again another div posted created at what time is created. This is where it's coming, the created at. If you go back to model, this is where it created at, this variable, here you see the auto now and date and time, and everything will come up from the system. So this is where it's coming, and so this is, and the next we're getting the created at, and the next, if saying that post and dot message, if that post dot created by equal to same user, if that message is created testing to, then it will show here the edit button, that the same user can edit his or her comments, whatever he's posting. But let's say if someone else is logged in, admins or some other user, they can't see that edit button here, so this is where edit button is coming from. And
So if you do a bit of Google, like, all the dips, like, what is all this meaning, like, so you can, you'll find a lot of examples and stuff, like, if I'm going to explain everything, it's take quite a long time, like, so I'm going to explain you, like, what exactly the more important stuff, like, and this is if starting and if, like, and this is end for starting from end for here. So this is where it is coming from, and what next we'll do. Since, like, right now we don't have a way to upload a user picture, like, so we're just going to create, like, leaving like an empty picture, like, just using the avatar, like, so if you go that link, you find quite a lot of avatar, like, the image you can download freely, like, so we still haven't really explored the Django ORM, like, object relation model, but if you look at this, like, posted created by, posted created at, posted created, posted count, these are all come from the database, like, so it's come from the database. The way we do, like, the select count from where the user, like, the SQL query, like, this is the same thing we're doing, like, and even though the result is correct, it's not a good approach, like, to do it, like, right now it's causing several unnecessary queries in the database. But hey, don't worry about it, like, right now. So we are going to fix it, like, all of this, like, but we are trying to learning from the how the system is working, where you can build from ground up, like, everything, like, but even though a lot of you may say, like, okay, this sort of kind of old way of doing all this, like, but if you know from the basic level, ground level, then if you go more advanced level, it'll be easier for you as everything happening, like, from where it's happening. Do you know what I mean? This is where all the concept coming from, the basic to advanced, like, going from. So let's focus on how we interact with our applications. Later on, we are going to improve this, like, how to diagnose heavy queries and stuff, like, I mean, this is only more than 10 or 12 queries, like, here, like, so it's not a big deal. Another interesting point here is that we are testing if the current post belongs to the authenticated user, like, here they're testing to, and here's the testing to the user. That testing user is a poster that that's random letters, like, and then that user can edit, otherwise you can't edit, like, so this is where the logic comes from. If post created by equal to user, like, then he can edit, like, so. And we are now only showing the edit button for owner of the post, but so we are going to put the link in here, and then we to create a new new sort of HTML page where the user can edit, like, so since we now have the URL route to the topic post, like, it's listing, update the topic HTML template with the link, like, so what we can do, so if you go back to, hang on there, now if you're going to replay that post, you need to create another HTML page and putting some stuff here, like, so the user can replay, like, so to do this, like, first we have to create a new our routing, like, so you have to go to the URL, like, and from the URL, like, we're going to create a new URL, so that first we have to put a routing, like, where exactly need to go, like, then we'll create the HTML page, and then we'll create some sort of functions, like, in the views. Just get those things, like, instead of typing in and again, like, so I can crop those part, see what else we can do here, like, right, primary key, the both primary key, then with the topics, and then we're getting the topics primary key. I'm missing one plus here, so I'm going to do a plus here. Reply, and $sign, then we put the views, go to the views, and then we'll create the functions, like, on the reply topic, and then give the name is reply topic, and that's okay. We'll see our server when you're going to save this. Okay. Yeah, so we have to create the replay topic, like, the functions now. So obviously it will give the arrow currently. We have to put our logic and the views, like, okay. Right, so dev replay topic request the primary key and topic primary key. Right. So before we put the decorator, it has to be login required, because without login the user cannot reply, like, so I'm going to copy this thing from here, this part. Okay, this is our class chat topics, and then I'm going to board name, then the topic primary key. Okay, then we'll do this dot account host in the form. We pick another class for that host form. Host. I don't need this. Host. We can't find post form here, like, so you have to create another file for that, like in the form. What is the form file? However, yeah. So in the form file, we will do the host form, like, okay, another class here. These are coming from the Django, like, so I have to create the post first. Chat topic, okay. And fields will be on the message, because when you're creating the chat topic, we're getting the subtitle message, like, remember, like, when you get a new topic, like, it's giving the sort of form with the subtitle message. So in the replay topic only, we get the message, like, and these are the forms that are coming from the Django, like, and now if you go to view, now first form, we have to import these, like, if you go on top, import new chat topic, and another class which was full form. Okay, all right, now we go down, so I should go now, should be 4. Now we're checking again if the form is valid, it's valid, then we have to save that line. Should be. No, my daughter is still crying. It's now, what is it? Close to 1 o'clock. So it's not. It's creating, like, so created by root user. Save it to the database. Return redirect, which will be going to our that page topic post HTML. Okay. Post HTML, and then topic. So this is our user want to reply, like, so reply topic. So this is our URL is done. Our URL is our views function is done. We have updated the forms for the form, get a form, like, where the user want to write. And the next we'll do, we prepare the HTML page. Now we need to update a bit more. This is where should be that things must be return should be topic post primary key equal to primary key, topic primary key equal to, and then we're going to say else, like else create the form post form, and then return this. This is what I meant to do, like pretty much you're set for this. We could also update, like a couple of things in a new topic, like new board topic page as well, like okay, we have to update in here. We have to redirect to the topic post now instead of a board topic. We're going to change it to redirect to topic post, and primary key equal to primary key, and key equal to I hope it will work. So we're going to redirect topic post primary topic primary. So this is what we did in here. If you look at now, if you refresh the page and see if I want to reply this, what's happening? There's so many mistakes happening there. So what is it? Okay, we'll figure out. Okay, this is where we last left, like to get errors here, like that you're saying that we have problems in views and forms, like and it's saying like an unknown fields message specified for chat topics, like so this is unknown field is saying like so where the problem is happening here, like so when you give the class like post form model form, that's class meta model, it should be post instead of a chat topic, because you are getting from the post model, like from the chat topic. So that was a mistake in here, like instead of it should be post instead of a chat topic, like so now if we look back now and if you restart now our server, so that error is gone. Okay, so that was the issues, like you see the testing 2, it did not post that message, like because it was the admin posted, like that's why we can't see edit button here, like so now the next we will do, we'll create another HTML template, which will be the replay topic, like so I'm just going to create a replay topic. Right, and I'm going to paste my code here because it's quite a long code, like HTML and bootstrap, all the stuff, like so it'll be quite a long time to type all of that, like let's see. Okay, guys, what happened, like I figured out when you're trying to reply something, like you see if I write in, I didn't put the URL link in here yet, like so we'll do it later. So reply, it will give you the error. I'll show you the server, what's going on in the server side. Give me 2 seconds. Just going to get the server here. So if you see, like it's giving sort of a, that's giving that the view replay topic didn't return in HTTP response object, it returned none instead, like so what happened, like I did a couple of mistakes in here. So this is what is giving me. So here you see, like the reply topic, like when I return the redirect topic post, else condition, it should be not inside that if, it should be from that if, like that was the another mistake. And then the final return render should be in here, like finally. And here I also made a mistake in here that I didn't put the request, like so, and I did another mistake in here, which was I
I put the wrong name, like, even in here, like, I replaced that, like, so instead of him, initially I wrote it wrong. I wrote REPLAY, so now I renamed that, like, it's a reply topic, like, so if I save that now, like, and you know what, one thing I want to say, like, so sometimes I refactor something, like, while I'm not recording. So later on I explain, like, what I've done mistake, like, so the best thing, if you want to follow, you can obviously, you'll find all the code in the GitHub, like, and you will find all the changes what I've done, like, so you can see in the GitHub as well exactly, like, what's the right version of the code, like, so to, in case if you get stuck, like, so now if I go back to on the page, like, and if I let's say if I go back again, and if I write a reply, now it will post a replay. So this is how it will, like, come. So but this is what's, like, it took me quite a long time, like, more or less half an hour to figure out, like, why it's happening. Like, this is, you see, this is a small mistake, like, even writing the code, you're making mistake, like, so it should be, else condition will be in here and return will be here. I put them in here, like, so this was is giving me that the error message earlier, like, so I figured out, like, after reading the code, what's going on, like, this is our home page, like, website boards, and then the actual board, and then we're getting the actual topics, and then inside the topics, like, you are replying, like, now let's see if I do some testing. I didn't do yet, like, let's see, it should go back to our topic page. Yeah, so it's not ready yet, like, so we have to fix that, like, so this is where we are at this stage, like, so it's currently now 2:36 in the morning, like, I have to sleep now. So this is where we left, like, so we're gonna fix it, that, like, once you post in here, it should come up here, like, and things, like, so this is obviously, what is exactly, like, what's happening here. So if I showed you, yeah, basically, so this is where you're getting the forms, that form in here, and post a replay, this is the message there, and then you're creating sort of a follow, like, all the topics post, like, it will show all the topics posted here earlier, like, so there's only one post here, and so the sort of when you are posting something, like, that who is rated, like, the username will get, like, and rated what time. So, and then they're going to post message, like, that's obviously we have to put a submit button and things, like, so it's not yet ready, like, so here's a post a reply. So post a reply, so it is the bottom there, like, and we have to figure out, like, what's going on. So it's quite a long time in the night time, like, so I'm going to sleep now. So if I do this, like, and if you can see what's going on the server, so we have to figure out that mistake, what's happening here, like, so it's saying, like, posting that both topics on topics and reply, so it says invalid is valid. So it's like, attribute error, like, post from object has no attribute is valid. So I'm going to figure out this, like, when I come back. So guys, see you next time. Okay, like, before I could jump to sleep, like, I'm just going to show you, like, what happened exactly, like, so let's say if I want to reply, like, okay, I didn't put the reply in URL yet, like, so what will happen, so if I just it will come the message here, and if I want to post, like, what happened, I'll show you. If I post that, it will give you the arrow, you'll see what will happen. You see this, the mistake in here, post from object has no attribute is valid, the mistake, the issue, the spelling mistake here, like, so if I fix that, like, so this is where it's telling me here, you see this VALI valid. This is not exactly, that's the only thing, like, so if I go back to server, now it's reloading, so there was a spelling mistake, like, so guys, these are the, like, when you're going to develop, like, these are the things you'll face quite a lot, like, so and when you see the error message, like, what's giving you, like, then where you go exactly where to fix that. So if you go back to now, like, if you refresh the page, continue, then if you look at the server, what's going on at the same time, now it's, you see, reply topics, so it's going back to here, like, testing the reply post. Okay, so this is we fixed it so far, like, so everything is okay, so we'll improve our application, like, I'm going to sleep now. Okay guys, take care of yourself. So 2:41 a.m. in the morning, I'm going to sleep now. Okay guys, take care of yourself, bye.
Hello guys, how are you? Hope all are well, whoever you are. So far we are in that stage, I'm just going to run our server, and you can post a topic, you can reply on the topic, So one thing we can do to make it a more nicer sort of the first the topic sort of a border on top, so that we can easily say, oh, this is was the first topic post, and people are replying on that, on top of that. So do this, we can go back to our topic post. Yeah, on that page, we're going to add some more bootstrap stuff, So this is where we're getting all of our posts in here, and in here we're going to put some sort of a border on top, okay. So we're going to add in here the first post. So let's get one div, I'm going to close now one div before it's get messed up, So inside the div, I'm going to create a class, giving the border size card and it to and we're saying if follow dot first and give the border arc, and I'm going to close our indif. Right, and you can say if that for loop not fast, then create another div. So I'm closing the div. Close. Our header text will be the white color. The py and px and all this stuff, you can do a bit of Google, you'll see exactly in the bootstrap, what it does, it's sort of like a paddings and topping, merging and stuff, this old stuff. And putting our topic, the subject here. And closing our endif. Now if we look back to our page, how it looks like now. Now this was our first post, and we're getting this our kind of sort of headline, the topic was, the test was a topic, and then we are replying and they say, and one thing we can do, we can put the, if you see, we press in here, the URL is not working yet, so to do this, because if you write it down in here, see reply, it's taking to that page. So we want to take that page. If you press in that button, so to do this, so what we'll do, we're going to our URL in here, okay, and we're going to create in here, okay. So to do this, we'll URL, which was a reply topic, Let's apply topic, like, we're going to that page, like, download board name, primary key, the primary key. Okay, so we're going to save this and look at our server. What's happening to our server? So is everything okay? Now if we go back to our reply, let me refresh the page, and if you, yeah, so now it's moving, so it's working now. So this other stuff is done. Now we can go back. Next, what we'll do, so slowly but surely we're going to advance our application. Okay, if you go back to our home page, press in here, one thing you can notice that we are getting, like, all sort of the post number of post is 0, topic post 0, like, and all this stuff, like, we're not sure, like, so we have to update that part as well, like, because it's sort of information, like, even though there is a number of posts and number of topics and for each board, like, but we're getting still 0, so we have to update on that as well. So basically we have to do 3 things. So we have to display the number of posts count on the board, and we have to also display the number of topics count on the board. Another thing we have to do, that display the last user who posted something and the date and times. So we're going to update on that as well. Okay, to do all of these, we need to update our models file, like, it's a couple of things we need to do. So we're going to implement our string method, like, which give us the representations of the object, like, the message sort of, and this is called this magic method, or so underscore string underscore, this will give us the name of the object and stuff, like, and everything. So we have to create all of them, like, we have downloaded the chat board, and we have to do the same with the chat topics and the post as well, like, so I've explained all of this on the Python advanced tutorials, like, all the magic methods and stuff, like, and all these examples and everything over there as well. Excuse me. Why do you self and all this stuff, like, over there. So that's, if you want to get our subject, if you want to get our name, so that function will give us a return, like, lot of ID, like, they all automatically fill those stuff, like, especially if you have an extension, like, install. So we're going to do one thing for the post method, like, when people are posting, like, there could be more message on that, like, so you want to see, like, all the messages. Sometimes it's not possible, like, to display all the message together, so you want to make it, like, sort of divide, like, so to divide this, like, you're going to use a special module, like, which does those stuff, like, so we're going to import that module, like, for that. So from utils text truncate. So that's module will do, make it the string, like, sort of divide, like, whatever number is specified, like, so we'll see. So so we're going to truncate to the message, like, truncate, or how do I spell that over the top? Truncator, okay, drop this. Now, once we truncate the message, we have to give this number of specified how many messages you want to display. Then truncate message dot character. So give 25. Okay, guys, let's test something like on our Python interpreter, like Python manage.py shell. If you write it down, and then it will give you the interpreter, like so that we can test your code in here as well, like what's inside the database and stuff like that. So we're gonna first import our post. Let's see how many posts we have. So we have imported, like and then if you look at this, how many posts we have. Start all method. This is where we have all the posts, and you can see the counting, like instead of so let's say how many. So 15 posts so far we have, but not all of them are belongs to the only one board. Like these are, we have a 3 board: Python basic board, Python advanced, and Django. So within 3 board we have a 15 posts, like so how can you filter, like the post, which post belongs to which, like so what we can do, we're going to import chat board, right? We have imported already the post, and so the chat board we imported, like so let's create the instance of the board, like chat board objects get Python basic. Okay, name equal to, let's say, Python basic. So if you want to get the Python basic, how many topic is in there, like so to write post objects.filter function, filter underscore the board name to be okay, so spelling mistake there, obj. So this is where I can see these are posting that belongs to Python basic, right? So here this is the board name, it's the topic and board name, and that board is here, for instance, like so Python basic, we're getting all the Python basic board and saving in here in the board, and then we're getting the topics, like so if you want to see how many topics belongs to Python basic, like just post or objects dot filter, and then underscore board name dot count method. It's 8. See, so this is how we can test, like on a Python interpreter, like so now we're gonna see in here, like our applications, like this is where we can see from the database how many stuffs are there inside there, like but this is a double underscore we use, like the topic underscore board name is used to navigate through the models relationship, like so if you see like our models here, so it's going to make a relationship with the different models, like see there's a chat topic model, a post models, and a chat board model, like so this is going to be navigate through the models relationship. Under the hoods, the Django builds the bridge between the chat board and the chat topics and a post, and build a SQL query to retrieve just the post that belongs to a specific board. You know what I mean? So this is how it's the way we are doing all the query here. So under the hood, like is creating the query and grab all the information from the database. So another thing we can test, like if you want to find the last post, like what was the last post. So to do this, like you can do filter topic board. You can do, instead of a count, you can do order by. Remember, inside the models we have who is created, like so we're going to start checking, like see created, who is created it. So this is the last post, like so if you see there was the last post, I guess I learned Python basic. This is what was the last post, like from the Python basic board, like there was the last board. I can also the same thing you can do with what was the fast post, like and if you put sd fast, you can see first post was a test, like so this is how you see, like you can find out yourself and do a bit of play with yourself, like on the Python interpreter, and
if you want to play with this, first thing we have to import, this is how we import, the chat boards. You can same way you can import a post and chat topics and stuff, and then you can create the instance and then play with the different functions, filters, count, and fast, and all this stuff, So now, if you go back to the models, so we get the chat board, the name of the board, and at the same time you can get the details as well, return self with name, self with details and stuff, But you want to get if you want to get in our application, all of these, post topics and last post, we have to create the functions in here, that functions will give the informations in our application. So you can get them from the function, which will be get post count. So number of posts you're counting, and get the post, right? Simple, just return it. So we have to import. We have the import models, so we have everything there. So you're going to post dot filter. The way we tested earlier, so you're going to write that piece of code in here, and that will return board name self dot count. Okay, that method will return the number of posts, total number of posts will count, from a specific board. And if you want to get the last post, left last post, ordered by, we're going to created by who, not first. So these are the method, functions will give us the actual information, So as you can see, we put the self, why do you want to use the self keyword? I've explained everything on my Python advanced series, but here the self is using because this method will be used by the chatbot instance. So that means we are using this instance to filter our query set, so that self is saying that, now, so we can have to improve our HTML template to display this brand new information, so we have to go our base HTML. If you go look at the base HTML, this is where our all the information here. Where is that? Probably in the home HTML. Yeah, this is actually home HTML. Yeah, this is the home HTML. We have to update, all right, in here, so number of posts, number of topics we have to update in here. This is where we have to write it down, okay, in here to get all the informations. What you can do, okay, href here. Board topic. Export.pk. Right. Right. Learning descriptions. We are getting. We have to getting them from here, instead of a 0, we have to update in here, which will be a number of topic, board dot, no space there. Get post count method,
And here we're going to dot topics dot count. Just going to save and see what it does, like, before we go farther, because in case it gets in errors, like, you have to fix that before we jump further. So we have to see how it looks like now. No, it's working probably. Yeah, I can see it's getting home 200 response. Yeah, so we're getting the board name. Okay, our board name is gone, but we're getting the number of topics. A couple of things you can see. So if you press that link, what is taking? We're going to probably actually the name of the board is the Python basic. Yeah, Python basic board. Okay, things are interesting. If you go to the home page again, so if you press that link, it's taking the specific board actually, right? This is the board name, the Python advanced board. And if you go back to home, if you press here, this is where it will take our Django board. Well done. Now we need to still improve our applications, because I have to get a number of posts. You get a number of topics in the Python basic, but how many posts here? Like, so to do this, like, we have to inside in here. We have to get this one in middle right here. Post count, topics count. It should be over the functions model. Get post counts. Okay, so the last spelling missing. ls the last post, and this is the okay. Now what's base home account should be with s. If you save these, now probably it will show. Okay, yeah, it will show now. But before we go there, so we need to improve something else, like, the last post. What's going on there? Our server. Okay, server function is done. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, now we're getting that informations. 8 posts, 12 topic 6. Okay, now we have to get the last post, like, So to do this, come here and write with post equal to mode.get last post. Okay, should be another curly brace here. Then write small, close that. Here equal to URL POPIC topic post post.pk post.topic.pk. Right. If I'm getting from the topic post, like, the last post, like, and then we are closing the tag, and we are closing the Android tag as well. Android. Okay, let's see what is happening here. So our server is okay. Let's jump to our page. So we'll grab the information from the database was the last post. Something went wrong. So it's saying like invalid block tag on the end with expected empty or N4. Did you forget to register the lows? So the line number 36 something wrong. So let's see what happened. So the problem was that the tag was like this. If you just see the small mistake, like if you do this, it's not going to work, like so if you go look at this, if you go back the servers at the same time, you can see your first page, it will give you the error mark. So this is what's happening, like so that's because of small mistake here. This should be with close to this person sign, and if you save these, then if you go back to the page and refresh, look at the server, what's happening now. We're getting all this stuff, like but one thing I noticed that it's not giving the last post message, like the times and stuff, like who did this. We have to figure out, so it's not a big deal, it's not a major issue, so we'll fix. To get these, we are not getting the who posted, so to do this, you have to get who created here, right, by so post.create created by user name, okay, then let's add, so post.created at, that's it, guys. Now if you save this and if you refresh the page now you'll be able to see the who posted the last. Okay, there we go. So this is okay, this was the time, so you can go from here and go from here to the board, those. Perfect. Well then, guys, so far everything is working the way we wanted, so we can improve our applications, a lot of things to do, so we'll do slowly. Okay, no, this is what our actual results look like. This is our webchat boards, the name of the chat boards here, board names. We have to figure out, we still need to get our on top. There's a board name. There's small minor mistake there, so we have to, because we don't know which belongs to which board, this. So we need to figure out this as well. Still, we need to improve one thing here, so we'll do that, So next, I'm just going to pray now and then come back, and then probably we'll do tonight sometimes. Now, another thing we can improve of our application is that if there is no board and no post, system might crash, so we can improve that part as well. And now, as you can see, the board name came up here, the reason it wasn't earlier, it was the mistake in here. I didn't close the tag, it wasn't closed, so that's the reason it wasn't showing earlier. So what we can do, here we use the if condition here, we can use here. If there is a post there, it will show else. There will be message with no post yet, in there. So with that, we can give it a quick if condition. Post there, and we'll do this. Is getting the top and topic post, all this stuff, was created and everything. And then what we'll do, we'll get the else condition here. Else condition to be small. Inside the small, you can say us it's muted. You can say small bit no post yet here, right? And then we're closing the small here, and we'll close the end if here. Always better to close right from beginning, like otherwise you'll get confused whether it is closed or not, like so. Sorry, it should be curly brace, not this. And if right, we'll save this. This message will appear like when there's a board here but no post like and stuff like that. But we have only 3 boards so far, like so so far our application is running. We can still improve our applications, like if you go to here any of the board, and you can see the topic inside Python basic board, the topics are these are the topics, and who started the board there, like but still this thing you can see it's 0 there, like we need to improve this, like how many replies you got, how many views has been already shown that post, like things like but these are already there, like so we can improve on that side as well, like so to do this, first of all we'll get another module, count module, okay, count, okay, and inside the board topic we have created the instance of the chat board, there, chat board dot topics order by last updated, right, and then we're putting annotate on the replies, account post, that's one. Topics is assigned but not ever used, so we're going to use now topics, right. We'll save this, and if you go to the chatbot topics HTML, you can improve in here. So for topic in chatbot topics all, we have to improve in here as well, right? We have to refactor our that file to get how many replies and how many views, to see. So to do this, what we'll do, okay guys, excuse me, I had to go so many times, leave my desk and do something else, so now where we are now, we want to see a number of replies, for each board, so if you go to the main board and the Python advanced board, and in here you can see that there's no replies, and that, let's say, the testing again, that was the user was mjch, and so you can still reply something, let's say looking replies. So if you post that, and if you go to the Python advanced board, then you're able to see now there's only 1 replies, rest of them there's no replies yet, so to do this, what we've done excuse me, we have added here the topics, the chatbot.topics order by the last updated, so that last updated is coming from the models, you see there, last updated, okay, chatbot topics, right, yeah, so that's last updated. So we're in the views here, and the annotate, that replies count, so this is where we're getting annotate from, and then post -1, which is sort of a for loop, end of the for loop, when you reach there, so -1, and then they're rendering the chatbot topics HTML page, and so another thing we have to show here
the number of views, like, so to do this, like, you have to do a couple of things, like, we have to update our models and stuff, like, we have to more field in there as well. So to see how many people views that topics, like, we have to do migrations or database and stuff, like, so remember in the earlier, like, from beginning, like, we did migrations to create our database and everything, like, so the migration is a fundamental part of web development with Django. It's how we evolve our applications model, keeping the models files synchronized with the database, like, so when we first run the command, like, remember the Python manage.py.migrate. So what Django did, like, is grabs all the migration files and generate the database schema. So when Django applies a migration, it has a special table called Django_migrations, and in that table, Django registers all the applied migration, like, So to do this, like, what we'll do, I'll go back. We'll show you what's going to do, like, So if you go back here, what's that file? Okay, if we exit from that, now if we do, let's say, with the two and the command prompt open, like, so Python .py migrate to migrate. Let's see what that is working or not, like, because we have another server is already open in that page, like, so here is our server is open. So you see, like, it did, like, a portion to performs apply all migration. It means auth, content type, sessions, webchat, like, no migration to apply because it's all up to date, like, if we add another field, then it will do, like, so Django knows there's nothing to do, like, because it's always up to date, like, we didn't add any new fields in our models, like, so let's create adding a new field to the chat topic, like, we have a subject, last update, board name, and a board starter, and we can add another which will be, let's say, the view. SITIB integer field default equal to 0, starting, like, now save this file, and now we'll do the same command, like, here we have added the positive integer field. Since this field is going to store the number of page views, like, a negative page view wouldn't make sense, like, so you're saying positive integer field, like, because before we can use our new field, we have to update our database schema. We have to execute that command, like, excuse me. So to execute, like, the Python manage by make migrations, okay. So make migrations. If you do this, give it our server open. Let's see what's going on. So as you can see, like, web chat migration with chat topics underscore views underscore alter post created by, and then add field views to chat topics. Okay, alter field created by on post, alter field topic on post. Like, these are the things we have updated, like, by that command, like, first migration, then migrate. It's done. Okay, as you can see. Okay, so now we have to a bit of refactor our code and stuff, like, in the views, like, let's go in the views. So we have home, board topics, and new board topics, and topic post and reply topic. So in the topic post, we'll do a bit of small update in here. So we're getting the chat topics, board name, all this stuff is okay. Here we're counting, we have to count here. Right, so topic dot, we have views now, equal to 1. Okay, we can do save now. Save now, and then return render request topic person topic. Okay, so that part is done. But if you go to the chatbot topics, and you're adding in here that topic. You have to do this. Views. Okay. Now we are all set. Now we'll be able to see the number of views, like, So if we refresh the page, now if you go to our chat board, and if you view, let's say, Python basic board, and if you views that topic, and if you go back again, like, the previous page, then you'll be able to see, like, that page has been viewed only once. That should be our goal. Yeah, now it's showing, like, view 1. So the more user will press, it will be automatically updated, like, So now if you go back to Python basic board, then you see again, if you go back to that page, that post, the views will be 2. I continue, like, we'll be able to see, like, how many times it was viewed, like, So you see the guys, like, how you are improving your application slowly, like, and this is how you can improve, like, and if you have a more idea, you can add with the application, like, So we have made quite a lot of progress in that development of the web chat bots functionalities. And there are a few things left to implement, like, the edit post view, like, if you go in here and the same user, like, then you see that, yeah, I need to do a bit of work on that page, like, because it's not ready yet, like, how to work on that, as so we have to do also we have to work on my account, like, that is not ready yet, like, and what else, so that the user can update their names and stuff, like, after those, we are going to enable more sort of markdown the post, implement, like, and pagination, like, how you can go number of page, like, go step by step, if there's more posts, it will go page 1, page 2, page 3 in here, at the bottom of the page, like, and so so far we have done, like, sort of function based view, like, the next will be more advanced sort of a class-based view to solve those problems, like, here the way we did, like, sort of function-based, views, like, but we'll see the class-based views to solve those problems. And then we're going to see, like, we're going to learn as well how to deploy our application to a web server, like, so I hope, like, you've learned quite a lot, like, and if you're confused or anything, like, leave in a comment box, and my humble request, please subscribe to my channel. It will encourage me to create more contents, and I hope it will help. It will be helpful for someday, for someone, like, Okay, guys, what time is it now? It's tonight is only 11:28, so 11:30. So hopefully I'll sleep early. Okay, guys, take care. Okay, guys, how are you? So far we have seen, all this stuff, like, how different things working, except, like, we're going to improve our edit sections, and as I said earlier, like, the my account and stuff, like, so, and some more other stuff, we're gonna improve our application, like, such, like, the pagination, like, the sort of hand marked out, like, if you when you press replay, like, you will see sort of you can put some more extra stuff, like, the way you write email, like, and stuff, like, you can do bold, you can do increase the font size and everything, like, so we're going to explore, like, some more built-in package which is called humanize, which used to give a human touch to the data, like, and we also will include, like, markdowns and how to add a simple editor, like, when you're writing, like, and more sort of, like, we'll see the class-based view, as well as, like, the generic class-based view, like, so a lot of stuff, like, we'll see, like, so going to talk about a small bit, like, so far we have seen, like, function-based view, like, these are the sort of you see the function-based view, like, we have done all of them, like, sort of function-based, like, home board topics and new board topics, all the stuff, like, we've seen. So we'll see, we might refactor some of our stuff, like, to see, like, class-based view and generic class-based view as well, like, so what the function based view, like, it does, like, it's a simplest representation of Django view. It's just a function that receive an HTTP request and returns HTTP response. Like, if you see, we have here HTTP response and HTTP request. Like, so here we're getting the request and it's responding. Like, this is what it simply does. Like, where the class-based view, what Django does, like, that's sort of like, more in modern application. Like, majority of the application use sort of a class-based view. Like, so it's another the abstract class. Like, it can import that modules and you can do all the stuff. Like, so we'll see an example. Like, how on a great details. If you see, this is all sort of our the function-based view. Like, and the class-based view that extend the view class of Django. Like, it's sort of abstract class and it's extend the view class. The main difference here is that, like, the requests are handled inside the class. We're going to create a class, and inside the class it will handle all the methods, like, the get, post, and put head and all stuff. Like, so here we don't need to do a conditional check here. Like, if request method is post and all this stuff. Like, you don't have to do in a class-based view. The logic is handled internally in the view class. Like, so we have to improve our edit section. Like, if you press here, like, still nothing happening. Like, so what we'll do, we're going to implement with the edit part, like, with a generic class-based view. Okay, so to do this, we're going to implement a function here. One more thing, so we have to import, let's say, from Django utils dot time zone and like for generic class view. Like, Django use generic dot update view. Right now we have imported those stuff. Now what we'll do, we're going to create a class post update view, and then our model equal to post. Right, our fields, which is the message. Like, our field is message. Okay, give them the template and name equal to template name. What you going to do? Simple edit post. Right, and primary key URL keyword argument to be post underscore primary key. Okay, context object name post. This is our variable we have assigned, and then we'll do form valid self form and post save commit equal to false and post dot updated by self dot request dot user. That update coming from our post models, like, and post all this stuff coming from the models for the variable name. So post dot updated at time zone dot now. These are coming from the time zone is module imported, like in here. Where is the should be time zone, right? Time zone. And then we have post dot save to the database, and then return redirect where topic post returning there, and then primary key equal to post dot topic dot port name, primary key, topic, primary key, equal to post primary key. Hope it will work like now. So with the update view, and we have the options to either define form class or the field attributes, like in this example we're going to use a field attribute to create the model form on the fly. Internally, Django will use the model form factory to compose a form of the post model. Where's our model? So this is what's going to create like all this. And since it is a very simple form with just the message field, when you're going to edit something, like it's coming just from the message field, like you want just to edit your message and stuff, like so you can afford to work like this. But for a complex form, the definition is better to define the model form externally and refer it to here, like and the primary key URL and keyword argument will be used to identify the name of the keyword arguments used to retrieve the post object. That's primary key URL keyword arguments, which will grab from to identify from that instance, post instance, when you create and so it's the same way we define in the URLs in here, the way we defined. And when we implement other things, it will make sense, and if we don't set the context object name attribute, the post object will be available in the template as object. So here we are using the context object name to rename it to post instead. So we're going to assign post, you'll see how we are using it in the template below, when we're going to create the template, as we'll see later. So we have to create our the URL pattern for this edit form. So let's do it now. Okay, let's do it in here. Report. About topic. One thing, guys, you can change the name whichever you prefer, from beginning, So I'm going to grab those all. So instead of reply, I'm going to post and then we are going to post primary key, and we're going to edit. So about topic, primary key, topics, primary topic, primary key, then same post primary key, then edit. So the views dot post update view. What's there right here? Post update view. Okay. So post update view is view, and then you can put a name equal to edit post. Okay. So save everything. Now next we prepare our HTML link that edit, where is an edit, so we have to what is reply. So at the bottom of it somewhere, okay, edit, yeah. So what we'll do actually, a post is created the user, then we are creating our URL here. Okay, so that URL would be URL edit post, and post dot topic dot code name dot pk, and post dot topic post.pk, post.pk. Then we get a bottom line here, class, edit, and if there. Save these. And we'll create a new HTML edit post. Edit HTML. We're going to extend our base. Extend our base HTML. Alright. And our title edit post. We want to title them the edit post. Right. Next, what I'll do, we'll leave it as it is, everything the same, like breadcrumbs and end.
Papa,
Hold on, right color.
that's so simple. It cannot be.
Okay, now let's copy all of these. Post here. And we don't need this subject here anymore. What we'll do, we don't need to active this one. But we can create a URL here. Okay, before that we have to do his retrive. Right, inside this, make our URL with topic post, right? And then we'll do post topic board name, primary key, and post topic. Wow, this is very crazy stuff. So primary key. And we're going to get a topic subject here. Post dot topic dot subject here. Then we're going to closing our tag here. So it's going to work because the way the both topics will be the topic. The both topic will be post dot the bottom pk, and here I'm going to post start topic dot bottom dot name. Right, that part is done. Let's see. Now we're going to get our forms. Does it have a form here? No, doesn't have a form there. So leave it. I'm gonna write it down more. Blog content. And blog. Now here we're going to get a form. Using the form tag before it's getting messy. Now inside the form method will be post. Right. Let's just do some bootstrap and margin, whole point, no validate. Right. It's our CSRF token. we have to be in our views like login required as well to authorize access. Should be like this. Now then, include form, includes form.html or right, and then we get a button for the submit. Button, post the button, inside the button, right, type equal to submit, right, class equal to button, success, give the message the user is the success, then make the message save, changes, what else you want to add, and make sure ref the URL to be on the topic post dot topic dot VOAR, the board name dot primary key, and post topic post dot topic dot primary key, and class button outline secondary rule button. Okay, message cancel. That is want to edit like I think that's it. Like give a closing form. Did I write it down the end? Yeah. And look here. Syrup token. Go back there. Okay, save it. Now this is our. Let's see our server. What's going the server part? Is it the server? Please look at line 14. Okay, we'll restart the server and see what's happening. It's saying like something views.py line 14 modules, update view, no Django view. See what happens. Excuse me. Right, so line 14 is saying the module will up like from Django dot view generic import update view. Okay, this should be the views. Like what's happening here? Should be views. Let's see what our server does now. Okay, so we should just I should have checked first. No. If we go back to our applications, now what we'll do, we're just going to refresh the first. Let's see everything working as should be. And the next we will press the edit button. This is the PK should be not PL. Edit post. Where is this? Edit post where it should what was the line number it gave? 45. Oh, this I didn't do anything in here. It should be always. I didn't even came in page like Let's check our server. What's going on? No, something went wrong. So what's it saying? Like get both topic 1 topics, 13 post edit. like message. Okay, we'll fix it. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, there's some small mistake here. Like, we'll fix it. Did you mean to type message and the comma there? Like, small comma. So I did not put the comma here. That is the reason. Like, so it's giving us a hard time. So I see, like, it's saying typo error. Like, so small mistake happened. Okay, guys, we are trying to fix. Going to the edit page. Like, we have done so far everything right, but as you can see, it's giving some sort of errors here. That's template does not exist. Structured post from. Okay, this is our view. Like, so it's not finding that thing. Like, template. So here is our mistake. It should be template. All right. So now our server is reloading. Now it's ready. We'll go back and refresh the page. Okay, still happening. What's happening? Let's look at our server. Yeah, now it's working now. So see, so now we can write it down and save change and stuff like that. Okay, so it's working. Save change. If you do this, we should go back to the edit post. Let's go to the topics page. No, perfect. Okay, guys. So now that part is working out. What else you can do? Now the next thing we will see, like, the more we'll post, like, it will go all the way down, like, so all you can do, you can put some paging number, like, page number 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way, like, as many as you want. So pagination, so you'll do, like, so to do this, like, what we'll do, we're gonna create some post, like, we'll create some dummy post to do this, like, okay. So the pagination we can very easily implement with class-based view, okay. But first I want to do pagination. I don't know, like, okay, just, you know what, so what we'll do, we go to our we'll create some dummy post, like, so to do this, like, we go on to our Python interpreter, Python interpreter, and there we'll create some posts, okay, in our site applications, and then we'll create, like, some page, like, so we are here, right? So what we'll do, we're gonna import our Django contrib models, import user, and next we're going to import our chatbot, chat topic, and post, okay. So from Django models, import chatbot, chat topic, and post, right? Models, maybe it's spelling mistake. Okay, should be not Django. We're going to webchat now. So we imported both of them, like, so next we will do is fast. Next board equal to get board text dot get name, get our fastboard, like, Python basic. Okay. Next we're going to create some dummy data, right? So I will do line excuse me, range 150, right, and subject basic test for pagination. Okay, we'll see the number, like, format. Yeah, what is it? Indentation. Okay. 4 a 1 tab, right? Next, we topic that the topic down objects create object equal to subject or equal to code should be board name equal to board. It's in our model. Message topic, subject, board name, board starter. Okay. Board starter, user, and then last post dot objects create message see, just run the message, like, just topic equal to topic created by user. That's it. Should be if you go look at the web server, what's happening? If you go back to our applications in the home, Python basic. Alright, there should be more polls. Okay, let's see what's happening here. What's name subject is not defined. I have to write it up again. Okay, no problem. User of board. Okay. Then we do the for loop. There we'll do subject. Okay. Next we'll do that was a topic. Next was post. Okay. Right, there we go. So we are creating all the dummy data that will be saved in the database, and then we'll be able to see in here, and then we can create our pagination, like, so that we can jump to a different page, like, All right. So it's done. Is it? I'm still working on it. What about our page now? Let's go to the server now. So yeah, there we go. Still creating, like, so 101 page, 122. Okay, nearly there. So for 145, so it should be more than 150, like, So let's refresh again and see by the time it's, yeah, that's done. All done and dusted, you see. So now we have all together all this post, like, so now we will create our page, like, so if I press in here, it goes, like, quite long. See, it's going all the way down, quite long page. Instead of going like this, like, we're going to create a pagination, like, so down the bottom of the page, like. Okay, Mamoni, come here. Okay, before we jump to the pagination, I have forget to do one more thing here, like, for the views, like, that it's need the login record, like, if anybody wants to edit the post, like, the way we did, like, the in a function based view, like, the login record. But when you do the class based view, you have to do a different way login record. So to do this, like, you do the method decorator. And inside the method decorator, you set login record. Okay, this is how the Django way to do this, like, the class based view, like, and name equal to dispatch. Okay, but we have to import, like, the method decorator, like, in here on top, in here, like, So to do this, I have to import that module. Excuse me. Import here. So Django utils decorator decorators import method decorator. So on here, import syntax decorators. So no, the reasons we cannot decorate the class directly with the login record, like, the way you did the function based view, we have to use the utility at method underscore decorator. That is the utility from the Django, like, and as a decorator, this is a decorator, like, login decorator functions, like, or you can put a list of decorators, like, inside here, and tell which method should be decorated, like, so the login require, like, a method, like, this is a class based. It's a common to decorate the dispatch method. It's an internal method Django use defined inside the view class. All the requests pass through this method, so it's safe to decorate it, like, this way. Now we'll do our paginations, like, we create our data, like, with data. Okay, let's start now. I have to go upstairs with my for my daughter, like, to sleep. So many times I had to leave my desk, like, to do other things. Okay, guys. So even though we don't have a board topic, like, for pagination, but still we'll do, like, so here we have created our chatbot instance, and we did our topics, all this stuff. What we can do, I'm going to do some stuff in here. Let's see. Before that, we have to import some other module, like, you know. So those modules to do the paginator, like, you know, from Django. Core. Paginator. Import. In paginator. Implicate. Implicate. And then the last one, which will be page not found. Page not. And okay. So these are the three modules we imported, like, you know, and then there are more topics. What we'll do some sort of a query set. These are the database related terms, like, you know. Query set should be the chatbot. Chatbot dot topics ordered by last updated. Let's update. It should be last updated, but in the database, like, you know, I earlier I put the last update, like, you know, so I leave it as it is, like, you know, just last update and annotate. Replies should be count. And there post this one. Then we're getting the page at first page. One, okay. Now we are creating instance of paginator. To query set. Give them a 10 page, like, instead of it, even though we don't have. Now try catch implement now. It's equal to should give, like, no hints instead of writing all my code, like, no, should autofill, like, no. So I have to probably do a bit of here to maybe in the tools somewhere, like, you know, that things I need to activate options, like, you know. So page and if it's not there, except page not an integer. Integer and well with the message topics. We go back to the first page, okay? Page 1. Accept empty page. Accept empty page. Under the page. You can put as many as accept, like, you know, for the to get the to run different sort of scenario, like, you know, what user wants to do, like, you know. So pages and the last will be the return, okay. Save that Now we have to update our new chatbot page like here. So even though we have only 3 topic boards like our chatbot topics, like so you have to update that part as well. Let's see. Let me think like where to add those. So I'm going to paste all the pre-written code, like if I try to write all the code, it will take ages, like these are all sort of HTMLs and bootstrap code, like so add our code, like so basically these are all sort of HTMLs and bootstrap, like you will see like when the page with example, like how it looks like. So this looks our server. Let's go back to the page and refresh that page. Now this is, it looks like a paginator, like so you can go back to page number 2. You can see the page number 2, like you can go to the next. Page number 3 will be there. 3, right? So you can go previous. That's page number 2. So this is how paginator to work. My daughter is crying again, so I have to go upstairs. Let's see why she is crying. Now guys, another thing we can do, like in our views, like so far we have done function based view, and here we have done one class based view, like so we can refactor like those function based code view, like to the class based view, like so to do this, like what we'll do, we'll just write down this on there. Right, and to do this, we can do both will work, but for your learning purpose, like we can do both of them, and you can use either one of them, like whichever you prefer, like so that if you want to do like the class based view, so the home request, like so you can do class board list view. We have to import the list view module, like so import like from Django views not import so we'll do model equal to our checkboard, and then context object is keep them words template name equal to home dot. We have a home.html in here. Yeah, home.html. Okay, so this is done. Okay, now we have to update our URL, like for that purpose. So this is, there's a 2-way you can do this, like path new URL, which will be path will not contain any rejects in here, so this path will do like views board list view. We have to as view
equal to we'll comment this, like, because we're trying to use the list view, like, and if you just uncomment that part as well. And save them. And if you look at this, the server is still loading, and then we'll refresh our page. Okay, so now if you go back to the home and look at the server, how it's okay. It's saying the 400. We didn't find home in here now. Okay, excuse me. Save them. Let's do a part. Let's see. Now it's found, like, right. So this is how we can use the class-based view, like, the YouTube the path, because we use the regex part, like, char signs and dollar signs, all the stuff, like, so without these, like, you can use the path, like, path functions, like. So I'm going to reopen them and go back to these to close that, so you can work both of them, guys. Okay, I'll go and comment these, and then the reason I showed you, like, you can use both of them, like, and next we will need to work on our my account part, like, so we have download paginations and stuff, like, and we have to set up our my account setting, like, if user want to set up their names and emails and all this stuff, like, all right. Here we have down, like, this is function based. In here, like, if you did place score 10, like, you can make it a 20, then you'll see the 20 of them. Now if we go back to Python basic bold, this is where we added, like, all the dummy data. So now you can see, we can see 20 of them in one page. Before it was 10 of them, like, so from 10 here, and then you see the pagination page number. Now you can see 20 of them, and you can go all the way to here, like. This is how you can change yourself, like, to play yourself. If you want to change it to the class-based view, like, we can do it as well, like, so let's do it now. If you want to refactor, like, the same thing here, the bold topic to the class-based view, like, what you can do, just we'll write a class list view. List view should be model equal to chatpic. Next, complex object. So, topics. The name equal to chatbot topic.html. This is the one, or this one, chatbot topic.html. Our template name and paginate. How many pages you want to paginate? It's 20, okay. So you'll clear the functions, so get context pattern, right, self keyword arguments, keyword arguments, then keyword arguments will be the code self dot code. Sorry, this is what's happening. There was a mistake is happening. Return some part dot get context. That keyword arguments, right, and then again other functions that query set. Set the mode equal to get object for 404 or name chatbot primary key equal to self dot keyword arguments dot the primary key and query set self dot or dot objects or order by last update dot here annotate replies equal to count the post. So minus one return query set. Now save this, and we have to update our now the URL as well, because the chatbot with this is the function based view URL. Now we'll do the class based view URL. We grab everything and the small tweaks here. Views, that will be list view, topic list view. Topic list view as view. And then the name will be topic. Right, save these. Going to minimize this and we'll work with that one class based URL. Let's see. And then we have to change some HTML part as well. If you do the function based view, the keyword, those things has to be different with function based, class based, So what we'll do, we can do uncomment all of these till now, and good for FPC function based view. Now we'll do class based view code. Okay, so we'll do below code for class based view. So we're going to do the scrub the create and code mine, and then we post them. Right. With everything, if you compare the function based view, the HTML pretty much same, but some tags are different, the if is paginated, and where was the first part, if you see if topics don't have other page, so this is sort of difference, so if you go back to our page and refresh the page, let's see if it's working, resolve keyword, last update, into filters, or board name, there's something, small mistake happened, field error, which is the last update. What was that? The views probably. Okay. Our model's name. What is our model? Yeah. So the last update. Okay. Should be last update like this. So this template does exist. Chatbot topic.html. Small mistake here. Right. Template name, chatbot topic with the S. Just see, this is the chatbot topics. Then put the S here. Silly mistake, which makes. I'm going to minimize this. Class-based view, okay. It's always get confused, when you want to mix and match and everything, so there's some small mistake there, some getting tired, to figure out, where exactly things going. If we would start earlier, from the class-based view, we can do everything. But now we have mixed, function-based view and class-based view, and there's some small mistakes somewhere. So it's not a big deal, So it says, reverse for new bot topic arguments not found. Look at this. Should be model. Chatbot.pk.
Say them.
Oh, guys, that was the issues earlier. That's if you look at the new chatbot. Yeah, so here is the I put it the chat underscore board. That was the main issues, So I've changed the, if you go to views, that was, I changed chatbot, You see, I said, it's a small mistake, which makes big difference, because the earlier I wrote one way and then trying to put a class-based view, and this is what's making sometimes with the naming one place, I put the one name with the different variables, and here, this is what makes, it's not a big, so this is how we can do it, guys. Okay, so now you can do the function-based view and a class-based view. So basically, whenever you do the function-based view, create the functions, do the URL, then your HTML template. Same goes with the class-based view, do the logic, now fix the URL, and then fix the HTML template, and that's it, So this is the three things the majors, and make sure what's the name of your model and things the variable names, just to make sure all of this right. Another thing, we can make our site more reusable, if you look at these topic post, sorry, the chatbot topics is quite long, we'll have take off those part paginated stuff, to the new page, so that we can reuse again and again, so to do this, what we'll do, Now we'll do the topic post. We're going to do the as in class-based view, like post. Excuse me, list view will be list view. So now the model is the post. Next, context object name. What are the names? Keyword post. Did you do already that part? Like, no, I don't think so. We have done with the board topic. No, we didn't do it. We didn't do it. Okay. Now we'll do now this part, like the topic post in class-based view, like so template name. What is the template name? Topic post HTML. Okay. It should be string, not string, but integer. Now function same with the get context data and get query set, like so same the we have done here. Can you copy these? So I just want to write it again. Okay. To write it down. I'll do it. Get context data self keyword arguments topic dot views plus one save keyword arguments self dot topic return separate dot get context data keyword. Next functions the function names. Okay. Reset next dot topic get object or 404 set topic board name underscore primary key equal to self dot keyword arguments dot get primary key of self dot keyword arguments keyword arguments dot get pk primary key dot primary key self argument dot get topic primary key. Query set self dot post order by created at return query set. Hope that will do. Like now we have to change our URL. This funny part. Let's see. So this is our page URL boot. Let's see. Okay, apply. Excuse me. No. So this is where our fun part will begin. Okay. We have both topic post. This is the topic post. Topic post. So now what we'll do with the class-based URL like a topic post. So we'll copy that part and we'll tweak some part like here. Right. So leave it as it is, everything like now. Just we'll change views, which will be a post list view dot as view, and name will be the topic post as it is. Right. So what she'll do, we'll just going to minimize that and comment out, and we're going to comment out this part, and now we have to do our HTML part, like so what we'll do, we'll create a inside the include folder new HTML for the paginated like stuff. So we'll give the name pagination.html, right? And we use that template for the rest of them. Excuse me. So save that, and we'll just use on the bottom, like if you go back to topic post HTML, like and then we'll include in here the bottom here. Okay. So writing all the code in here. So what we'll do, just to write include also there was a PAGI and a PI on pagination HTML, right? We have to change one thing in here. So should be posting. Let's crop that line. Delete this, like even they will find it inside GitHub, like what has been changed. So change all of these. So post in post. Save. We can also update our that board as well, like so what we'll do, after the table, like we're just going to put that the way we did same in here, like that line, just crop that line and put it here. That's all. Okay, now rest, we don't need this, but still leave this. Once I will push in the GitHub, like I'll delete all of them clear. So if you go back to our page, Let's see what's going on our server. Is it ready? Ready. Go up to chatbot and our home topic is working. So if you go back to the Python board, Python basic chatbot, and this is the new topic, and this will the bottom there. Right, and let's say if we go to that topic, can we see the pagination here? Excuse me. That's just our aim to see, like, page number 8. The there's something syntax error, like, some invalid block tag. So this is not a big deal, like, so we can fix that. Now, guys, last time we have errors here, like, showing that it's not finding the reason. It was if you look at here, that because of that, like, it was not able to find that the page, like, so because we started here one for loop here and another for loop here, even though I just uncomment that, like, but still, if I try to go back to that page, and if you try to go, let's see the last page, and the whole point was we were trying to for the topic each post topic, so it won't be fine because of that tag, like, it was there, and it's, you see, it's saying, like, the end block, that did you forget to register all of this tag, like, 58 line, just because of that, like, so it's saying, like, maybe it should be another end block or N4 should be added, like, so if I take off that piece of code, like, then save that, and now if we refresh the page, it will start working, so now, as you can see, this is where we just added our, like, pagination. So the more we will be more topic replies and things, like, then you can see the pages coming up in here, like, so with all of these, like, we are going to update one of our existing features, like in my account, like, we didn't update it yet, like, we didn't include it yet, like, those page, like, so we're going to work on that, like, so the first thing, we're going to make a view on this, like, so I will do we'll do the class-based view for my account. Okay, so to do class user update view, which will be update view, right? We already imported that module, like, so the model will be user. Now next will be our fields. What fields you want to include, like, fields would be first name, last names, and email. That's all, like, you can add more, like, phone numbers and all this other address and stuff, like, but for time being, like, we're just going to add our first name, last name, and email. Okay, these are the fields, and then template name, template. Sometimes, a lot of times, I've made spelling mistakes, and then I have to fix it again, come back to this one to check, like, so make my account HTML. We have to create that page, like, and then success URL. Where should it go, like, reverse, lazy to the home, like, my account. Now then create one function, which would be get object self. Now return self dot user.
I think we have to import that reverse lazy module, like, so we didn't import it, like, so what we'll do from the Django URLs import lazy, right? So that thing is gone. Now if user want to update user update view, like, it has to be login, like, the same way we did in here, like, the method decorations login decor, like, that thing. So we're just going to copy that line, because if you want to do class based view, like, you have to like this. For the function based view, like, we'll just add login decor, that will do, like, okay. So now that's our view part is done. Next thing we'll do our URL part, like, we'll add in here. Okay, so it'll be in repath. Okay, will be setting. Did we put? How did you put? My account.html. So this is how we're going to see on our URL setting /account/ the $sign. Name of the views, which is dot, that'll be user update view. User update view dot is view. Then give the name my account. What I have to create that that update view inside the account. I have to create in the account views. So the whole thing I have to take from here. So go to the account views. It should be in here. Should be in here, not the web chat views. It should be in here. And then we have to grab all of these module. Okay. So we have our views done, our URLs done. So next we will create one HTML new file, which will be the my account HTML. And we'll grab some stuff which should be extend base HTML, and then look titles. Grab title. So it'll be my account. We have to grab the breadcrumbs. Okay. Grab that. And I don't need these two. Let's see. Take off these. Breadcrumb active. So just right there. This is my account. Okay, so for all of them done, I'm going to grab the form as well, like, okay, before form we have to create some div as well, right? Div, closing div tag. Inside there I have to create the form, right? So the div will be so raw. And then click on the div, close the div tag. Inside the div create class, which will be a column, and G6, column MD8, column SM10. And then grab our form tag. Now inside the form the method will be post also more validate, right? And the address serifs token CSRF underscore token, then include the form. Okay, include form.html. All right, and then finally a button, like close the button. Inside the button, the type will be submit, and then class will be the button. Success. It's all sort of bootstrap tag, like so change. We're ready to go. So pretty much all done. We have our end block. Perfect. Save that, and we have to use our that tag, like right, yeah, there you go. We have to put the URL, like in here. So the URL would be URL my account. Okay, save this. Go to my account. Okay, there's a spelling mistake. This is so always include no. Refresh the page. No. Perfect. That's what we're looking for, and we will change it to name would be ABCD. Last name XYZ. ABCD. Save change. Now we are going to add a markdown facility for our editor, like we can improve the user experience by adding markdown to our text area. You will see it's very easy and very simple, like to add, like you can make it headlines and bullet points, all this stuff, like to do this, like so first thing we'll go to our model file. Inside the model file, we'll go to the post, we'll put another first of all we'll import one module. So from markdown import. Now what we'll do before we go further, we have to install the markdown. So this is where our another Python shell. So what you can do is just exit from the Python shell, and we'll go back to our virtual environment, like so we're going to install, click install, and the server was looking for the markdown, like it did not find, like now. So we are going to install now. Then if we restart our server, then you'll be able to see. Okay, now we will restart our server. Now, so it found now. Okay, so we're going to add one more functions, one more method, or you can select functions inside here in the post class. So I will do get message as markdown self. So return mark safe
markdown self dot message safe mode escape. But here we are dealing with user input, so you must take care when using the markdown functions. We're instructing it to escape the special character first, and then parse the markdown tags. After that, we will mark the output string as safe to be used in the template, right. We did not import another module, so it should be from Django utils.html import save. Okay, and save that. So there, error is gone. So we have added our functions here. Now we have to add that functions. To work that function, we have to change in our HTML tag, So if you go to the topic post, here you'll find the post message here. So I'm going to change the post message to instead of a post message, we get post get that function, get message as markdown, right? Same thing, we'll do the replay topic. Post message, we'll do get message as markdown, right? With this, let's see what our server is doing. So our server is okay. Now if you go back to our applications, if you go to our webchat board and let's say go to the Python advanced, and from there if you go to testing again, and if you reply something, and when you get the board to write, so if you write a hash sign, that will give you the headlines, sort of a header title, the HTML with the H1, the same thing with the hash sign, So this is other similar to national tag H1, right? And then if you do double tag, that will be smaller, this is smaller headline. If you want to make bullet point, just give it a star, this is a bullet. So I'll just copy this now, and then I'll just give a small message. Right, and if you post that, then you will see sort of a different, completely different compared to what you used to do, so the user can, you see, this is how it's happening, so this is a header similar to HTML tag, the small headlines, you can make the bullet point, you can do bold, you can make a bullet point, you can do headlines and things same you can do the similar things in the GitHub as well, when you're writing your
readme file, like so you can do the same thing, like so this another thing is done. We can even do sort of more italics and bolds and things. So we'll do this later. So excuse me. So do this, like let's see if we can do an edit section whether we implement any of this, like checking. Let's see. So you see, it's getting the checking replies, like it's getting bigger, like just because of hash sign, like so it's working now. Okay, so one thing we can do, we added like a markdown, but there's a markdown editor as well, like if you can add that part as well, so it would be more convenient for the user instead of writing all these hash signs and manually bullet points and things, like you can do other way, like the way we do notepad and things, like the way we write emails, and of the email, like you see there's on the top, like sort of headlines, so you can do italics and changing all this stuff, like so to do this, like you can you can install that part, or you can use their CDN, like so to use the CDN, like you can go to their website and copy that link and add to your website, like to your applications, and that will do as well, like no. So if you go to that site, like this is how, like you can. It should be more sort of like the bar on top of the editor, like you'll be able to see, like so I'm looking for, let's see, the bit slow, like guys, like so let's go to, okay, so there, please note the few days to update in the latest release, like so we're going to grab that part, like the CDN part, like instead of install, like once you grab that part, like and then just go to our applications, and where's our base HTML, and inside the base HTML we're going to add that part, like so we have added in the bottom part here, like isn't it there? So what we'll do, we'll do one tag here, block JavaScript, and then we're going to end block. Okay, okay, and this is where we're going to add. Let's go to the reply topic, and then add in there that block style sheet, and then we're going to end style sheet, and here we're going to just to the first the simple empty window CSS, right? And next, what we'll do, we'll grab that part and we're going to add on the bottom, like so just copy these, sort of a style sheet with that JavaScript and block, and then take up that part and script, and just JS script there, and another piece of code we have to add there, which should be script closing tab script, and in there simple MDE, simple MDE. That's all. If you look at this documentation, that's what they said, like, you have to do this, like, and you have to do it. And if you want to use that, like, this is a quick start. After installing a load simple on the first text here on the page, we wrote that part, like, so this is what you have to get it, like, and this is what I did not install that, like, but if I install that, like, I have to add it in here, like, in our static file, like, we have to add that in our static file. But let's see, like, how it's react, like, because whenever you do this, like, it takes a bit of extra time, like, because you download this, like, this part, like, so we have saved everything. If you go back, like, to our applications, let's go to Django board, and now if you press the replay, our aim is to get the markdown editor, like, this time. So this is what's getting easy. So it's taking time, yeah. So this is working, fantastic. So what we'll do, working, and if you want to make it bold, so make some point, copy, paste, select them. That way we do, like, our normal. So you can attach, you can attach reference, you can attach pictures, and you can do all sort of things, like, this is fantastic, like. So this, you see, the very simple things if you add with your applications, which make your application more user-friendly and more robust and more sort of user-friendly your applications, and it gives the application more solid, it makes your application more rich as well, like, there's so many things involved with this application, like, so as I said, like, it takes time, like, but the best thing would be, I would recommend to install that package, and then you grab that file and add to the static file, like, so one is post replay should work, like, but it's taking a bit longer time, which shouldn't do it, like, I'm sure this will work, like, but it's taking a bit longer time, like, so what we'll do, we'll copy this all things, and we're going to add this, the edit post as well, like, the same thing we add in here. Right. Good. Yeah. Save this. So if I want to edit, the same thing we'll see. No. Okay. So as I said, like, because these are CSS and JavaScript file is downloading from the server, like, but if you install locally, it will be more faster. So that's what's my concern, like, so if you save change, so it should Now if I do some bullet, now save change. Now see the same thing on the replay, like it should work, no doubt, like yeah, I see it already. So we write something. Come on, you see my application is still working, like it's some reasons like very slow, like so it's giving the message, like so I highly recommend it, like to install, download that package in your locally, and the way we first added like our CSS and JavaScript file, like static folder, like the same thing, like okay. So other like tricks, like you can do, like whenever you see any problem, like you can copy and paste on the URL, like and you'll see like the same problem that other people face, like and perform control not progressive, like in JavaScript console. So it's basically the JavaScript some use, like not the HTML5 required to build some things like. So if you think that might be due to the hidden required fields, maybe you should be checking some case those fields remains blank. If you feel these are ID sections, blah 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 blah. Console left and Google Chrome and examine the value of the fields to see if the value fields are blank. If a form field fails validation due to the respective invalid, we did a form, like the no validated, like we did this stuff from the post class. So no validate. If you go to the form apply or edit post, is there anything? Is there no validate, like so if you validate, if you save these, now if you try, let's see, this is the beauty of the developer, like you until unless you fix that problem, you're just trying to figure out like what's happening. So I mean, like so message here, you're writing message post. Okay, we're done. Well done. So this is the beauty, like so we fixed it, guys. We have fixed it. Okay, so now you see, if you go to the second page, you see, so we have fixed it with the editor, so like markdown. Well done, guys. Okay, so we have done, we have fixed it. Did you see like how I just copied that things and added in here, like and I just reading of this answer, like I just figure out, okay, maybe I need to put some kind of no validation, like no validate. This is what's HTML, the form, like HTML page and JavaScript is doing, like so I just put the no validate, like here. That's perfect. That's working, like same thing. If you look, is the edit post or topic post, like they have, I have earlier added, like the no in the form, like no validate, like where is that? Go to edit post, no validate, like in the form. So this is what I wasn't there, like in earlier, like validate. Perfect. So we're done dusted, like so what else we can do, guys? What else we can do to make our application more proper, like the application, like so we're going to close that down. We're going to close that as well, and we're going to our applications and also close that, so make our browser will be more faster, because it takes more, consume the more memory, like this is how long it takes time to figure out, like this is, I mean, the more you practice error and trial, it will be more quicker, like so this, if you face the same scenario, same problem, you know exactly what to do, like this time, next time. Okay, so this is how you can go on the top of the ladder, like carrier, like how you, the more you go better with the developing, like and fixing the errors and all the stuff, like it'll be more top of the ladder, like the experienced developer, like also. Another thing we can do, like we can have a very nice touch to add the humanize package, like it's another third-party package. It's a set of utility functions to add a human touch to data, like so let's say, like we have added like all the Friday 21st and that time, like everything. You guys can see, like what time I'm working and things, like everything. So we can put like, okay, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 2 minutes ago, and that things has been posted, like, things, we can do those things, like, so for to use this, like, we need a third party package, like, it's called humanize, like, so for example, we can use it to display date and time fields more naturally instead of showing the whole date, and we can simply show, like, 4 hours ago, 2 minutes ago, and things like, so to do this, like, first add the package, in our applications, which could be our setting file. What is our setting file? Blah 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 blah. Now in there we have to add another app, like, so the way we have this is the middleware, this is our install app. So in here we're going to add another application, which apps, like, humanize. So the Django contrib you save that file. Okay, and the next thing, we just go to our base HTML page, and then just the way we do the load, if you go to, said, the new chatbot, okay, the way we did, like, after the base HTML, we can just load the way we did that step, same thing, like, the same concept with the load new humanize. That's it. Save that, and that the time, like, we have added. What is the time? So the board name. Okay, so we need to here to load humanize, and then as you can see, there is a topic last updated, like, so you can do just add natural time, that's all. Save that, and if you go back to, let's see, can it show it in here? So if you go back to Mom, what happened, Mom? Okay. Yeah. Now you see, now it's coming at 3 days ago, 3 days now, the time, like, now everything's working. Now we'll do a couple of things of our applications. There's some minor issues, like, I mean, these things are always will be there, like, so the more you will focus on your application, you'll try to improve, like, so one thing we can do, like, as you can, sometimes when you reply the post, like, it doesn't show you, like, last updated, like, so in that case, like, what we'll do, if you go back to our apps web chat, and if you go to the views in there, if you go to the reply topic, yeah, here, like, we just post or save, like, so you can give one more options here, like, saying that topic, but last update time excuse me now, and then we can do topic dot save. So time, we don't have that module, no. There is a time zone, so in there, so it's gone. So save now, and one more thing we can improve our application, like, Then if you go back to the main board, like, yeah, well, we have to wait because server is working on it. And the point I was trying to say, like, if you refresh the page, like, in a certain board or certain topic, like, it'll keep showing like it was view, even though it wasn't view, like, until unless you press the actual topics or actual board, like, So you're going to stop that part as well, like, we just want, if when the user press the actual link and then go to that section, then it will be count as a view, like, let's say if you go to the learn Django, excuse me, and you see the view, like, sometimes if you go in that topic, and it will be counted as one view. Now if I refresh the page again, it might show you, like, two view. So the reason it's taking small bit longer time because those are the simple md mean.css and simple md mean.js, like, they are coming from the remote server, like, it's not locally installed, so it's taking a bit longer time, like, and so this is our I did 2 times to refresh the page, and so we go back to the actual board. Then you see it was viewed 3 times, even though I went once and I refreshed 2 times the page, and it's counting 3 views. So it's kind of misleading informations. So you want to going to stop that, like, So to stop that, like, we'll go to our coding part, and if you go to post update view, post list view, yeah, this is the one where we're going to, because you are going to view, like, you want to see, like, how many times. So we have all this stuff in here, and we want to get the session key, like, from the actual browser. So session key, view topic, right, format self dot topic dot primary key, right, and if not, self dot request dot session dot get session key with false. Now then, if not, like, then you are going to increase, like, so I'm going to push back this. Then we are going to say self dot request dot session key equal to true. So if it's the same session key, then it won't increase, like, it will be true, like, and if it's not, like, then it will increase, like, right. And next we are going to that's our as usual part. So if we save that, and now
It's time to check like whether it's working or not. So is it done? Server part. No. So if we go back again, so this time will be the 4 views, but if I refresh the page, it shouldn't increase the view. It will be as it is, like a 4. No. So this time will be 4 views, but once the page loading is done, we'll refresh the page. Before it was increasing, now it should increase. Like, so if I refresh the page, it will be still showing the 4 views instead of a 5, because it's the same session key, like, So if we go back to now, our actual board, so this is the 4 views. So this part we have improved. What else we can improve for applications? If you look at here, there was 156 topics, and if you go down, then you'll be see the page here. Like, I'm going to do it 15 paginations instead of 20. So within the one page, instead of going down with the cursor, so we can see, like, only on one page. If we need to go, we can go down. Yeah. 15. And one more thing we can improve, like, if you refresh the page, before it was 8, now it's gone. So there's only 15 of them. So within one page, we can see, like, let's see if we press, like, say, one of the topics titles. Right. So from here, we can go back and we can replay. Yeah, I'm trying to do one thing, which would be the better navigations in the topping listing. Like, currently the only option is for the user to click in the topic title and go to the first page, like, so if you press in here, then you're going to the first page, like, or you have to go all the way in here, like, let's say we can do something on that, like, just on underneath the topic, like, we can put some sort of page number. So go to the model there. In the model, can you do something in the chat topic? Excuse me. We have a string representations method. We can do one thing, the page count. Okay. Get page count, self keyword, then count equal to self dot host dot count, pages count divided by pages count divided by 15. Remember, you have the 15 paginations, like, so return math. Go to math module to import, like, so we can put the math module. Okay, let's sample, just import math. So okay, so and we can get another function which is giving us the it's how many page, like, so many pages, self keyword. If who is none, then count equal to self dot get page count. That method we are calling like, and then return better than 6. Need to put here. I'm just putting initially none, okay. So I'm getting other functions that page and equal to self dot get page count, and then if self dot has many pages count, excuse me, what you do, return ranging between 1 to 5. I was doing this now, and then return range and plus 1. The function name itself explain what this function is does, like, it's another good thing, you give the name of the functions exactly what it does, like, so now we just need to update our HTML page as well for that. So if you go to chatbot topics, we have all the board and everything, and this is our URL. Now what you're going to do, we'll just add in here saying that topic post name dot primary key topic dot primary key test URL. Then we'll go inside the table row and create a table heading. So we're just going to push that part here. So inside the table heading, I'm just going to get a paragraph. This would be a margin, 0 margin. So we'll do another href. Topic URL. Topic dot subject. No. We're going to close our tab. This paragraph, okay, and underneath. Then we're going to make it a very small written tag there, so the class there text will be kind of muted. Maybe pages.
for I in topic dot get page range. That's the method we created earlier, and then that retrive public URL page filter topic dot get page count. Okay, and then the last page. It's within each topic, this is what we're doing, So last page. The part won't be in here. That part won't be here. Should be right. So there's the tag here, and then inside there it will be a node that I will close or end for. Now we're going to put a condition there. If topic has many pages, then you would do sort of giving the user some style, then you were saying that URL and then we were saying page equal to dot get page count. Go to last page, and we're going to close the if and if. So we closed, so we have to close that double heading tag, okay. So to put the small tag in here. After that we'll close the double heading tag, this one, and then we have to bring it back. Alright, that's for I'll save this. So will be the for each of the topic there will be small tiny pagination as well, so instead of going, if there's a inside the topic, there's more topics and it's getting more bigger, so you can go from one to last, instead of going all the way down, do you see this? So it's in the still within one page, but if you post If you post more on that, like, there will be should be page 1, 2, 3, all this stuff, like, so if we go back here, noise came in, like, okay. So if you go to replay, or it's more like, applications posted. Okay, if you replay again, excuse me. I want kind of more faster application, like, this is a bit slower, maybe for my system is run so many things, like, also because of that is slow. And I'm running on the screen, like, the number of screen here, number of monitors, like, so with the main application it's a bit message transfer, like, a bit slower, like, so the, as you can see, the last one is coming here, like, last one updated, like, on top. So the more you post, like, it should be page 1, 2, 3, like, inside each topic, like, and even in that topic as well, you have more sort of page as well. Now you see, like, because of adding that part, like, our page is getting bigger, like, so we can reduce that, like, make it a 10, like, instead of 15 we did earlier, like, so make it a 10, so within one page, like, you can see everything sort of scrolling down, like, so when you're going to reply, like, you're going to see all the reply topics in here. We could have reduce here, like, to see all of them, like, just a number of them, so to do this, go to the models here, and same here, we can get other functions. It will be get last 5 posts self keyword, return self dot post dot order by year created at, so this one see only 5, not all of them, like, now if you save that and you go back to, just hang up now, like, so just wait for a while. Now save that page, and if you go to the reply topic, there you can you can add in here, like, just this is where we have form, and look at in here for posted topic, we get not all, just get last 5 posts, okay. And then rest I will leave it as it is, like, save that part, so server is okay. Now if you refresh that page,
No, we're supposed to get only 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's all, like, so this is how we can improve slowly of applications. Like, one thing I noticed that, like, that if you press in here, it's not taking the actual post page, like, if you press in here, it's taking the actual topic page, like, so before it wasn't that, like, since we added that things, like, it started, like, so maybe some small silly mistake somewhere, like, it's not a big deal, like, we could have fixed that, like, so let me check, like, what exactly is happening here, like, so if we go to the chatbot topic, this is where happening, like, okay, guys, we have fixed that issues as well. Okay, so what happened, it was what happened was, instead of a chatbot.pk, I wrote board name.pk, like, that was the issues, like, and another thing was, I left earlier, that was like this. So it was, that link was previously, like, we did, like, so the same thing we did in here on top, like, inside. So href topic post should be chatbot.pk topic as topic URL, like, we just giving the name as like a topic URL instead of like, writing a whole lot of things in here, we're just saying like as topic URL, like, so here. So we're going to remove this part, and we're going to put instead of a board name, we're going to chatbot. So save that. So this is how, like, I mean, if you have any issues you face, like, you have to figure out, like, why exactly you went wrong, and then you deep down, go slowly. So refresh the page. Now we can, remember, we press a few times, number of times it's not going, like, you have to press in here, and but now this time, like, if you press, it will take you to the actual topic page, like, perfect. So now we are end of our applications. Let's see what else we can improve, like, for application. Yeah, when user replies something, like, it takes to us the first page instead of the last page, because when you reply, the reply is going in the bottom of the page, like, on the last page. So user cannot see, like, why his replies went, like, so instead of going to the first page, we can go back to actually the first page, so last page, like, so as I'll show you here. So here in that, because it's already number of posts in here, like, so the 5 replies. So if you press in that link, it will, and if you reply something, it will take you to the page too, but you can't see, like, so let's say if I reply, it should take me to the last page instead of bringing me to the first page. So let's say I'm going to replying something. Now, just write something. Only one. Come on. We want to see our post reply. I see his straight away. And instead of going to first page, we want to go to the last page so that we can see our reply. Right, so this is we will do now. Okay, you see, when you reply the post, it's going back to the page number, first page, like, you see on the pagination on the bottom. We'll see. So you see the current page is going to the, we can't see, so it's going to the page number 3. That thing is gone. So you need to improve this, like, so that when you reply, it will take the last page. So if you go to the topic post,
because this is where we are posting, like, you can add an ID to the postcard, like, so our blog content here, this is where reply topic we are doing. So all right, this is where we're replying, and in here we are going to, for posting all the posts, you can put the put one ID. It will be post.primary key. Then we have a class which is a card, and you can take the margin away, and if follow-up is the follow-up, you can do the instead of a last, instead of first you go to last, and then you can put the margin here. Okay. Margin 4 pixel. Then you can put the else condition here, saying else. You do the margin 2 pixel, and we can close our if, like, and then you can write clear part, like, if look fast, then you can do the dark, I can do the end if. That's all we have to do, like, and if we go back to now, if we replay now, we press before we jump to the reply, you need to change one more things in our views, like, so if we go back to the views and the replay topic list view, board topic, this is a reply topic. Okay, so this is where we did this part, like a save. Okay, so now we put it in here, to saying that topic URL reverse topic post keyword argument can be primary key topic underscore primary key be topic underscore primary key. And we have to we didn't get the import to reverse, so user form tangents. Okay, we did the reverse lazy. Okay, so we need to do we import later on. Okay, this topic post URL, so will be
URL page equal to page. That's ID we're getting. That's ID. ID dot format. URL equal to topic URL. Okay. And then we're getting ID equal to host dot primary key. And then page equal to topic dot get page count. Right. Inbuilt syntax. Where is inbuilt syntax? Then we're going to return the direct topic host URL. But so you have to do the reverse, and then else we need the post from, and then we're going to render. That's all pretty much okay. So to import our reverse module, right? Right. Let's copy from here. Nice. You see the yellow thing, like, that means we never used those, like, we use them, like, and function-based view and things, like, but we uncomment, like, comment out this for a while. So the reasons I comment out, like, you can use both either class-based view or function-based view, like, So now the error is gone. And if you look at our server, it's okay. Now if you refresh the page, and if you post something, it should go to the last page instead of bringing us to the first page, like, This is our aim, like, Okay, we want to go to last page. Post now. So it will take to the back to our last page, like, So page equal to 1. So it should take to us the last page, like, it's not meant to be the first page, like, okay, so let me check what's happened, like, So with this, like, I'm going to improve further, like, so I leave it with you guys, like, you can leave in the comment section, like, how you can improve, like, and what else you have done with this application. You can fork the whole applications, and you can try to yourself, like, to improve the applications, like, and I've also updated, like, paginations page as well, like, so instead of from all the way to here, like, 11 12 page, like, you can go first, previous, like, or next, last, instead of just 3 of them page, and then you can go next or last page. So this is how I've done this. So once the current page, you can't see the first or last. If you go to the second page, then you'll be able to see either you have to go to the first page or the previous page, like, so let's see. So, and please do subscribe my channels, like, that would encourage me to create more contents, like, so and I hope I will create the tutorials on the Flask as well, like which is another framework for the Python, like so if you learn the Django and Flask, like you'll be quite strong positions, like in the Python development, like because the Python basic, Python advanced, then the frameworks like Python Django's and Flask as well, like and then after that we will start like learning sort of more machine learning stuff, like artificial intelligence, all this stuff, like data science, or like because this is my field, like I'm working on that artificial intelligence, like we might go for the starting slowly, like data science or NLP or like machine learning, those stuff, like so I hope you'll encourage me, like and what exactly you want to see, what sort of tutorials you want to see, like please do let me know. Okay, thank you so much. Now, another very important concept, or another very important tips you can say, like whenever you set up, like the project, like no matter it is the code is stored in a public or private remote repository, sensitive information should never be committed or pushed to the remote repository, like that includes, like you have your keys, password, API keys, and anything like what is sensitive, like so to how you can protect those sensitive information, like so there's a way you can protect those sensitive information, like one of the great utility in Python is called Python decouple. So if you install that third-party library, like that can help you, like and I mean, I would highly recommend, like also for every single Django project, like you can include that things, like which gonna give you more protection, like in terms of, like if you ever want to deploy to, like for a remote server or something, like so how you can do it, like so I'll show you how to do it, like so let me just what I'll do, just going to close my server first. Okay, so just install Python decouple. So I'm just installing this in my Python virtual environment, everything, like so the moment you realize that it's in your virtual environment, as long as the name of the virtual environment inside the parenthesis, like that means you are inside the virtual environment. Another thing important, like so tips, so you can remember this. So once you really install that, perfect. Ignore this, like it's saying, like my version is 22, but currently the 22 version is available, like so that's telling me, like what you want to install, like so now I've installed, like the Python decouple, like the module, like so to how you can work with this, like so if you go to the setting file, this is our setting file, and just import that package, like from the decouple import config. Okay, and then write it down. What you gonna write? Just write down on top there. Secret key, SECRET, secret key equal to config. That's right, secret key again. So okay, and save the file, and we have to create one more file inside my project, like so this is our project. Okay, so inside that folder, so see, this is our account apps, this is our my project app, like inside the project there is a account apps, there is a website apps. So in that folder where you see the manage.py file, so in here in that folder we'll create a new file which will give the name of the file env, so must be dot in front of it, env. Okay, so it will be small letter. Okay, now we created this and grab that secret key. Okay, the .env file will be ignore if you have a .git ignore files. So I'm going to include the git ignore files, and I'm going to write some condition there, like so it will be avoid those files, like I should have included earlier, like anyway, so we'll do it now. So every time you are going to deploy the applications or run in the different machines, we'll have to create a
env file and add the necessary configuration, like, you know. So another things we will install on the library, which will help us to write the database connection in a single line, instead of putting all this, like, you know, the name of the database and usernames and passwords, all this stuff, like, you know, in a single line you can do it, like, you know. This way it's easier to write a different database connection strings in a different environment, like, you know. So what we'll do, we're going to install here. So before we do that, like, you know, we're going to include the git ignore files. Okay, I have another series, like, you know, about Git and GitHub, like, you know, how you can do all this stuff, like, you know. This is very, very important. If you want to be a developer, you want to go in that field, you have to learn the Git and have the version control, like, you know. So the Git is the most popular, like, you know. So so what we'll do, we'll add one git ignore files, like, you know. Similarly, we'll add another file. Should be our same, like, you know, have to be dot in front of it, like, you know. So git, let's see, you know, okay. And here we're going to give some condition, like, you know, which file should not include, and file and which folder is which directory. You know, there is all the conditions you can add, like, you know, on that file. So this is our virtual environment, Django and env. So if I put, like, you know, Django env / that's directory will be ignored. And so we don't want our SQLite file as well, like, you know. So the database file, which will be start.sqlite3, and save these. These are the files should be ignored, like, you know. And another thing you can do, ignore environment or git status, like, you know. Let's see status. So you can see these are the things we just modified and we have added, like, you know. So let's git add. So now if you look at the git status, will be the green color. So I've added, like, you know. So we're going to git commit, like, you know. And so I have earlier, like, I set up, like, my Notepad++ for the writing the comments, like, you know. So what we have done, like, you know, so added ignore an env file, and save that, close. Now I'm to git push to the remote, like, you know. If you push that, asking for my password, like, you know. Because my asking for password because my git is set up with the SSH, like, you know. So if you set up with SSH, you ask for a password, but if you HTTPS, like, you know, I'll require for password, like, you know. So if you look at these that project, like, you know, here, push that. Now we will install the for our database connection, like, you know, for another library. Pip install dj database URL. So for now, all the configurations will need to be decoupled, like, you know. So go to the setting file. We've already did the decouple import config. So same we can do CSP, right? And as well import database URL, right? Save that. And This is where we started our secret key part, like secret key config secret key. In here we'll put the debug is equal to config debug, and the default equal to false. Okay, false. Cast equal to bool, change it to bool. Okay, and if I name config. So guys, slides changed has to be done here, so in the env file we put the secret key and debug tool, allowed host. This is our host address, and database. This is our database for locally, an email we are doing so far, the console based email, and in the setting, we did we are getting from that file, the secret key and debug config debug default false, and casting is the bool, the true false and stuff, they will do different things. Allowed host, and here, because we have transfer our secret file to over here, environment, so we just uncomment that part as well, and then we will also uncomment this one, comment out this debug true equal to, and then here is the database. You see the database part, it was earlier before like this. Now we're getting default database url.config database config database url. So you see the database URL from here. We're getting so this is what's, and so the reasons we installed the DJ underscore database underscore default, so the next time, if you deploy your application to a server, you don't have to write all the configurations, everything. It's one line, just whatever the database MySQLs and blah blah blah, or my Postgres, whatever server database you can do is here, and it will do it for you, all right. And so now our server is working, so it's working, and our application is also working. Then notice that in the debug configurations, we have a default. So in productions we can ignore these configurations because it will be set to false, even though we have in here we set it here, the false, where default equal to false, but if you want to see the trace, for the development stage, you can put that true, so it will show you, why exactly you're having errors and stuff, but in the production, you put them false, the allowed host will be transferred into this, the way we have set up here, host, this is on a local machine, but if you go to the deploy your application to servers, it will be something www.webchat forum or webchatboard.com or .ie or .io, whichever you prefer, whichever server you choose, whichever domain you choose, Another very important things, that it is a very good practice to keep track of the project dependencies, so to be easier to install it to another machines, so far I have installed all the latest versions of Django, the Pythons, and all the packages, all the latest version, I didn't put any specific versions, so everything is the latest version, so you can check the currently installed Python libraries by running the command here, let's see, this is another terminal open for the version environment. So if you just don't flip freeze, you can check what's so far we have in the install in that application. So you see my DJ database URL version, that Django version 4.02 widget tweaks, import lib metadata, we did for lib, and markdown 3.6, Python decouple 3.6, SQL parse zip. So these are the files, we have latest versions, everything, So you can do what else, like, you can create one requirements.txt, like, these are the things we have used like this version, so other people can see, like, for that application what sort of dependencies is required, like, to run that application. So you can easily put requirements.txt file and write all of them, so we're going to add the requirements file as well, like, so let's create it now. Okay. Excuse me. Just create another file. So requirements.txt. Okay, and then in here it just grab those informations, like, right, put it there, hang it. That's it. And so what we'll do, we push all these things, like, what we have so far we have updated, like, we're going to push that. You can see what's the git status, like, so you can see this is what we have modified, like, excuse me, setting up in requirements.txt and stuff, like, so just git add commit and requirements file, and also added dj URL library and define the setting files. Just save that, and I'm going to push that. So git push to the up arrow key, it will give you the previous command, like, what you used, like, perfect, all done and dusted. The next part, we'll see what you can do, like, this is pretty much done our application, like, so you can play with these now and do yourself, like, create the applications the way I've done. And if you can improve that applications different way, you can give the different names the way we did, like, we have chat boards in here, like, sort of IT stuff, like, yeah, we can do chat boards. You can create, like, the game chat board, like, you can put cricket, soccer, volleyballs, whatever you prefer. You can do, like, sort of the social chat board, like, the local chat board, like, neighbors chat board, like, something, like, bring this some idea and improve yourself, like, or friends chat board, like, you guys get friends conversation, like, the different topic. There's plenty of ideas out there, like, so you can implement, like, the same concept, utilizing the same concept, like,